sold by his father as a fake husband to an actress to save their company. The frail young master thought he had escaped his hellish home. But on their first night, his beautiful drunk wife violently pinned him down and bit his neck until it bled, smirking ruthlessly. "You're just my purchase. I can do whatever I want with you. You were clearly an orphan, abandoned by your family, yet you became the absolute treasure in the eyes of the movie queen. Every look she gives you screams that she regrets it. Not long ago, she abandoned you over a silly misunderstanding. Later, she realized she had already fallen hard for you, but it was too late for regrets. She started searching for you everywhere like a madwoman. Meanwhile, at the Royan bar, you're sitting quietly at the counter, sipping a slightly bitter cocktail. The bell on the bar's door chimes. In walks a distressed-looking girl, Shenberry. Oh boy, here comes the drama. She has been looking for you like crazy for 2 whole years. Recently, she finally got a tip that you had come to the magical city of Shanghai. Shenberry's beautiful eyes instantly lock onto you, who are just trying to enjoy your drink. Tears shimmer in her eyes. After 2 years, she finally sees her little Ran again. Her little Ran seems to have changed, looking a bit more mature, yet still as pure and pretty as ever. Why is Xiao Ran drinking and wearing such thin clothes? Does not he know how horribly weak his body is? Classic frail protagonist trope. She feels a surge of anger, stepping forward to snatch your glass right out of your hand. Lin, breadfruit, are you totally clueless about how frail you are? Drinking like this, do you have a death wish? Her voice is laced with panic and sheer heartache. You feel the glass vanish from your hand and slowly turn your head to look. Your heart skips a beat and you completely freeze. Seeing your trembling gaze, Shenberry finally can't hold back her emotions anymore. She leans in, aiming her cherry lips right for a kiss. You deftly dodge it. You speak coldly, Miss Shen? Please respect my boundaries. Shenberry actually laughs out of sheer frustration at your words. Lin, breadfruit, is there any part of you I have not touched? Any part I have not kissed? We have slept together countless times. What boundaries are you talking about? Madam, this is a public bar. She leans in to force a kiss again, and this time you can't dodge in time. Her little Ran is still as sweet as ever. The entire bar watches this unfold in breathless silence. Countless girls' hearts are probably shattering right now. You gently push Shenberry away. Your tone remains completely indifferent, Shenberry. What exactly are you trying to do right now? You were the ON who said you did not like me, that I was dirty. You said I was cheap on that rainy night. You said you did not want me anymore. Your words leave her utterly speechless. Yes, she said all of that. She was an absolute jerk. She grabs your small hand, her beautiful eyes full of desperate pleading.
Ran, I know I was wrong.
Please, I am begging you, come back to me. Okay? Crystal tears are already welling up in her eyes. Looking at Shenberry acting so pitifully, you frown, feeling a slight sting in your chest. You slowly pull your hand away and shake your head gently. No, I'm sorry, Shenberry. I do not love you anymore. Ouch! Critical hit. I do not believe you. She shakes her head frantically, 2 lines of tears trailing down her face. Breadfruit, your bar's name literally has Rue on it. You definitely still love me. Do not even try to lie. You let out a soft sigh, stuffing a pack of tissues into Shenberry's hand. Your tone softens just a bit. Miss Shen, my shop is closing for the night. Please leave. Late at night, almost everyone has cleared out of the bar. It is quite deserted. Only Shenberry is still sprawled on the counter, refusing to budge. She has already fallen fast asleep. The night breeze in Shanghai is biting cold. In her sleep, Shenberry's thin body starts shivering. You quietly come downstairs to check on her. Seeing her freezing like that, a flash of heartache crosses your eyes. You shake your head, sighing inwardly. You go upstairs to grab a thick cotton quilt. You gently drape it over Shenberry, whispering softly to her, Shenberry, you come to provoke me again, but I am truly terrified of being hurt by you. Would not it be better to just let each other go? You just sit there blankly beside her, watching over her for the entire night, remembering every little detail of your past with her, from escaping that living hell to falling for her, and then being dumped. That was 3 years ago in the capital. You always wanted to save up to visit the seaside, but you did not have any spare cash. Life was already incredibly hard. You even had to draw manga to save up for your college tuition. On a hot September afternoon in the capital, the sun is glaring. Sickly frail trope activated, yet you're wrapped tightly in a light blue woolen coat, huddled in a dark cramped servant's room, using a pencil to sketch the ocean of your dreams. You are an incredibly well-behaved and stunningly pretty boy, looking very young. The wind sneaks in through the cracks in the window. You feel a bit chilly and pull your coat a little tighter around yourself. This fragile body of yours has been like this since birth, a minor illness every 3 days, and a major ON every 5. A slight breeze is enough to give you a high fever. Get this boy some vitamins. But after all these years, you have long gotten used to it. You lift your pencil, your pale fingertips resting against the tip. Closing your eyes, you imagine the smell of the sea breeze. You are the son of Lin, he, the CEO of the Lin Group. On the surface, you seem like a wealthy young master, but you were abandoned by your mother, Xia Ji, since childhood, and routinely abused by your father Lin. Your life is even worse than a servant's. Back then, when Xia Ji was pregnant, Lin and he was seduced by a pretty face, and had an affair. He hid it quite well though, so Xia Ji did not find out. Ziga, Ji gave birth to your older sister Lin Qian. 3 years later, she had you. But paper can't wrap up fire forever. When you were 4, Xia Ji discovered that Lin he had secretly been keeping a mistress and an illegitimate son outside, Wei Meihua and Lin Zi. Because of this, Lin He and Xia Ji had a massive explosive fight. They parted on terrible terms. Xia Ji moved far away to France. She naturally favored girls over boys anyway, and despised the fact that you were so hard to raise with your constant illnesses. So she callously abandoned you, taking only your sister Lin Qian with her. The mistress Wei Meihua successfully climbed the ranks, becoming the CEO's wife of the Lin Group. Lin Zi naturally received all the pampering in the world. Meanwhile, the young you was constantly oppressed by Wei Meihua, forced to live in the servants' quarters. After Xie Ji left, you never once felt any family warmth, but you did not need it anyway. This completely cold, lifeless house molded you into the icy, detached person you are today. In your world, drawing is more than enough. Although your serialized manga and illustration gigs are just starting out, they barely pay enough to keep you alive. Just as you are quietly drawing, a dull thud of the door being violently kicked open comes from behind you, ruining your artistic mood. Lin Zi arrogantly kicks the door open and struts in, casually strolling around your room. Wrapped up so tight. Are you sick again? You dying weakling? Why do not you just die of illness already? Wow, zero chill from this kid. Drawing again? Huh. Let me see what kind of trash you're sketching. Lin Zi's filthy claws aggressively snatch your canvas away without warning. He holds it up to his face, casually inspecting it. What is this garbage? It is so ugly. Lin Zi tosses the canvas onto the floor like trash and violently stomps on it. Your beautiful peach blossom eyes flash with a deadly cold glint. In a flash, the pencil in your hand is aimed right at Lin Zi's eyeball, scaring him so much his face turns instantly pale. How about I make sure you never see anything again? Your voice is soft and melodious, yet practically dripping with ice. That sharpened pencil tip continues to inch ever closer to Lin Zi's eye. Lin Zi audibly gulps, trembling violently as he backs away. Just then, the sound of the villa's main door opening echoes. He knows his mom is back. He immediately screams at the top of his lungs, "Mom, this sick freak is trying to blind me. Hurry up and help." Hearing the noise, Wei Meihua frantically rushes into the room. Not even bothering to put down her handbag, she sees you holding a pencil right against her precious son's eyeball, and immediately lunges forward to violently shove you away, fiercely shielding Lin Zi behind her. You were already sick and physically weak. Pushed so violently by Wei Meihua, you lose your balance and fall hard backward. The small of your back slams right into the sharp corner of the bed. Your brows instantly furrow in agonizing pain. You gasp for cold air, a cold sweat instantly soaking through your white shirt. "Mom, I kindly came to check on my sick brother." But not only did he not appreciate it, he tried to stab my eyes out with a pencil. Lin Zi hugs Wei Meihua, fake crying with Oscar-worthy victimhood. Wei Meihua immediately glares at you viciously, baring her teeth. "You little bastard. How dare you bully my son? Watch me slap the life out of you, you sickly freak." Saying that, Wei Meihua raises her hand, fully intending to slap your face. Holding your lower back, you forcefully push through the pain to stand up, expressionlessly raising the pencil right next to your cheek. Wei Meihua's palm violently slams right into the pencil point. It stabs so deep it snaps the lead right off. Blood immediately gushes out. Instant karma. "You little bastard. You actually dared to stab me." Wei Meihua clutches her bleeding hand, her face twisted in pure agony, screaming like a banshee. "Bastard. You are the one who does not even deserve to utter that word." Lin Breadfruit sweeps a bone-chilling gaze over Wei Meihua. Your voice carries absolutely zero emotion. "I will count to 3. Get the hell out of this room, otherwise your son can kiss his eyes goodbye." Wei Meihua shoots you a look of pure venom, but slinks out of the room with her tail between her legs. Once they are gone, you immediately slam the door shut, slumping down to lean against the bed. Your back hurts so much that fine beads of sweat dot your nose. You stare at the bloody pencil stub in your hand, feeling a sudden wave of intense nausea. Even this woman's blood is absolutely disgusting. In sheer disgust, you toss the pencil into the trash can, refusing to give it a second glance. By evening, the city lights begin to flicker on. The sky outside gradually darkens. At the Shen family villa in the capital, Marry Lin Breadfruit? How old is he even? Shen Berry looks at her father in absolute disbelief. Berry is the sole precious heiress of the Shen family in Jinqing. She is 22 years old this year, a student in the acting department at Jing University, and currently the hottest A-list female star dominating film, TV, and music. Father Shen sits on the sofa, casually reading the newspaper, speaking slowly without a hint of rush or anger. Little Ran is 19 this year. He is legally an adult. Besides, you're only 3 years older than him. Only 19. Shen Berry's eyebrow twitches wildly. I need a perfectly logical explanation for this. Shen Berry crosses her porcelain arms over her chest. Sitting heavily on the opposite sofa, Shen Su places the newspaper down on the coffee table, speaking calmly. Fine. I will give you your reason. Do you have any idea what people are saying about you out there? They say you're all beauty and no substance, fickle and utterly promiscuous. The paparazzi are brutal out here. Shen Berry rubs her forehead, completely exhausted by these ridiculous rumors. My dearest father, those so-called scandals are either D-list celebrities trying to leech off my fame, or competitors buying smear campaigns to drag me down. Shen Berry springs up from the sofa, her beautiful eyes shining with absolute sincerity. You know perfectly well, my heart only has room for Jingdi. I have not even had a single boyfriend, because she originally planned to never get married in her life. She adopted Shen Jingdi from an orphanage, a ridiculously adorable 5-year-old girl. Besides, a 20-something-year-old boy. Very few of them actually like kids. What if he treats Jingdi badly?
You do not need to worry about that.
I have met Little Ran. He is extremely well-behaved and sweet. He absolutely won't mistreat Jingdi. Plus, Jingdi needs a father figure. I have heard that boy has a terrible life in the Lin family. That old bastard Lin, he is practically ready to sell him to us. Speaking of this, a faint, mocking smirk appears on Shen Su's lips. That idiot Lin, he really let a pretty face rot his brain, leaving such a smart, beautiful son completely neglected, while dedicating all his energy to that mistress and her spawn. With a brain like his, it is no wonder the Lin group is going straight down the drain. Seeing that playing hardball is not working, Shen Berry decides to play the soft card. She hugs her dad's arm, whining in her sweetest, most spoiled voice, Dad, my career is currently on the rise, and the entertainment industry is very complicated. Getting married will ruin my image. Shen Su just gives a faint smile. Already thought of that. You two will be legally married, but we won't announce it to the public. It is a bit unfair to Lin Breadfruit, but it is what it is. Besides, I am not the ON who made the final call. Your grandfather made the final call. He said you two are getting your marriage certificate tomorrow. Hearing the word grandfather, Shen Berry's mood visibly plummets. After a long silence, she lowers her gaze. Fine, I will marry Lin Breadfruit. It was her who caused her mother's death. She owes her grandparents a massive debt. So whatever her grandparents ask for, she will always agree to it. Shen Su looks at Barry's defeated expression, secretly sighing in his heart. He actually supports Barry marrying you. If he really lets Barry live her whole life in such profound loneliness, who will take care of her when she gets sick or old, long after he is dead and gone? At this moment, Shen Berry is still quite resistant to the shotgun wedding decreed from above, but then she changes her perspective. Just treat it like adopting a pitiful little puppy. As long as she does not starve him, it should be fine, right? The night brings a constant drizzling rain. The brightly lit city is draped in a hazy, misty veil. The persistent wind, laced with fine threads of rain, sneaks into your room through the gap in the curtains. It is freezing. You shrink your neck down, burying your face even deeper into your scarf. You continue sketching your manga. The tip of your pen glides across the canvas, making a highly satisfying scratching sound. Unfortunately, this beautiful sound is ruined yet again. Lin, he pushes the door open and walks straight in. In this house, whenever someone enters your room, no one ever bothers to knock. You are entirely used to it. Come out for a second. I have something to tell you. Lin. His voice rings out from behind you. You stand up, your face completely devoid of expression. You do not even need to guess. Lin, he is definitely here to settle the score. About Wei Meihua getting hurt. You naturally could not care less. After all these years, you have lost count of how many times this man has beaten you. You stopped caring a long time ago. You slowly make your way to the living room. The villa's main door is wide open, making the living room incredibly chilly. You shove both hands deep into your coat pockets, hiding your face even further into your scarf. Xiao Ran, Dad has something to discuss with you. Lin, he surprisingly drops his usual icy glare, actually wearing a forced, creepy smile. You stare intensely at his expression. The more you look at that smile, the faker it gets. You honestly can't stomach looking at it anymore. You say indifferently, if you have something to say, just spit it out. Stop acting. Lin, he immediately chokes on his own words. He coughs awkwardly twice and drops the fake smile. Here's the deal. I have arranged a marriage for you. Your beautiful glass-like eyes stare unblinking at Lin. He, waiting for the punchline. It is the Shen family's daughter, Shen Berry. She is asking for a live-in husband. Ah, the classic matrilocal marriage trope. You furrow your brows slightly. You do know of Shen Berry. You vaguely remember meeting her a few times when you were little. She is the heiress of the Shen family and currently a mega popular female star, with scandalous rumors flying everywhere. Combining that with the fact that the Lin Group's cash flow has practically snapped recently, you instantly piece it all together. The Shen family is probably investing in the Lin Group, and their condition is you being handed over to them. Lin, he is literally selling you off. A self-deprecating smirk tugs at the corner of your lips, but your tone remains completely flat. Fine, Lin. He never expected you to agree so quickly. He looks utterly thrilled, rubbing his hands together in pure joy as he hurriedly says, "That is great then. Shen Berry will come pick you up tomorrow. You will go straight to get the marriage certificate." You give a nonchalant, slight nod, your voice perfectly calm. "All these years, even though you hit me and cursed at me at the drop of a hat, leaving me entirely to fend for myself, you at least kept me from starving to death. So I suppose I owe you as my father. But after this is done, we are completely even. Selling me off must have fetched you a pretty penny, right? More than enough to pay you back. From now on, you and I have absolutely zero ties. If you agree to that, I agree to the marriage." Lin, he is momentarily speechless, but thinking about his collapsing company on the brink of death and remembering how much Wei Meihua and Lindsay despise you, he grits his teeth ruthlessly and says, "Deal. Starting tomorrow, we cut all ties. We can sign a severance of parental rights agreement." Your eyes curve slightly in grim satisfaction. You turn around and walk back to your room to pack your suitcase. The very next morning, Shen Berry drives to the Lin family villa early, but she does not go inside. She just waits at the gate for you. You're still wearing that same light blue woolen coat. Your chin is buried deep in your scarf. As you silently drag your suitcase towards Shen Berry spots you, leaning casually against her car door. She observes you closely. You really are incredibly pretty, and you totally give off the vibe of an obedient, sweet little guy. You look so ridiculously easy to bully. She thinks to herself quietly, even though this is a forced arranged marriage, she does not hate it. After all, no Owen hates a soft, adorable, completely harmless boy. But wait, is not it only early September? It is still in the teens here in the capital. Why is he dressed like it is the dead of winter? She finds it incredibly bizarre. You walk right up to Shen Berry, your gaze light and clear as you look at her. Shen Berry looks even more stunning in person than on TV. She is wearing a light green jacket, slightly revealing her elegant collarbones, and a glimpse of fair skin at her neckline. You have no idea if Shen Berry is just lusting after your body, or if she is also being forced into this marriage by her family. But regardless of which it is, you are fully prepared to play along. "Sister," you speak, your voice slightly muffled by the scarf. Hearing that gentle, sweet sister, Shen Berry feels her heart do a literal backflip. That voice paired with a face like that should be absolutely illegal. It feels like a tiny kitten gently scratching at her heart. She clears her throat unnaturally, pretending to be cool as a response. "Let us go. Did you bring all your documents?" "Yes, I brought them." You look up at her. Shen Berry catches sight of your gorgeous peach blossom eyes. Her eyelashes flutter softly, and her heart completely skips another beat. "Then, let us go. You can put your luggage in the trunk." You nod obediently and load your luggage in. The moment you sit down in the passenger seat, a subtle fragrance wafts right to Shen Berry's nose. It is radiating straight from your body. It is not some strong, overpowering perfume or heavily scented nonsense. It is an incredibly fresh, clean scent. The corners of her lips curve up into a stunning smile. As she silently enjoys the moment, she glances over at you and notices you have not buckled your seatbelt. She speaks up to remind you, "Fasten your seatbelt." You look down. You really did forget to buckle it. You give her a soft smile. "Thank you." Then you lower your head to click the seatbelt into place. Shen Berry stares at your fluffy, light-colored hair, right at the crown of your head. Suddenly getting the overwhelming urge to ruffle it, she quickly shakes her head, mentally scolding herself. What on earth is wrong with her today? She gathers her thoughts and steps on the gas. The car speeds down the road. It rained heavily last night, so while the morning air is undeniably fresh, it is also damp and freezing cold. Shen Berry's absurdly expensive sports car happens to be a convertible. Gusts of chilling wind relentlessly slip through the gaps in your coat, piercing right to your bones. You are so cold you softly let out a sneeze, hurriedly wrapping the thick woolen coat tighter around yourself. Finally, you genuinely can't take it anymore. If you keep getting blasted by this wind, you are guaranteed to catch a massive fever. "Sister Shen, could we put the roof up? I am a little cold." Your voice is so soft and trembling, uncontrollably from the cold. But to Shen Berry, it sounds exactly like you're pouting and acting spoiled. She is actually sitting there, overanalyzing it, thinking to herself, how is this guy so flawlessly good at this? Is he secretly a cunning little green tea? Never trust the innocent-looking ones. She gets so completely wrapped up in her own wild theories that she totally forgets to close the damn car roof. Someone please get this boy a heater. Seeing that Shenberry is not making a single move to fix the freezing situation, you just assume she wants to enjoy the wind and refuses to close it. The light in your eyes dims just a fraction in silent disappointment. You did not say anything more, hiding your face even deeper into your khaki scarf, revealing only those beautiful eyes. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the two of you got your marriage certificate at Lightspeed, a totally hidden marriage. Shenberry looks at the little red booklet in her hand, in a complete daze. She actually just got married. No dating, no engagement, not even a wedding. But surprisingly, she does not seem to mind it too much. After all, you look so pure and innocent, exactly the kind of pitiful little puppy she likes. Woof. You also turn it over and over, staring intently at this little red book. A faint light flickers in your eyes, and your heart is wrapped in an indescribable warmth. A warm feeling. Does this mean you finally have a family? After looking at it who knows how many times, you take the marriage certificate and carefully tuck it into your coat pocket, cherishing it like an absolute treasure. Shenberry catches your earnest look from the corner of her eye, and a sweet smile subconsciously tugs at the corners of her lips, though she does not even realize it herself. Shenberry drives you toward the Shen family estate. Along the way, both of you remain perfectly silent. You keep your head turned, silently watching the blurry scenery speeding by outside the window. The atmosphere is slightly awkward, and also a bit cold. Physically cold, that is. You are freezing so much that your lips are starting to turn pale. Shenberry is so focused on driving that she genuinely does not notice. Her new little husband is about to turn into a frozen penguin. Someone get this boy a heater. Just as you arrive at the Shen residence, you see someone standing at the villa's gate. It is a male celebrity who looks somewhat familiar, though you can't quite put a name to the face. The man is dressed in a sharp black suit, wearing a faint smile on his handsome face. His gaze zeroes right in on Shenberry. He is also holding a massive bouquet of vibrant red roses. Thinking about all of Shenberry's rumored boyfriends, you figure he must be one of them. Shenberry parks the car and turns her head to say softly to you, Lin Breadfruit, wait here in the passenger seat for a moment. Let me go see what he wants. All right. You give a slight nod. Shenberry steps out into the rain. Yuli is an artist under her management. The entertainment company she is part of actually belongs to the Shen family, so she is not just an artist but also his boss. Shenberry furrows her brows, staring in absolute confusion at the roses in Yuli's hands. Yuli, what is this? Yuli scratches his head with a goofy smile. Boss, President Zhao sent these to you. Are not we currently negotiating that movie project with the Zhao family? He came to the company insisting on giving you these flowers. He said, if you do not accept them, the deal is off. I told him you were not there, but he shoved them into my hands anyway and told me to pass them on to you. Shenberry frowns deeper, her tone a bit irritated. This President Zhao is seriously annoying. Throw these stupid flowers away later. Next time, just refuse to take them. It is not like we are begging him for this project. Yuli grins cheekily. Righty, with your word on it, boss. I will definitely reject them next time. I find that guy super annoying too. So you ran all the way over here just to hand me these dumb flowers? Shenberry squints at him. As if Yuli replies, am I really that crazy? There is an emergency meeting at the company. I am here to drag you to the meeting. Could not you just call me? Why drive all the way here? I tried, but it did not go through. Check your phone if you do not believe me. Yuli says this with absolute unshakable confidence. Shenberry pulls out her phone and checks it. Yep, several missed calls. She put it on silent last night and totally forgot to turn the ringer back on this morning. My bad. It was on silent. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, looking a little embarrassed. Yuli casually shrugs. No worries, I was free anyway. Shall we go now, boss? Wait a sec. She turns around and walks back to the car. Her beautiful face shows a hint of apology. Lin Breadfruit, I have an emergency. I have to leave for a bit. Can you head inside by yourself? Shenberry knows this is a bit rude. Who on earth leaves their new spouse to enter the family home alone on the very first day? But desperate times call for desperate measures. You will understand, right? The light in your eyes dims slightly as you force a gentle smile. Okay, Sister Shen, go ahead, you say softly. You knew she would not really prioritize you. Initially, you thought it would not bother you, but the warmth of the marriage certificate in your pocket travels up your fingertips, making your heart sting. It gave you a tiny sliver of false hope. The angst is real. You sit there in the passenger seat, looking sideways through the rearview mirror, watching Shenberry get into the car with the rose holding Yuli and drive away. Your front bangs have grown a bit long, shadowing the gloom in your eyes. You lean back against the seat, sitting in a daze for a while. Then you quickly compose yourself, forcing your fragile heart to turn cold once more. Meanwhile, inside Yuli's car, he is driving while gossiping non-stop. Boss, who was that boy in your car just now? He is incredibly gorgeous. I snuck a few glances, and my heart totally skipped a beat. Hearing Yuli praise you like that from the back seat, Shenberry's eyes curve up unconsciously. He is my distant cousin. Stop being nosy and just focus on driving. Ah, a cousin. Definitely a cousin. Yuli nods, pretending to agree entirely. If he actually believed that, pigs would fly. Usually when someone drops the distant cousin excuse, there is definitely something fishy going on. Shenberry shoots a razor-sharp glare at Yuli through the rearview mirror. And what did you mean by your heart totally skipped a beat? Yuli laughs awkwardly. I was just joking around, just expressing my sheer awe at his good looks. I would never dare steal anything from you, boss. Even if I had 10 times the guts, I would not, you better not. But seriously, boss, have you ever considered letting your cousin debut in the entertainment industry, setting everything else aside? With a face like that, he is guaranteed to be a massive hit. Yuli seriously pitches the idea, intentionally emphasizing the word cousin. Shenberry lowers her gaze, silently, mulling over Yuli's suggestion. It is a tempting thought, sure. But the moment she imagines a horde of fangirls obsessing over you, an inexplicable wave of discomfort hits her. She does not want her pitiful little puppy out there for the world to see. Is not it much better to keep him tucked away at home, belonging to her and her alone? A bit possessive, are we? Shenberry suddenly feels an irritating spike of annoyance. Yuli peeks at his boss through the rearview mirror, seeing her expression change faster than a Sichuan face-changing opera, and radiating pure irritation. He makes the brilliant executive decision to shut his mouth. You absolutely do not mess with the boss when she is in this mood. Otherwise, his bonus will definitely get slashed again. You press the doorbell. A crisp, pleasant chime rings out. You look up slightly, taking another deep breath, trying to calm your wildly racing heart. You have absolutely no idea what you're about to face. Big brother, a milky, sweet little girl's voice
Reaches your ears.
while you're still standing there frozen in shock. A little girl in a pink cotton coat runs up and hugs your legs tightly, tilting her tiny head up. She calls you brother in the most adorable voice. This cute little munchkin almost instantly melts your icy heart. Big brother, you smell so good. Shen. Jingdi buries her face into your coat, sniffling and taking in your scent. Facing such an adorable toddler, the anxiety on your face vanishes without a trace. Little On, what is your name? Big brother, I'm Shen Jingdi. Shen Jingdi wraps her tiny hands around you and says in her soft, milky voice, I'm Jingdi.
So cute.
How old is Jingdi? Your eyes curve into warm crescents as you smile. Jingdi is 5 years old. I am already a grown-up. Her chubby pink cheeks puff up with immense pride. Wow. So impressive, you gently ruffle the two little buns on Jingdi's head. Standing off to the side, Shen Su watches this heartwarming scene. Smiling knowingly, Jingdi likes you, and you like Jingdi? He honestly could not be happier about this. Big brother, let me introduce you. This is Grandpa, Shen. Jingdi grabs your hand and pulls you up, formally introducing you like a proper little host. You're slightly taken aback. Grandpa, does not Uncle Shen only have own daughter, Sister Shen? If she calls Uncle Shen Grandpa, does not that mean she is Sister Shen's daughter? You quickly reel in your racing thoughts, putting on a polite smile and gently greeting him. Hello, Uncle Shen. The more Shen Su looks at you, the more satisfied he is. You are so well behaved and stunning to look at. You are leagues better than those annoying flies of men buzzing around Barry all day long. Shen Su chuckles. Xiaoran, come inside first. Do not just stand out in the cold. Little Jingdi waddles happily, leading you into the living room. The Shen family's interior design is minimalist yet elegant. The warm-toned wallpaper and wooden floors make it feel incredibly cozy. You can't help but feel a twinge of envy in your eyes. Shen Jingdi sees you staring blankly at the family portrait on the wall. She tugs at the sleeve of your coat and says in her sweet voice, Big brother, later, let us take a picture with Big brother in it. Okay. Jingdi's innocent words make your heart swell with warmth. You gently scoop her up into your arms. Thank you, baby Jingdi. Shen Su smiles, pointing toward the sofa. Have a seat first. Xiaoran. Let us sit down and chat. You wait until Uncle Shen has completely settled down before taking a seat on the opposite sofa with Jingdi still in your arms. Watching this, Shen Su's internal score for you shoots up even higher. Kids this polite and well-mannered are truly rare nowadays. Where's that girl Barry? Why is not she here? Shen Su finally realizes that his daughter did not actually come inside with you. Remembering that bouquet of red roses, your eyes dim slightly. Uncle. Sister Shen seemed to have an emergency. Shen Su's face darkens with displeasure. This ridiculous girl. Even with an emergency, she can't just leave you to walk in by yourself. I'm calling her right now. It is really fine, uncle. I do not mind. Shen Su still pulls out his phone and dials her number. It rings forever, but no Owen picks up. He is forced to give up. Putting the phone down, Shen Su finally notices your overly thick outfit. He asks, perplexed, Xiaoran, it is only September. Why are you bundled up like that? Uncle, My body has been rather weak since I was a child. You pause mid-sentence, suddenly hesitating, terrified that they might find you too burdensome to take care of. So you frantically add, but uncle, I'm really not that hard to take care of. I know how to look after myself. Looking at your panicked expression as you try to explain, and recalling how terribly the Lin family treated you, a father who abuses you and a mother who abandoned you, a wave of sorrow hits him. Barry has no mother, but you essentially have neither parent. You are such a pitiful child, too. What is all this nonsense about being a burden? We are family now. Shen Su smiles comfortingly. Big brother, if you ever get sick, Jingdi can take care of you. Little Jingdi hugs your arm, speaking in her sweet baby voice. Her warm words are the absolute sweetest. Okay, when big brother gets sick, I will be relying on my little Jingdi to look after me. You gently pinch her chubby cheek. It is so soft and incredibly squishy. Shen Su stands up and takes Jingdi into his arms, smiling with pure adoration. Jingdi, sweetie, go upstairs to your room and draw for a bit. Okay, Grandpa needs to talk to big brother about something. Okay, Jingdi replies obediently. Shen Su gently sets her back down. She immediately runs back over to give you a reluctant, tight hug. Big brother, you have to come play with Jingdi later, promise. Your eyes crinkle with a soft smile as you whisper. As soon as big brother is done talking to Grandpa, I will come straight to play with you. Jingdi nods enthusiastically, completely thrilled. Then she waddles her way upstairs. Shen Su clears his throat and looks at you with a smile. Xiaoran, you're probably wondering about Jingdi's identity, are not you? You blink your pretty eyes. Actually, Barry adopted Jingdi from an orphanage. A flash of utter shock crosses your eyes. You never expected Sister Shen, at such a young age, and still unmarried, to have adopted a child. You ask a bit hesitantly, Uncle Shen, does Jingdi know about this herself? Yes, she knows. Barry adopted her when she was 3. Jingdi was already old enough to understand by then. He slightly bows his head, not saying anymore. To be honest, Barry originally planned to stay single for the rest of her life. That is why she adopted Jingdi in the first place. You lower your eyes, quietly putting the pieces together. So was Sister Shen also forced into this marriage? Xiaoran, I'm not sure if you have heard the rumors floating around about Barry. And of course, I do not mean the scandalous gossip. I mean the rumors about her mental health issues. You frown. Mental health issues, you had not heard a single thing about that, Uncle Shen. I have not heard anything. What exactly happened? Seeing your thoroughly confused expression, Shen Su continues. I do not know if you noticed earlier, but in that family portrait hanging on the wall, Barry's mother is not in it. Shen Su then proceeds to tell you the entire story of Shen Barry's childhood trauma. Ever since that incident, due to immense guilt and self-blame, Barry developed a severe psychological illness. After years of treatment, it has gotten better. Normally, she can live a perfectly normal life. But whenever she has an episode, she still suffers terribly. It is exactly because of this that she never wanted to date or get married. After listening to everything, you lower your eyes in complete silence to think that the seemingly flawless Sister Shen was carrying such a dark, heavy past all along. So even though you're younger than Barry, Xiaoran, I still hope you can be a little more tolerant and patient with her. Shen Su's tone is devastatingly sincere. Can you do that for me? I will. You give a firm, earnest nod. Good boy. Then Uncle can finally put his mind at ease. He stands up and pats your shoulder warmly. I know you're getting the short end of the stick here. No wedding, no public announcement, and I'm even asking you to accommodate Barry, but once your relationship is stable, Uncle promises to throw you a proper wedding to make up for it. You just smile softly. It is really nothing, Uncle Shen. I am already more than content. Shen Su is growing fonder of you by the second. A child who is mature, gentle, and utterly ungreedy. You are definitely the perfect match for Barry. Right, Xiaoran. Go on upstairs and keep Jingdi company. It is obvious that little rascal absolutely adores you. First room on the right after you go up.
Got it.
I will head up then. You turn around and make your way to Jingdi's room upstairs. The door is wide open. She must have been waiting for you. Hearing your approaching footsteps, little Jingdi immediately drops her drawing and pounces, latching onto you. Big brother, draw with me. Pretty please. You reach out your pale finger and gently tap her little nose, speaking softly. Right. Big brother, Grandpa said, you are going to be my papa from now on. Is it true? Jingdi looks undeniably ecstatic. You are honestly not sure how to answer that. Even though you're legally married, without Shen Barry's actual consent, you obviously can't really call yourself her father just yet. Jingdi can just keep calling me Big Brother for now. Then is Big Brother going to live here with us? Yes, Big Brother will stay and play with Jingdi. Jingdi is over the moon, planting a massive sloppy kiss right on your cheek. And just like that, you sit with Jingdi and draw in her room for the entire day. As dusk approaches, the colors of the sky outside slowly begin to shift. Chilly wind carrying fine droplets of rain drifts in through the window, The cold makes you shiver violently. You get up to close the window, perhaps because spending time with Jingdi kept you in high spirits. You surprisingly had not felt a single headache all day. But the moment the rain hits, the throbbing pain in your head returns. You latch the window shut, pick Jingdi up, and say softly, "Jingdi, could you show brother to his room so he can sleep?" "Big brother, put me down. Jingdi will lead the way to your sleeping room." "Thank you, sweet Jingdi." Jingdi holds your hand and brings you right to a bedroom door. But then those mischievous, big, round eyes dart left and right as she hatches a plan. "Big brother and mama should sleep in the same room. That way, big brother will become my papa even faster. Kid is playing 4D chess." With that thought, she pulls you a few steps further down the hall, right over to the next door, Shenberry's room. Jingdi drags you all the way to the side of the bed. "Big brother, go to sleep now," she demands in her cute, bossy voice.
Right.
"Be a good girl, Jingdi, and do not run around." Jingdi won't run around. Such a good girl. You give her little Chico one last squeeze. Jingdi leaves the room, thoughtfully clicking the door shut behind her. Your head is pounding mercilessly now. Without even taking your coat off, you collapse onto the bed and instantly pass out. At 9 p.m., Shenberry arrives home absolutely reeking of alcohol. Wet tear tracks still stain her beautiful face. She missed her mother, so she went to a bar and drank all evening before rushing upstairs. Her room is entirely swallowed by heavy, suffocating darkness. She does not even bother turning on the lights. She just curls up on the carpet, violently sobbing. "Mom, I am so sorry. I am truly sorry, Mom. Barry misses you so much." Her head hurts beyond endurance. She relentlessly uses her delicate wrists to viciously pound against her own temples. Thump, but it offers absolutely no relief. Then she starts digging her fingernails deeply into her own wrists, tearing at the skin. Crimson liquid flows down her slender fingers and pools in her palms. The commotion wakes you up from the bed. Groggily opening your eyes, you find Shenberry curled up in the corner, sobbing and actively hurting herself. Things just escalated quickly. Fighting past your own splitting headache and the sharp pain in your back, you force yourself to reach out and grab her delicate wrists, physically stopping her from causing more damage. Because your throat is completely raw, your voice comes out incredibly hoarse. "Sister Shen, do not do this." Startled by the sudden voice, Shenberry squints toward the bed through the scattered moonlight. She realizes it is you lying in her bed. It is as if she suddenly found an outlet for her raging emotions. She climbs onto the bed and fiercely pins you down beneath her. Her delicate body presses tightly against yours. A terrifying, sickly madness flashes wildly in her eyes. She roughly tears away your heavy coat and scarf, and brutally bites down hard on your pale neck. Okay, vampire mode activated. She seems completely devoid of any reason, biting down with absolute merciless force.
Very quickly.
The metallic taste of blood fills her mouth. Strangely, the sensation seems to comfort her, and stimulated by it, she bites down even harder. Sick and inherently weak, you have no strength to fight back. Your injured back flares with agonizing pain under her weight, and your neck is screaming in agony. But Shenberry's little canine teeth have completely pierced right through your fragile skin. You desperately try to resist, but both your arms are pinned down by hers. Her fingernails are actually digging right into your palms. Blood is flowing freely now. "Sister Shen, calm down." Pierced by the pain, your hoarse voice trembles violently. Perhaps because of your voice, Shenberry finally loosens her bite. She silently burrows into your embrace and begins to sob pitifully all over again. Hot tears trail down your bleeding neck, mixing with the metallic-smelling blood, pooling at your collarbone and slowly turning freezing cold. Her small frame shakes violently with every broken sob that escapes her lips. "Mom, Barry misses you so much." Your heart aches intensely for her. You know perfectly well this is her illness acting up. Panting heavily, you wrap both arms tightly around her and gently pat her back. You softly and tenderly soothe her. "Sister Shen, it is all right now. It is all in the past. Everything is going to be okay." You comfort her for what feels like an eternity. Finally, her erratic emotions begin to gradually stabilize. She lies completely still, nestled quietly in your arms. The subtle, clean fragrance of your body wafts right to her nose. Her pale face is flushed a deep, smoky red from the alcohol. Her soft body is pressed flush against yours. The intoxicating atmosphere makes her utterly spellbound. Her head is entirely dizzy and clouded, as she suddenly leans in and crashes her lips against yours. It is an aggressively dominant kiss. The heavy scent of blood mixed with strong liquor invades your mouth in an instant. Your eyes fly wide open in sheer panic, completely caught off guard. Completely ignoring your shock, she deepens the kiss ruthlessly. She wildly ravages your senses. Only one coherent thought remains in her alcohol-addled brain. You taste incredibly sweet. She wishes she could swallow you whole. "Sister Shen, you are literally being kissed to the point of suffocation." You used every ounce of your strength just to barely push Shenberry away. Pushed back, Shenberry swept a bone-chilling glare over you. Her words were like ice.
Lin breadfruit. You lying in my bed in the middle of the night.
Is not this exactly what you wanted? I give it to you, and you still have the nerve to hide. You are nothing but something I bought. If I want to kiss you, I kiss you. If I want to sleep with you, I sleep with you.
Wow. Red flag alert.
She completely disregarded the fact that you had just spent so much time gently and patiently comforting her. Every single word pierced your heart, sharp as needles. Your heart ached agonizingly under the barrage of Shenberry's cruel words. It felt as if a knife was aggressively twisting inside your chest, shredding it into a million pieces. Is this really how she sees you? Seeing you remain silent, Shenberry assumed her words had hit the mark. She pulled a mocking smirk. Let us set 3 rules right now. Owen, without my explicit permission. You are not allowed to enter my room. 2. Our marriage must not be announced to the public. 3. We will not interfere in each other's private lives. In public, we will refer to each other as siblings. She looked down at your disheveled state on the bed. Your collarbone half exposed, looking incredibly alluring. Can you handle that? A long silence filled the room. Only the faint, barely audible sound of the two of you breathing could be heard.
You closed your eyes.
A self-deprecating smile forming as you gave a faint Dragging your exhausted body and pounding head, you headed for the door. Shenberry, remember to take your medicine. Those were the last words you said before gently closing the door behind you. You did not actually blame Shenberry. You knew it was just her illness speaking. Besides, you had promised Uncle Shen that you would be accommodating and patient with her. Yet, despite knowing all that, an unstoppable sourness still flooded your heart. You tried your absolute best to adjust your emotions. Your years of suffering in the Lin family had made you exceptionally good at Owen thing, knowing your place. You wandered around the hallway for a bit. You genuinely had no idea which room was supposed to be yours. So you had no choice but to go find Jingdi. Jingdi, sweetie, could you show me to Big Brother's room? Fighting back your splitting headache, you forced a gentle smile. Big Brother, what is wrong? You look really sick, and there is blood. Jingdi, who had been busy drawing, saw your state and looked like she was about to cry. You gently patted her little head and wiped away a stray tear. It is okay, Jingdi. Big Brother just really wants to sleep right now. Can you take me there first? Jingdi led you to your room. It turned out to be the Owen right next to Shenberry's. You did not even have the energy to clean up the blood on your neck and lips. Your head was hurting far too intensely. You crawled under the covers and instantly passed out. Jingdi turned right around and ran straight back into Shenberry's room. Hugging Shenberry, she started bawling her eyes out. Does Mama not like Big Brother? I brought Big Brother to Mama's room. I thought Mama would really like Big Brother. Shenberry held Jingdi tightly, wiping the tears from her little face.
Jingdi,
did you just say you were the Owen who brought Lin breadfruit to my room? Big Brother had a headache and said he wanted to sleep. So I brought him to Mama's room. Shenberry's eyes widened and she instantly fell dead silent. She had completely misunderstood you. So, what exactly had she just done? She bit you, forced herself on you, and then threw a bunch of deeply humiliating, insulting words in your face. Not to mention those ridiculous bullying 3 rules. What did she treat you as? A toy to be trampled on whenever she pleased? Even if you were just the pitiful little puppy she bought, she had no right to abuse you like that. And yet, after being bullied so terribly, you still gently reminded her to take her medicine. Her chest felt incredibly tight and sour with regret. She rushed straight to the room next door. By now, the cold moonlight was spilling in through the window, allowing Shenberry to clearly see your current state. Your brows were tightly furrowed, and your expression showed sheer agony. She sat on the edge of the bed and pressed her palm against your forehead. You were burning up terrifyingly hot. Lin breadfruit, Lin breadfruit. She gently shook your shoulder, trying to wake you up, but you had passed out completely, sinking deep into unconsciousness, and gave no response whatsoever. Only then did she suddenly remember. This morning, when you asked her to close the convertible roof, she completely forgot, and then she just ditched you at the door and left. Shenberry felt as if her heart had been soaked in pure lemon juice. The guilt was incredibly sour. Even if you were just the pitiful little puppy she bought, she should not have hurt you this way. She gently traced your soft lips with her fingertip, carefully wiping away the dried blood. I'm sorry. She frantically pulled out her phone and called the Shen family's private doctor, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's mentor was actually Shenberry's psychiatrist, so Jiang Nan and Shenberry had known each other for a long time. They were very close best friends. Barry, you called me over in such a panic. Did you have another episode? Jiang Nan, dressed in her crisp white doctor's coat, walked in carrying her medical bag. Nan, I'm fine. Shenberry urgently pointed toward you on the bed. When Jiang Nan saw that it was actually a boy in the bed, a flash of sheer shock crossed her eyes. She had absolutely never seen Barry bring any mail back home before. Nan, he seems to be running a terrible fever. His forehead is burning up. While saying this, she once again placed her hand anxiously on your forehead to check your temperature. Seeing the genuine deep worry on Shenberry's face, Jiang Nan tossed aside her intense curiosity about who you were, pulled out a thermometer, and took your temperature. After a sharp beep, the digital screen flashed 39.1 degrees Celsius. Jiang Nan's eyebrow twitched. This is an insanely high fever. Shenberry was thoroughly startled by the terrifying number. The worry on her beautiful face grew even more intense. Jiang Nan rummaged through her medical bag to find fever reducers and looked at Shenberry. Berry, go pour a glass of warm water and find an ice pack. Okay, Shenberry nodded briskly, hurrying off to get them immediately. Little Jingdi was also leaning against the edge of the bed, staring at you with extreme worry. Her big eyes red from crying. The warm water and ice pack arrived quickly. Shenberry poured the pills into her palm, pressed them gently to your lips, and helped you swallow them down with the warm water. Then, she carefully placed the ice pack on your burning forehead. Watching all this, Jiang Nan grew increasingly shocked. Who on earth was this boy? Barry was caring for him so attentively. She started observing you more closely, realizing you were undeniably beautiful. Even while fast asleep, you radiated this incredibly clean, gentle aura. Honestly, quite a perfect match for Barry. Mama, is Big Brother feeling really sick? Little Jingdi, eyes still red, looked up and asked Shenberry. Shenberry was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to answer. Her fingers nervously rubbed the edge of her clothes as she lowered her head in silence. Jingdi then tugged on Jiang Nan's sleeve. Auntie Nan, Big Brother said he has been getting sick all the time since he was a baby. Can you please check on him and make him better? Jiang Nan warmly ruffled little Jingdi's hair. Right, Jingdi? Sweetie, Auntie will take a proper look at Big Brother right now. Jiang Nan sat on the edge of the bed, placed her fingers lightly on your pale wrist, and began to take your pulse. The longer she felt the pulse, the deeper Jiang Nan's frown became. His pulse is incredibly weak. It is sluggish and thread-like and completely hollow. His constitution is disastrously frail. No wonder he was bundled up so thickly when it is only September. She frowned heavily and looked at Shenberry. Barry, this boy was clearly born with a fundamentally weak constitution. He probably gets sick constantly. This kind of condition requires long-term slow nursing with traditional Chinese medicine. I do not know what his family was thinking, letting a boy this age have a body this completely fragile. Listening to Jiang Nan's grim assessment, Shenberry immediately remembered what her father had told her about the absolute hell you lived through in the Lin family. Barry, take his coat off for him. Let him sweat it out under the covers, so the fever breaks faster. Jiang Nan's instruction left Shenberry slightly flustered. Taking it off felt awkward, but not taking it off was bad for you. But she obviously could not let Jiang Nan do it for you. She thought about it for a second. She had already forced a kiss on you. Taking off a coat was nothing compared to that. Your light blue woolen coat was made of incredibly soft fabric, feeling very pleasant to the touch. She half lifted you up, letting you lean against her embrace. Perhaps because of the severe illness, your body felt entirely limp and soft. Held in her arms, you felt exactly like a giant, warm, human pillow. Such close physical contact involuntarily forced her to recall how it felt when she kissed you just a little while ago. You smelled so fragrant and felt so soft. She gently slid the woolen coat off of you, and then reluctantly lowered you back under the covers. Watching Shenberry's absurdly gentle movements, Jiang Nan felt waves of absolute astonishment. Was Barry actually falling for this guy? She became even more intensely curious about who you were, just as she wanted to pry further. Her phone rang loudly. It was an emergency at the city hospital. Jiang Nan quickly packed up her medical bag, while telling Shenberry, Barry, there is a critical emergency at the hospital, so I have to head over immediately. Now that he has taken the medicine, he should be fine. I will prepare some Chinese medicine prescriptions when I get back. Make sure he takes them.
Got it.
Nan, thank you so much for coming over tonight. I will walk you out. Jiang Nan smiled. We are way past saying thank you to each other. No need to walk me out. Stay here and look after him. Bye-bye, baby. Jingdi, Auntie is leaving now. I will come play with you next time. Jingdi nodded sensibly. Jiang Nan gave Jingdi's chubby cheek a quick pinch before rushing out the door in a hurry. Shenberry checked her phone. It was already approaching 10 p.m. She scooped up little Jingdi with ultimate gentleness.
Jingdi, it is getting very late.
It is time for bed. Jingdi immediately pouted her little lips in protest. Mama, I want to stay with Big Brother. Jingdi has to be a good girl. Mama will stay here and look after Big Brother, okay? She said, her voice dripping with warmth. Jingdi was the only person in the world who ever saw this tender side of her. Jingdi gave you own last, incredibly reluctant look on the bed, and finally muttered pitifully, okay. Shenberry carried Jingdi out, carefully helped her wash up, and coaxed her until she finally fell asleep. Then she immediately turned around and hurried back to your room, staring blankly down at you. The moonlight cascaded quietly through the window, softly illuminating the peaceful, sleeping face of the beautiful boy. You really were so remarkably pure, so pure that it almost made her want to corrupt you entirely. Her fingertips gently traced the corner of your eye. Your skin was fine and impossibly soft. Because of the brutal fever, it was flushed a faint, delicate red. It was breathtakingly beautiful.
Lin Breadfruit. I am a very sick person.
And I am also a bad person. If you get too close to me, you're only going to get hurt. Classic angsty self-deprecation. Shenberry faithfully changed your ice pack every half hour, constantly checked your temperature, and carefully wiped away your sweat. Just like that. She stayed diligently by your side until midnight, only when she saw the thermometer finally drop to a safe 37.3 degrees Celsius. Did she finally allow herself to close her eyes and sleep? The next morning at 10 a.m., the veil of night had completely lifted. The brilliant sunlight poured generously in. The warm tangerine light danced through the curtains, landing softly directly onto your eyelids. Your vision was instantly flooded with a gentle, glowing halo. You instinctively raised a hand to block the glaring light and slowly fluttered your eyes open. You felt exactly like someone who had just barely survived a massive illness. Your entire body was completely sore, completely drained of strength, and the world was still spinning dizzily. You forcefully pushed past the exhaustion to half sit up and placed the back of your hand against your own forehead. It still felt a little warm, probably hovering around 37.3 degrees Celsius. Not too terrible. But then you felt a sudden chill, and looking down, realized you were only wearing a thin cotton undershirt. Your heavy coat and sweater were folded neatly by the side of the bed. You tried incredibly hard to piece together what happened last night. Unfortunately, your memory completely blacked out right after Jingdi led you to this room. Well, whatever happened today was a brand new day. Life had to go on. You tilted your head with a helpless sigh, muttering to yourself. Big brother, a tiny energetic ball of pink fluff, also known as Jingdi, suddenly darted in from the doorway, launching herself directly into your arms. Hey, Jingdi! Seeing Jingdi instantly brought a huge smile to your face. Big brother, are you feeling all better? Jingdi's tiny hands reached up to touch your forehead, asking in her sweetest, warmest voice, much better. Jingdi does not need to worry anymore. That is so good. Mama's medicine is super magic. Jingdi enthusiastically wiggled deeper into your embrace. Catching the word mama, you gently pinched Jingdi's cheeks and asked softly, Jingdi, was it Mama who stayed and took care of me last night? Yeah, and Auntie Nan Nan too. You had absolutely no idea who this Auntie Nan Nan was, but knowing that Shenberry had actually stayed made the immense, bitter grievance in your heart dissipate significantly. Big brother, your blankets are so warm, and they smell so good, Jingdi. Completely thrilled, started rolling around playfully in your bed. You gave a bitter little laugh. Of course they are warm, you thought. With a fever that high, I was practically a human radiator. You played happily with Jingdi for a while. Beep, beep. Your phone, resting on the bedside table, suddenly started vibrating like crazy. Holding your aching back, you barely managed to stretch over and unlock it, only to discover the absolute chaos unfolding in the Jing University Art Department Class 1 group chat. Your future classmates were already furiously spamming the chat. They were sending a ton of pictures of the Jing University campus. That is when it finally hit you. Today was freshman registration day for Jing University. Jing University was only about 2 kilometers away from here. You could just walk there in a bit. Jingdi hung onto you like a little koala, staring at your phone screen with wide-eyed curiosity. She could not read the text yet, so she just focused on the pictures. Big brother, where is this place? Jingdi pointed her tiny finger at a photo of the Jing University library. This is the library at Jingdu University. Jing University is not very far from here at all. Has Jingdi ever been there? Big brother is going to start going to school there very soon. Shenberry also attended Jing University, so you figured maybe she had brought Jingdi there before? Jingdi tilted her head, thinking hard. I think I have been there, but I never went inside that building. Wow, that lake is super pretty. And the fountain too. I really want to go play there. Can Big Brother take me? Little Jingdi pointed excitedly at another picture in the chat, looking at you pleadingly. If Jingdi wants to go out and play, you have to ask Mama for permission first. If a stranger ever tries to take Jingdi out to play, you absolutely must not go with them. Understand? You held Jingdi's little face in your hands, gently booping her nose with yours. Jingdi knows. Mama told Jingdi that too. But Big Brother is not a stranger. Even so, you still need Mama's permission. Okay. Jingdi pouted, looking a tiny bit disappointed, her lips pressed tightly together. Next time, when Mama says it is okay, Big Brother will definitely take Jingdi to play at Jing University. Sound good? You spoke to her in your gentlest tone.
Okay.
Jingdi nodded enthusiastically, completely appeased. You put your clothes on and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Looking in the mirror, you noticed a glaring bright red mark right on your pale neck. It was the spot Shenberry had viciously bitten last night. Thankfully, you always wore a scarf anyway, so it would cover it up perfectly. Given how late it was, there was really no point in eating breakfast. You would just grab lunch at Jing University later. You scooped Jingdi back up into your arms. Jingdi, big brother has to go to school now. You be a very good girl at home. Okay?
Jingdi,
The absolute sweetheart reached out her chubby little hand to softly touch the beauty mark near your eye. Okay, Jingdi will be super good. Then big brother will come back tonight and play with Jingdi. How does that sound? Okay, come back tonight to play with Jingdi. Since it was so close by anyway, you debated whether or not to go say goodbye to Shenberry before leaving. So you asked Jingdi, Jingdi, is Mama home right now? Yeah. Mama is being a sleepyhead today. She is still sleeping. You guessed that Shenberry probably still had not fully recovered from her hangover. Since that was the case, it was better not to disturb her. You poured another glass of warm water, crouched down, and said to Jingdi with utmost gentleness,
Jingdi,
in a little bit, can you bring this glass of warm water and put it on Mama's bedside table for her? Can you do that for me? Okay, be very careful not to spill and burn yourself. Alright, I won't. Jingdi is very good. You grabbed your suitcase and were ready to set off. Not too long after you left, Shenberry groggily woke up from her deep sleep. Her head was throbbing, and her mouth felt like an absolute desert. The classic morning after punishment of a brutal hangover right at that moment. Little Jingdi walked in, carefully carrying that exact glass of warm water, watching her incredibly thoughtful daughter. A profound surge of warmth melted Shenberry's soft heart. Jingdi dutifully handed the water straight to Shenberry, then leaned over the edge of the bed, her big eyes darting around mischievously. Mama, big brother asked me to bring this to you. Little Jingdi was constantly seizing every possible opportunity to praise you in front of her mom. That way, big brother could become her papa much faster. Shenberry paused mid-sip. The white steam from the warm water gently spiraled upward. She lowered her eyes in total silence, completely lost in thought. Then she drank the entire glass in one single gulp. She put the empty glass down and pulled Jingdi tightly into her arms. Jingdi, why did not big brother bring it over himself? The second she asked that, she suddenly remembered her own ridiculous 3 rules. She was the one who literally banned him from entering her room. Jingdi, of course, knew absolutely nothing about those 3 rules. She genuinely just believed you were in a huge rush to get to school and did not have time to deliver it yourself. Big brother was in a super big hurry to go to school, so he asked Jingdi to bring it. Shenberry blinked. School. Big brother said he is going to school at Jingdu University. Jingdi wanted to go play with him, but big brother said Mama had to say yes first. Shenberry thought about it for a moment. It seemed like today really was registration day for Jing University freshmen. To prevent massive overcrowding, upperclassmen had staggered start dates. Her actual registration was not until tomorrow, but it would not hurt to go a day early. Jingdi pouted her little lips and completely turned on the charm. Mama! Next time, can big brother take me to play at Jingdu University? Shenberry tilted her head, considering it. How about they just go to the campus today? It would be a perfect excuse to take Jingdi for a stroll around Jing University. And it was absolutely not because she wanted to go look for you. Sure, Jan. She playfully pinched Jingdi's soft pink cheek.
Jingdi,
How about Mama takes you to play at Jing University today? Yay! I'm going to find big brother to play with. Jingdi was over the moon with excitement. She told herself that Jingdi was the one who wanted to find you, not her. She was merely fulfilling her duty by bringing Jingdi there. Jingdu University Freshman Registration Day. Freshmen carrying all sorts of luggage were bustling and weaving through the massive crowds. You dragged your suitcase behind you. As you walked down the tree-lined pathways of Jing University, you had just spent what felt like an eternity squeezing through the chaotic main gate, just to barely make it inside. The effort had completely wrecked your already fragile lower back. It was early autumn, and fallen leaves already carpeted the narrow pathways. Your outrageously beautiful face, paired with an outfit fit for a blizzard, naturally attracted a massive amount of attention, particularly from the single upperclassmen girls, who were eyeing you like hungry wolves. On your walk over, you had already politely rejected almost 10 separate senior girls aggressively offering to carry your luggage. These girls all shared own terrifyingly common trait. Their eyes practically glowed green with predatory hunger, looking exactly like they wanted to devour you whole. You decided it was much safer to just carry your own luggage. The outside world was simply far too dangerous. You checked your phone and confirmed your dorm room was 404. You immediately rushed straight toward the dorms without a second's delay, pushing open the door to your room. You found all your new roommates deeply engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings. You gave a little wave and softly said hello. Hearing your voice, all 3 of them dropped their phones simultaneously and stared at you.
Holy shit.
Three voices spat out the exact same profanity in perfect unison. All three of your roommates immediately started praising your ridiculous good looks, leaving you thoroughly amused. Hey guys.
I am Lin Breadfruit.
Owen, of the more handsome guys in the group, coolly flipped his bangs out of his eyes, exuding absolute unshakable confidence as he declared, I am Lule.
Just call me Old Lou.
The other two roommates also introduced themselves, a tanned, chubby guy named New Fang, and a guy wearing glasses named Levi. Luli finally noticed your intensely thick outfit. Looking completely baffled, he said, I gotta say, Comrade Breadfruit, it is not like we are in the dead of winter here in the capital. You are dressing way too lightly. Make sure you do not catch a cold sarcasm level 100. It seemed that you were permanently destined to be roasted for your outfit choices in this life. You gave a deeply helpless sigh and explained, my constitution is just very weak. I get sick incredibly easily, which is why I have to bundle up. Lule nodded in understanding. Since everyone's body is different, he totally got it. After finally finishing unpacking, you sat down at your small desk, pulled out your laptop and drawing tablet, and immediately resumed working on your serialized manga. You were so deeply focused on drawing that you completely tuned out the world around you. The phone in your coat pocket buzzed. Inside the girls' dormitory, Shenberry was leaning back in her chair, holding her phone. Her pale, slender fingers swiped back and forth. Across the screen, she was frantically refreshing her WeChat friends list. She had just gotten your WeChat ID from her dad and sent a friend request she was anxiously waiting for you to accept. My dearest Ruo baby, it has been half an hour already, and he still has not accepted your request. Lu Ying was lounging on her bed, cuddling little Jingdi, and looking down at Shenberry. Lu Ying was Shenberry's roommate, her part-time manager, and her absolute best friend. Just to see little Jingdi, she had even come back to campus a day early. Ying, do you think he is still mad at me and does not want to talk to me? Shenberry looked incredibly pitiful, gazing up at her best friend with puppy dog eyes. I think that is highly likely, judging by your description of last night's disaster. The fact that he has not asked for a divorce means he is already being too nice to you. Lu Ying delivered the brutal truth with absolute calmness. Best friends never hold back, do they? Shenberry slumped her head in total defeat. She was truly experiencing the phrase, you reap what you sow. No divorce. Hearing the word divorce, little Jingdi immediately threw a fuss. She wiggled around in Lu Ying's arms, protesting no divorce. Sister was just joking, sweetie. Lu Ying hurriedly coaxed the little munchkin. Shenberry went back to staring longingly at her phone screen. Watching her, Lu Ying grew increasingly curious. Just who exactly was this guy? How did he manage to reduce the infamous Ice Queen Shenberry to this state? Ding, the phone chimed with a notification. Shenberry frantically checked it. Seeing the message, I have accepted your friend request. Now we can chat. Finally, Shenberry's beautiful eyes instantly curved into happy crescents. She hurriedly tapped on your profile and began the classic internet stalking routine. What was she looking for? She wanted to see what you liked and what your past life looked like. Profile picture, a night view of the seaside, alias blank. The rest of the information was completely empty. Unwilling to give up, she clicked into your moments. It was as clean as your face. Not a single post. Returning to the chat interface, her fingers flew across the keyboard. Shenberry started typing frantically. She drafted an incredibly sincere apology, writing a full dozen lines, but just as she was about to send it, she felt it was not good enough. Seeing this, Lu Ying could not help but ask, you finally added him, and now you're writing him a whole essay. Lu Ying looked at her with pure disappointment. Shenberry was acting like a total clown. Her best friend was such a rookie at romance. Shenberry kept typing and deleting and typing. Endless revisions. She honestly had no idea what to say. Finally, she just deleted the whole thing. She typed two simple words instead. Are you there? Just as her finger hovered over the send button, Lu Ying's lazy voice floated over from behind her. Overthinkers are destined to be clowns. Move aside. Let the master strategist help you. Lu Ying flashed a confident smirk, snatching the phone right out of her hand. Her fingers began to fly across the screen. Jingdi misses you. I brought her to Jing University. Want to grab lunch together. After sending it, Lu Ying casually tossed the phone onto the desk. With a triumphant, knowing smile, she pointed at the screen and declared, now, this is what you call professional. You can't apologize sincerely over a text. Got it. Shenberry pursed her lips and gave an obedient little nod. Lu Ying sneakily pulled Shenberry aside and whispered, Berry, do you actually like Lin Breadfruit? Shenberry lowered her eyes, looking genuinely lost. She did not know if she liked you or not, or rather, she did not even understand what liking someone meant. I do not know, but he won't like me anyway. I will only end up hurting him. She remained silent for a long time before finally mumbling that devastating sentence. Whenever she felt ill, she always ended up hurting the people closest to her, whether it was her father or Lu Ying. She had deeply wounded them in the past. Because of this, she aggressively rejected all intimate relationships, Over the years, the only people she could truly call close friends were Lu Ying and Jiang Nan. As for a boyfriend, she had never even considered it. She simply did not believe there could be a man who, after discovering her illness and being hurt by her, would still refuse to leave her. But if there truly was a boy like that, she would absolutely exhaust every means possible to trap him by her side for the rest of his life. Yandere Heiress, alarm ringing loudly. What she did not realize at this moment, however, was that you were also sick, equally deeply wounded, and broken people always inherently attract one another. But what she could not possibly imagine was that later on, she would be the one to ruthlessly throw away the boy whose entire world revolved around her. Back in the dorm, you reached into your pocket for your phone to check the time. Upon unlocking it, you noticed a little red notification badge on WeChat. You tapped it and saw a friend request. Shenberry, you blinked and tapped accept. With the cursor blinking in the text box, you hesitated over what your first message should be. However, seeing the typing status at the top of the screen made you decide to wait. You would let the other person speak first. You sat there waiting for 5 solid minutes. You stayed right there on that chat screen, staring at the typing indicator for 5 whole minutes. What on earth was Shenberry typing? A novel. The cold glare of the screen shone into your eyes, making them feel a bit dry.
You turned off the screen and closed your eyes to rest for a moment.
But the second you locked the phone, it buzzed. With a helpless sigh, you unlocked it again to check.
Shenberry, Jingdi.
Mrs. Yu. I brought her to Jing University. Let us have lunch together. Looking at the message, you could not help but wonder why. It took Shenberry 5 entire minutes just to type out those few sentences, but you quickly figured it out. She must have been typing and deleting and typing, debating whether to ask or not. In the end, you just sent a short reply. Did not you say we should not interfere in each other's lives? Oh, dropping her own rules on her. Shenberry heard her phone buzz. She quickly picked it up to look, and Lu Ying leaned in to read it too. When Shenberry saw the message, the light in her eyes instantly died. Just as she expected, you were still angry. Maybe I should just drop it, Shenberry said, her head hanging low, her voice barely a whisper. Lu Ying did not know what to say either. After all, this was Barry's personal issue. She should not interfere too much. However, she still told Barry, you should at least formally apologize to him first. Shenberry remained silent for a long time, before giving a slow nod. You are right, I at least have to apologize. She picked up the phone and sent a message. I want to apologize in person. About last night.
I completely misunderstood you.
You stared at the message. This time, you did not hesitate, and simply replied with an MM. You were after all bought by her. If Shenberry wanted to apologize, you naturally had to play along. Shenberry decided to meet at a restaurant near Jing University. Since she was a major public figure, eating at the campus cafeteria would draw way too much unwanted attention. Shenberry walked out holding Jingdi's hand. Lu Ying, intensely curious to see what you actually looked like, tagged along too. She planned to find a separate table in the distance, just to sneak a few glances. You said goodbye to your roommates, and followed the address Shenberry had sent. Jing University was exceptionally lively today. Both sides of the Ginkgo line pathway were packed with stalls selling all sorts of things. Many upperclassmen had set up a flea market a day early, trying to sell off their old unused items to the incoming freshmen. It was a classic win-win situation. Shenberry's trio arrived first. As she expected, the restaurant was fairly empty, just like always. Carrying Jingdi, she found a quiet corner table by the window and waited for you. Lu Ying, meanwhile, sat a few tables away on the right. Mama, is Big Brother gonna be here soon? Jingdi asked, staring longingly at the entrance. Yeah. Big Brother will be here very soon. Jingdi, do you want to look at the menu first? She gently squeezed Jingdi's soft little hand, leaning in close to whisper softly. But you can't order anything spicy or too greasy. Jingdi was still very young, so her diet needed to be kept light. Let us wait for Big Brother to come and then order, Jingdi said in her adorable, sweet voice. Right, she nodded slightly. Holding Jingdi, she stared blankly at the menu. You looked up at the restaurant's signboard. Weiju Yuan. What a nice sounding name. You pushed the door open and walked in. The restaurant was quite deserted, with only a few scattered tables of students eating together. Mama, Big Brother is here. Jingdi, who had been laser focused on the door, spotted you in your light blue coat the second you walked in. Shenberry also looked up toward the entrance. Even though she had already met you, every time she looked at you, a spark of sheer awe still flickered in her eyes. Your fluffy, light-colored hair, your impossibly pale skin, and your perfectly delicate features. Whether looked at individually or put together, everything about you was incredibly pleasing to the eye. If she had to use ON word to describe you, she would use pure. You gave off the ultimate clean, gentle boy next door vibe. The kind that ironically made people want to bully you. Shenberry thought to herself. Her core was completely rotten anyway. Even when her illness was not acting up, she was far from being a normal person. Hearing Jingdi's voice, Luing also subtly turned her head to peek at the entrance. And in that exact moment, she completely understood why Shenberry treated you so differently. It was just pure, unadulterated attraction to your face. Since there were hardly any people around, you quickly spotted Shenberry and Jingdi and walked over. Shenberry's long hair fell loosely over her shoulders. She was wearing an understated, yet clearly high-quality white jacket. Before you even fully reached the table, Jingdi was already eagerly waddling over to you. You crouched down early, and Jingdi threw herself directly into your arms. Did Jingdi wait a really long time? You asked softly. Nope, just a little bit, Jingdi answered in her milky voice. You smiled, picked her up, and took a seat directly opposite Shenberry. You took off your scarf and placed it on the empty chair beside you. The moment you sat down, Shenberry caught a faint whiff of that unique fragrance. It really smelled incredible, matching your entire gentle aura perfectly. She covertly observed your expression. You looked completely calm, not seeming angry in the slightest. Seeing Shenberry remain silent, you had no choice but to lower your head and focus on playing with Jingdi. The silence was starting to feel painfully awkward. Shenberry finally picked up the menu and slid it over to you. Lin breadfruit. She started softly. Why do not you look at the menu first and see what you would like to eat? My treat, as an apology. You honestly did not have much of an appetite. You were not hungry at all, but you still politely took the menu and let Jingdi look at it. Jingdi did not know many words, so she just flipped through the pages, staring at the pictures, trying to figure out which ones were not spicy. After struggling for a while, she could not tell. Finally, she looked up and said, Big brother, can you please order something not spicy for Jingdi? Of course. You ordered a portion of steamed crispy pork for her. It was a mild and very soft dish, perfectly suited for young kids. After ordering, you pushed the menu back to Shenberry. Confusion flashed in her eyes. Are you not going to order anything? She asked softly. You shook your head. I do not really have an appetite. You still have to eat. Your health is poor, so you can't have irregular meals. She figured that even if you were just her pitiful little bot puppy, she absolutely would not let you starve. She called the waiter over and ordered a few signature dishes. After that, the table fell back into a heavy silence. You turned your head to look out the window. Directly opposite the restaurant was a clothing store. It looked like some high-end international brand. You did not really know much about luxury brands, but you remembered Lin. Buying clothes from this exact brand for Lindsay as a birthday present, so you recognized the logo. Shenberry was also looking out the window, except her gaze kept inevitably drifting to your reflection on the glass, sneaking glances at you like this was actually quite nice. She did not dislike you. You were incredibly good-looking, had a pure aura, a seemingly obedient personality, and most importantly, Jingdi absolutely adored you. It was just that in her subconscious, she still merely saw you as a purchased possession. A beautiful pet canary, a stunning gem that belonged exclusively to her. But regardless, an apology was still necessary. I completely misunderstood you last night. I'm sorry. You were quietly staring at the clothing store across the street when Shenberry's words abruptly snapped you back to reality. You gave a slightly rushed nod and smiled gently. It is fine. I do not mind. Shenberry noticed the bite mark on your neck, set against your pale skin. The glaring red mark looked terribly obvious. She reached out her fingertip to touch it. Your body instinctively tried to flinch away, but you were not fast enough. Her soft fingertip gently brushed against the skin right next to the wound. Does it still hurt? She asked, a wave of genuine heartache finally hitting her. It does not hurt anymore. Your tone remained perfectly flat. Unable to decipher any emotion from your voice, she could only nod silently. The atmosphere plunged right back into silence. Here are your dishes. The waitress, sporting a standard customer service smile, brought all the food to the table. You looked at the spread. Besides the steamed crispy pork you ordered, there were two massive signature dishes, braised pork joint and dongpo pork, along with two large bowls of rice and own small bowl. Although you had absolutely zero appetite, at least the food gave you something to do. You picked up your chopsticks and started feeding the steamed pork to Jingdi. The dish was surprisingly well made, and Jingdi was eating it happily, constantly asking you for more. Shenberry also picked up a piece of the dongpo pork, but the moment she put it in her mouth, she immediately frowned. It was far too salty. She was, after all, a wealthy young miss accustomed to the finest things. Her palate was naturally very picky. She tried a piece of the braised pork joint. Nope, still way too salty. Frustrated, she put her chopsticks down and stopped eating entirely. Seeing Shenberry drop her chopsticks after only 2 bites, you asked, is the food not to your liking? It is a bit salty. It should be fine if you eat it with some rice. She shook her head slightly. I just do not want to eat anymore. You blinked, then moved the dishes closer to your bowl and started eating. It was undeniably a bit too salty, but you honestly could not bear to waste the food. It had been bought with money, after all. Throwing it away would be such a waste. Back at the Lin family, you never ever got to eat things like braised pork joint or dongpo pork. You usually just had plain noodles. If you were lucky enough to get a fried egg on top,
You would be thrilled.
Shenberry just sat there watching you eat. Even the way you ate was captivating. You chewed carefully and delicately, taking small, quiet bites, completely lacking the gross, messy eating habits of most guys. Is it not salty for you? She asked. It is a bit salty. You swallowed the food in your mouth before answering. Then, why are you forcing yourself to eat it? She honestly could not comprehend it. It is really good meat. It would be a waste to throw it away. Hearing your answer, she lowered her eyes, remaining silent for a very long time. She was entirely used to rich young masters who carelessly threw away money and food without a second thought. She had completely forgotten that although you were technically a young master in name, you had actually lived a terribly impoverished life. Watching you eat the food so earnestly, an inexplicable tightness gripped her heart. Stop eating that. She abruptly snatched your rice bowl away. But I do not want to waste it. You stared longingly at your confiscated bowl, your voice sounding unexpectedly pitiful. Be a good boy. Eat Jingdi's dish instead. Jingdi can't finish it all by herself anyway. She blurted out. Hearing that phrase, be a good boy, your heart instantly melted. The last time you had heard those words, you were only 3 years old. It was your mother and your sister who had said them to you. In a blink of an eye, 15 years had passed. Time really flies. For a brief, fleeting second, Shenberry genuinely gave off the comforting illusion of an older sister. It made you desperately want to lean into her embrace and cling to that warmth. You shook your head, telling yourself you were overthinking it. Having zero expectations was the only way to remain completely safe. You obediently started sharing the plate of steamed crispy pork with Jingdi. That dish was not salty at all. You and Jingdi happily enjoyed it together. Seeing you obey so flawlessly, the corners of Shenberry's lips curled up into a beautiful smile. She handed your rice bowl back to you and sat there quietly, entirely entertained by watching the two of you own big, own small, slowly and happily munching away. She felt incredibly content. Owen was adorably cute. The other was stunningly pretty. Both were exceptionally easy on the eyes. She thoroughly enjoyed the view. Her gorgeous eyes curved in delight. That is when she noticed the cuffs of your coat. They were stained with various specks of colorful paint that clearly could not be washed out. The fabric itself looked noticeably worn too. You must have been wearing it for a very long time. She made a mental note to buy you a brand new coat later. After lunch, Jingdi started getting incredibly sleepy. She was just a little kid, after all. Part of the reason was also that your embrace was just too comfortable and smelled too good. She drifted off into a sleepy daze. Shenberry gently took Jingdi from your arms and leaned in close to you. She whispered, Lin breadfruit, tonight. I will take you for a walk around Jing University, show you where everything is. You smiled and nodded, tapping your phone, signaling that she should just message you later on WeChat. After that, Shenberry carried the sleeping Jingdi back to her dorm. When you returned to your own dorm, you heard your roommates intensely discussing the campus beauty. Shenberry, Li Bai in particular, sounded incredibly hyped. Shenberry is my absolute idol. I am totally obsessed with her music. I've listened to every single one of her songs and watched every movie she has ever been in. Niu Fang chimed in agreement. Shenberry's voice is seriously incredible. Do you guys mind if I play one of her songs right now? Go for it. They agreed. Niu Fang pulled out his phone, opened his favorites playlist on the Tomato Music app, found a song, his absolute favorite track by Shenberry, and hit play. The melancholic melody slowly filled the small dorm room. As Shenberry's sorrowful vocals began to play, everyone instantly went quiet, listening in absolute silence. You were completely mesmerized. The lyrics were deeply sorrowful, singing about longing for a lost loved own. You thought to yourself, this must be a song she wrote while missing her mother. That was why the emotion was so devastatingly raw and real. Deeply moved by the profound sincerity in the music, your thoughts involuntarily drifted to your own mother. Zia Ji and your sister, Lin Qian, were they doing well? You vaguely remembered reading a quote somewhere once. When someone abandons you, they firmly believe that their life will be much better without you in it. So your mother and sister must be living wonderfully well, right? They did not need your worry. You gently shook your head, forcing those blurry memories out of your mind. No point dwelling on illusions. It was better to just focus on surviving your current reality. 4 minutes passed quickly. As the song faded out, you were still completely captivated by it. You decided to find some time later to properly listen to all of Shenberry's songs. Lu Li suggested that the four of you play a game together. After all, gaming was the fastest way for guys to bond and break the ice. Li Bai and Nu Fang naturally agreed with enthusiasm, but this really put you in a tough spot since when did you know how to play Honor of Kings? Your holidays were completely consumed by drawing just to earn a living. You had absolutely zero time for video games. However, under the relentless peer pressure of your 3 new roommates, you finally caved and downloaded the game. After all, being too unsociable right off the bat is never a good thing. Everyone quickly logged logged on.
You registered a brand new account?
Thinking hard about what a good username would be, you typed in Ran, but it was already taken. After trying various names for quite a while, you finally settled on typing Little Ran Wants to See the Sea. That own was not taken. Lula created a game lobby and invited the three of you in, seeing there was still one empty slot left in the room. He asked who can invite one more person over. Li Bai scrolled through his friends list, only to find everyone was offline. I do not have anyone available, he said helplessly. It is noon. Everyone's probably taking a nap. Niu Fang chimed in. I do not have anyone either. Should we just pull a random from the world chat? You scrolled through your own friends list and coincidentally saw that a high school classmate was currently online. You tapped the invite button. However, in an absolute stroke of dramatic irony, the exact millisecond you tapped the screen, that classmate logged off, and Shenberry happened to log on right at that exact moment. The list shifted, and your finger landed squarely on the invite button for Shenberry. Shenberry had actually just been asked by a professional player to hop online and play a couple of rounds. She figured she had nothing better to do anyway, so she might as well play. But the very second she logged in, a massive game invite screen popped up from you. Without a single second of hesitation, she immediately tapped accept. Lula saw that the team was finally full, just as he was about to ask who invited the fifth player. He glanced at the fifth player's username, Dai Bao. Wait. Why did that username look so incredibly familiar? Luli clicked into the fifth player's profile. A glaringly obvious national rank Sun Shangjiang badge sat proudly on the screen. Lula gasped in absolute shock, practically screaming, "Holy shit, who the hell invited Shenberry?" Shenberry had previously participated in a massive esports variety show called We Are the Champions, which was all about Honor of Kings, featuring celebrities teaming up with professional gamers to compete. Luli had watched that exact show and had completely memorized her username. Hearing Shenberry's name, you instinctively looked over at the friends list on the right side of the screen. Dai Bao and party invited. Wait, did not you invite your high school classmate? What just happened? A classic fat finger disaster. Should you tell your roommates that you were the one who invited her? Niu Fang and Li Bai were also completely freaking out now, furiously typing in the team chat, frantically asking if she was actually the real Shenberry. Suddenly, Shenberry's voice echoed directly from the phone speaker. Yes, it is really me, Shenberry. Lin Breadfruit, are these your roommates? The moment Shenberry turned on her mic and spoke, the three of them lost their absolute minds. That voice was undeniably familiar. It genuinely was Shenberry. Breadfruit, you better confess right now. How on earth do you have Shenberry added as a friend in the game? Wait a minute. You literally just registered this account. How do you already have game friends? Does that mean you actually have Shenberry added on WeChat? Just as you were completely panicking about how to explain this, Shenberry's voice floated over from the phone again. Breadfruit, turn on your mic. Your head started throbbing. Did not she strictly say that you absolutely could not reveal your relationship to the public?
Oh, right. She did say to refer to each other as siblings in public.
Got it.
You turned on your microphone and softly called out, "Sister." Sure enough, the moment Shenberry heard that incredibly clear, gentle sister, the corners of her lips unconsciously curled up into a stunning smile. Sitting right beside her, Lu Ying watched Shenberry smiling like a love-struck fool and silently mocked her in her head. Wow. Literally zero resistance. He calls you sister through a screen, and you instantly fold like a cheap lawn chair. Pathetic, Shenberry continued talking, affectionately acknowledging you as her little brother. Lule also quickly turned on his mic. Senior Shen, I am Lule. Do you remember me? I am Lu Ying's younger brother. Let us add each other as game friends after this. He genuinely did not have any improper thoughts about Shenberry. He honestly just saw that she was an absolute god at the game and desperately wanted her to carry him to a higher rank. Hearing this, Lu Ying perked up. Wait, her younger brother. Lin Breadfruit's roommate is her brother. Is the world really this ridiculously small? Lu Ying leaned over to Shenberry's phone and asked, Lule, you are actually roommates with Lin Breadfruit. Hearing his sister's voice coming from the phone, Lule was utterly confused. Sis, do not you have registration tomorrow? Why are you hanging out with Senior Shen right now? I just came a day early.
You still have not answered my question.
Yeah, we are roommates. The other two roommates, Li Bai and Niu Fang, also eagerly rushed to greet Shenberry, desperately hoping she would let them play games with her more often. Seeing the chaos, Lu Ying laughed. Wow, look at this. You four managed to group up perfectly. Huh, just 4 total fanboys? Noticing that you had not spoken at all, Shenberry called you out. Little Ran, why are not you talking? What? You have nothing to say to your sister. Her tone carried a tiny playful hint of a threat. You asked softly, is Jingdi asleep yet? Yes, she is asleep. Shenberry felt completely exasperated. Her obedient little puppy was ignoring her again, As the game progressed, everyone else was racking up highly positive scores. While your score remained aggressively negative, you genuinely felt like you were dragging the whole team down. I am really sorry, everyone. I am way too bad at this. You felt incredibly guilty. Hearing your deeply pitiful, apologetic voice, Shenberry instantly could not take it anymore. Her heart completely turned to mush. Her affection-starved puppy was feeling sad and needed to be coaxed. It is totally fine, Breadfruit. Just pick Yao and stick right to me. Sister will completely carry you. Listening to Shenberry, you picked the support character, Yao. Unsurprisingly, your score finally started to climb back into the positive. Breadfruit, read that voice line Yao just said out loud. You were confused? Ah, what voice line? Coincidentally, the character Yao in the game spoke another line right then. Completely clueless, you simply imitated it softly. Whose little dear is this? Shenberry immediately replied smoothly. Mine. Smooth operator, alert, you are utterly speechless. Your 3 roommates currently fighting for their lives in the game heard this, and were also utterly speechless. How on earth could someone be this blatantly flirtatious? Shenberry had completely and totally changed her mind. She definitely did not want to stay away from you anymore, because she had suddenly realized you were just far too adorable. Adorable, pitiful, and deeply starved for affection. She genuinely wanted you to fall in love with her. She believed that as long as she treated you just a little bit better, you would inevitably and obediently fall completely in love with her. After all, you lacked love so terribly, and once you fell utterly in love with her, if she eventually threw you away, would not you be completely devastated? Of course, she did not necessarily have to throw you away. She was far more inclined to just keep you right by her side, keeping you as her beautiful pet canary, locked in a gorgeous cage every day, purely for her amusement. So she needed to spoil her pitiful little puppy as much as possible, shower you with an overwhelming amount of love, so you would fall in love with her as fast as possible, fall so deeply in love that you literally could not survive without her. Unfortunately for her, these flirtatious tactics were practically useless against you. Your inner heart did not even register a ripple. After all, only water can ripple. Solid blocks of ice do not. You were a completely ordinary guy who had never even been in a relationship, yet stubbornly insisted on drawing heartbreaking, angsty romance manga. Meanwhile, Lu Ying was mercilessly roasting Shenberry in her head. Were not you supposedly the ultimate lone wolf? Are not you immune to the opposite sex? Are not you uninterested in men? Did not you literally vow to stay single for the rest of your life? Huh, since when were you such a smooth flirt? It is true what they say, never trust a woman's words. Lu Ying is absolutely done with this. The game wrapped up quickly. Your phone was burning so hot you could barely hold it, and the battery was practically dead anyway. You had no choice but to log off. Everyone agreed to play again next time. However, you naturally could not escape a fierce interrogation from your roommates. The 3 of them surrounded you like a firing squad. Li Bai's eyes were practically emitting laser beams. With extreme suspicion, he demanded, "What exactly is your relationship with Senior Shen?" "She is my cousin." "Are you sure she is just a cousin?" Li Bai stared at you, deeply suspicious of this cousin's story. You were an absolute master at lying without a single shred of guilt. Lu Li leaned in closely, rubbing his chin as he scrutinized you intensely. Face is not red. Heart rate is not spiking. Looks like she really is just his cousin. Seeing how completely unfazed you were, the group had no choice but to finally believe you. You were starting to feel exhausted. Your head felt incredibly dizzy and heavy. You reached up to touch your forehead. It felt like you still had a low-grade fever. You decided to get some sleep. You connected your Bluetooth earbuds, put on Shenberry's playlist, closed your eyes, and drifted off. In your dream, you saw your mother, Xia. It was an incredibly bizarre scene you had never witnessed before. Perhaps it was not even a real place in the physical world. At the very least, you had never been there. It was a deeply dilapidated, ancient theater. Despite being completely run down, it was absolutely packed with people. They were all rushing past, looking hurried. From their chatter, you gathered they were rushing to catch a play that was about to start. You stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered, so you just instinctively followed the flow of the crowd. The tunnel leading inside was pitch black and freezing cold, with countless branching paths. You had completely lost track of how many corners you had turned. You realized you would probably never find your way back out, but you could only helplessly continue following the crowd. It was the only thing that gave you any semblance of safety. Suddenly, someone started walking directly toward you from the opposite direction. It felt like this person possessed an undeniable magnetic pull. Even before you could clearly see her face, your heart began to palpitate wildly. Thump, thump, thump. Your heart was racing out of control. She drew closer and closer. You subconsciously held your breath. Finally, you clearly saw her face. It was Xiaji. She looked exactly the same as she did when you were 3 years old, still just as gentle and incredibly beautiful. You suddenly froze dead in your tracks. The people behind you continuously brushed past your shoulders, continuing their rush forward. Xia Ji also stopped and looked right at you. You felt overwhelmingly awkward, completely unsure of how to react to this deeply unexpected encounter. You barely managed to force a highly unnatural smile, gave Xiaji an awkward little wave, and immediately fled as fast as you could. But from the corner of your eye, you could not stop yourself from stealing glances at her. You genuinely were not sure if Xiaji even recognized the grown-up version of you. Yet, a deep, instinctual feeling told you that Xiaji would inevitably walk over and hold your hand. So you intentionally slowed down your pace, and Xiaji truly did catch up to you. She gently took hold of your right hand. The warmth of her palm felt exactly as comforting as it did when you were little. Mom will take you to see the play. Okay? Xiaji's gentle voice sounded incredibly distant and ethereal, even though she was standing right in front of you. Her voice sounded like it was echoing from every direction within that dark tunnel. It was undeniably her who had abandoned you both. Yet you still pathetically allowed Xiaji to lead you by the hand. You desperately did not want to let go. You walked together for what felt like an eternity. It seemed like you had finally reached the entrance to the theater hall. But suddenly, the hand holding yours was yanked backward by some invisible, immensely powerful force, aggressively trying to tear the two of you apart. You gripped Xiaji's hand with all your might, absolutely refusing to let go, but it was completely useless. You could not understand the final smile on Jiaji's face. Was it a smile of letting go? Or was it regret? It became harder and harder to breathe. It felt as if you were literally suffocating. You snapped your eyes open, staring blankly at the gray, dim ceiling above you. Your heart felt exactly like a sponge completely saturated with water, bloated and heavy, dragging you down with a suffocating weight. It also felt like a piece of it had just been carved out. You violently yanked the blanket up to completely cover your head. You desperately wanted to fall right back asleep. You wanted to finish watching the play you never got to see. You wanted to conclude that deeply unresolved reunion, but you tossed and turned, completely unable to fall back asleep. Owen of your earbuds had fallen out. Outside the window, the wind was howling fiercely, mixed perfectly with Shenberry's haunting, melancholic singing, returning once more to that crossroads, lingering without a hint of hesitation. Feeling a surge of absolute self-defeat, you violently threw the blanket off. The room was completely dark and utterly silent. You sat up on the edge of the bed, hanging your head low. There was absolutely no Owen else in the dorm. You checked your phone, it was already 7 p.m. You thought you had only napped for 10 minutes, but you had actually slept for 5 straight hours. Sick people always sleep for an eternity. The sky outside the window hung incredibly low, looking as though you could touch it if you just reached out. It was deeply overcast, the entire sky smothered by thick, heavy clouds. The wind was aggressively slamming the window panes back and forth, making the frame rattle with dull, rhythmic thuds. You felt as though the entire world had utterly abandoned you. You brushed your fingertips against the corners of your eyes. They were slightly damp. Not wanting to get out of bed, you slumped back down heavily, staring blankly at the ceiling, listening to the wailing of the wind outside. This is all so overwhelmingly pointless. Might as well just die, you whispered to yourself. The sudden ringing of your phone forcefully extinguished your terrifyingly dark thoughts. You blindly fumbled around on the bed for your phone. It was Shenberry. You hit the answer button. Sister. Your voice was incredibly soft, fragile, and completely devoid of energy. On the other end of the line, Shenberry heard that devastatingly sorrowful, almost life-weary tone of yours, and her heart instantly softened into mush. Little Ran, what is wrong? Are you upset about something? Her tone was unbelievably gentle. Nothing's wrong, you flatly denied it. There was a brief moment of silence from Shenberry on the other end.
Little Ran, come out and grab dinner with sister.
I do not have an appetite. You still have to eat. Hearing that word obedient, be a good boy, your chest tightened painfully. It unavoidably forced you to think of Xiaji and Lin Qian all over again. It looks like it is going to rain, you said. Just bring an umbrella, she replied. Sister really wants to see you. After a long silence, you finally gave a soft, reluctant, You were, after all, simply her accessory. You were obligated to fulfill her requests. Then sister will come down to your dorm building to find you. I will go find you, sister. I think I know the way now.
Right.
I will wait for you downstairs at Ningjing Hall. You hung up the phone. You wrapped your scarf securely around your neck, dug through your suitcase until you found an umbrella, and finally headed out. Dark, oppressive clouds pressed down heavily upon the city. A storm was undeniably brewing. The entire world seemed to be viewed through a gloomy, sepia-toned filter. It was freezing. You buried the lower half of your face deep into your scarf. Following the map on your phone, you arrived outside Ningjing Hall and stood there quietly waiting. Ying, I will leave the kid with you. Shenberry held a carefully packaged light blue coat in her hands, getting ready to head out the door. Just go already. Jingdi and I are going to order takeout. Shenberry stepped out of the building. The moment she came downstairs, she immediately spotted you waiting there. Her pitiful little puppy genuinely looked unhappy. An incredibly heavy, depressive aura completely surrounded you. It really made her heart ache for you. What on earth was wrong with her affection-starved puppy? You were perfectly fine when you were playing games together this noon. Shenberry walked over and stepped very close to you. That unique, comforting fragrance of yours immediately reached her. Little Ran, what is wrong? She asked softly. Nothing. Your eyes darted around, clearly avoiding her gaze. If you're upset, you can always borrow Sister's embrace. She desperately wanted to cheer you up. You gently shook your head. Shenberry blinked. It looked like she needed to try a different approach. Little Ran, are you going to let Sister hug you or not?
I will.
Your voice was soft and pliant. You were bought by her. If she wanted to kiss you, hug you, or sleep with you, it was entirely up to her. She immediately pulled you tightly into a deep embrace. You were incredibly soft and smelled so good. Hugging you felt absolutely wonderful. She purposefully blew warm air right by your ear, trying everything she could to make you laugh. Your heart began to feel unbearably hot. Why did she have to be so incredibly gentle to you? You were fully prepared to completely abandon the tiny safe haven you had painstakingly built for yourself. Even though locking yourself inside, it was the only way to stay truly safe. Logic screamed at you that you needed to pull away from this embrace immediately. But you were completely addicted to the warmth of Shenberry's arms. You simply could not do it. Shenberry, do you actually like me? You asked softly. If Shenberry answered yes, then you would absolutely swear to stay by her side for the rest of your life. You would never betray her. You would never leave her. Unfortunately, the only answer that came was the howling of the freezing wind past your ears. Shenberry completely froze at your sudden question. Did she like you? She did not think she did. She really just saw you as a beautiful pet. She wanted to pamper you and dress you up nicely. She wanted you to stay right by her side, belonging exclusively to her, purely for her to play with. So she genuinely could not answer the question. All she could offer was silence. You still did not want to give up completely. You silently started counting to 100 in your head. Maybe Shenberry was just hesitating. You counted slower and slower, but when you finally reached one, there was still nothing but absolute silence. You gently pulled yourself out of Shenberry's embrace, took a deep, shaky breath, and completely resealed the crack you had just opened in your icy fortress. You forced a perfectly gentle smile onto your face. Thank you, sister. Let us go eat. You had truly overstepped your boundaries. The fact that Shenberry treated you this well at all was already something you should be endlessly grateful for. She was an incredibly wealthy, pampered heiress. She was a massive, universally adored celebrity. How could someone like her possibly like you? You really should not have been so incredibly greedy. Feeling the warmth suddenly vanish from her arms, Shenberry felt as if a vital piece of her heart had just gone missing. It hurt, and it suddenly felt incredibly hard to breathe. She snapped back to reality. Little Ran,
I bought this for you.
She held the coat up to her chest to show you. You looked over and saw a stunning light blue coat. The color was incredibly similar to the own you were currently wearing, just slightly lighter. You immediately spotted the tag on the coat. It was from that extremely expensive luxury brand store right across from where you ate lunch. You gently shook your head. I really can't accept this. It is far too expensive. It was not expensive at all. Shenberry insisted quickly. I honestly can't take it. Thank you so much for the thought, sister. You smiled gently, saying you already felt like you owed her far too much. You did not want to owe her even more. You genuinely would not be able to pay her back. Shenberry relentlessly insisted that you take it, but you stubbornly refused. Finally, completely out of options, Shenberry sighed. Sigh. Her pitiful little puppy was incredibly stubborn. It was giving her a headache. Then can you at least just hold it for sister? It is a bit heavy, and my arms are getting tired. Okay, only then did you finally take it from her. You planned to just hand it right back to her when it was time to part ways. You casually found a small hole-in-the-wall restaurant near the campus and quickly finished dinner. Shenberry still absolutely refused to go to the campus cafeteria, knowing that being recognized would cause a massive riot. The sky was still ominously dark, yet stubbornly refused to actually start raining. It left everyone feeling intensely anxious and on edge. Sister, walk with me around Jing University for a bit.
Sure.
Shenberry gave a slight nod. Can I hold your hand? You asked. Yes, sister, she replied. You never have to ask me for permission. You looked up, staring at the faint glowing hues of the sunset, desperately trying to pierce through the dark clouds. It was the only beautiful sight on this otherwise entirely gloomy day. It made you desperately want to see the sea again. How breathtakingly beautiful must a sunset at the seaside be, the vibrant crimson afterglow, stretching infinitely from the horizon across the vast cloud-covered ocean. There would be the sea breeze crashing waves, and seabirds flying by. You could almost vividly picture it. So beautiful. Shenberry gently took your hand. Want to go walk around the athletic field? She turned to ask you. Seeing your gaze fixated on the distant horizon, she followed it. You nodded. The floodlights around the field were already switched on. In the middle of the lush, vibrant green turf, scattered groups of students were lounging around. They were all sitting and listening to a guy in the center playing guitar and singing. Shenberry pulled you onto the grass, and you both sat down, shoulders completely touching. She found it incredibly bizarre. She had only technically known you for 2 days, yet you were already so remarkably intimate, sitting close, holding hands, hugging, and even kissing. And none of it felt unnatural in the slightest. Shenberry turned her head to study your side profile. Bathed in the warm tangerine glow of the stadium lights, your features looked even softer and more ethereal. Your eyes looked as though they held an entire galaxy of stars. It made her gaze completely sink into them, unable to ever pull away. Yet, she still could not shake the feeling that you were deeply unhappy. A faint, persistent aura of melancholic sorrow seemed to cling to you. She reached out and gently turned your body to face her. Her slender, porcelain arms naturally wrapped around your neck. "Can I kiss you?"
You gave a very slight nod.
Your eyes were completely devoid of any decipherable emotion. She genuinely could not hold back anymore. Her cherry lips leaned in close and pressed softly against yours. Incredibly soft. Incredibly sweet. Compared to that chaotic, drunken night, Shenberry had not carefully experienced just how incredibly good you were to kiss before. But this time, she truly experienced it. The intoxicating taste of complete surrender. Her nimble tongue pried past your teeth, tangling with your soft, sweet tongue, and began to slowly invade your mouth, relentlessly conquering every inch. Her hands unconsciously unbuttoned your coat, sliding gently inside from the front to wrap around your back. You really were a bit too thin. Even as a girl, she could hold you without any effort at all, but your body was remarkably soft, making you incredibly comfortable to hold. She thought to herself that she should buy you lots of good food, to help you put on some weight, and raise you to be perfectly plump and pretty. Pitter-patter, those thick, heavy clouds finally could no longer bear the weight of the water. Fine drops of rain began to fall. Within seconds, it turned into a heavy downpour crashing against the ground. Yet Shenberry continued, kissing you breathlessly, completely lost in the moment and refusing to pull away. You were being kissed so deeply, you could barely breathe. Plus, it was raining now, and Shenberry was dressed far too lightly. You gently pushed her away. A glittering silver thread connected your parting lips. You tore open the packaging of the new coat and draped it over Shenberry, gently and meticulously buttoning it up for her. She just stood there, blankly letting you take care of her. Sister is dressed too thinly. You will catch a cold in the rain. You paused for a second and gave a gentle smile. "I will pay sister back for the coat later." Shenberry's heart instantly melted into a puddle. When she offered to buy it for you, you refused because it was too expensive. But because you were afraid she would catch a cold, you did not hesitate to tear it open. And you even said you would pay her back for it. Did this mean you valued her well-being more than your own? Was her pitiful little puppy already falling in love with her? Right now, all Shenberry wanted to do was hold you in her arms and deeply cherish you, completely ignoring the pouring rain. She reached out and pulled you tightly into her embrace again, basking in the warm, fragrant softness of your body. Her cherry lips brushed against your ear as she whispered softly, "Did sister ever say I wanted you to pay me back? Little Ran, do you think sister can't afford to take care of you?" You gently shook your head. Your chin rubbed softly against the crook of her neck, making her heart itch wonderfully. "It is just that I want to pay you back," you replied softly. "And what if sister absolutely refuses to let you pay?" She whispered, her tone as tender as a lover's vow. "Then I still have to pay it back." "Little Ran, why are you so stubborn?" She tapped your forehead affectionately. So soft, yet so stubborn. Shenberry really did not know what to do with you. "Fine, pay it back then." She decided it was better to just indulge her pitiful little puppy. Besides, the more you owed her, the deeper you would fall in love with her. She truly was terrible, giving you endless gentleness, yet offering absolutely zero hope. She just wanted to watch you slowly, inevitably fall in love with her step by step. Classic toxic manipulation. On the athletic field, the students had all pulled their jackets over their heads, sprinting frantically toward their dorms to escape the rain. The only one suffering was the boy who had been singing. Dragging his speaker meant he could not run very fast. However, seeing how unhurried he was, you figured his speaker was probably waterproof. The dark clouds above remained oppressively thick. No matter how fiercely the wind howled, they did not budge an inch.
You were absolutely freezing.
Unable to help yourself, you hugged Shenberry tighter, burying your chin deep into the hot, soft crook of her neck, desperately greedy for the warmth of her embrace. You knew perfectly well Shenberry did not like you. Since she did not like you, why was she being so incredibly gentle to you? She was so cruel. "Sister, let us go back." Your voice was trembling slightly from the cold. "Okay." Her voice was incredibly soft. She genuinely could not bear to see her pitiful little puppy get sick again.
You had literally just recovered yesterday.
Since Shenberry had not brought an umbrella, you held yours open for both of you. Shoulder to shoulder, the two of you slowly walked back. You seemed to be in a slightly better mood, purposely splashing in the little puddles on the ground. Before long, your shoes were speckled with mud, but you just kept happily splashing away without a care in the world. Truthfully, you actually loved walking in the rain. You always thought the rain must be so lonely and sad, since everyone was always running away to hide from it. If possible, you did not want the rain to feel sad. To you, rainy days were incredibly romantic. The entire world fell silent, leaving only the sound of raindrops shattering against the ground. From the corner of her eye, Shenberry watched your childish, playful actions beside her. The corners of her lips curled up unconsciously. She thought you were overwhelmingly adorable. She even started stepping into the puddles with you, joining in your childish game. A misty rain falling softly on the quiet campus. Own umbrella, two people walking together. Come home and sleep tonight. Take a hot shower, otherwise you're gonna get sick again. She chatted with you casually as you walked. You gave a gentle nod. Do you need to grab anything from your dorm? Yes, I need to get my laptop.
You had a radio broadcast scheduled for tonight?
So you absolutely needed your laptop. Then let us meet at the campus gate in a bit. Okay, you turned your head to look at Shenberry, your eyes shining brightly. In the car, you took off your damp coat, gently holding a fast asleep Jingdi in your arms. You sat in the passenger seat. Lu Ying was sitting in the back. Shenberry decided to drive Lu Ying home first. Lu Ying waved at the rearview mirror, whispering a greeting to you. Lin Breadfruit, I'm Lu Ying. I am Lu Li's older sister. We talked during the game at noon. Hello, Senior Lu. You turned around and greeted her softly, afraid of waking Jingdi. Lu Ying's sharp eyes immediately noticed that your lips were slightly swollen and flushed a deep, unnatural red, connecting the dots with the fact that you two had just gone out alone. Holy shit, they already made out. Well played, Shenberry. Lu Ying mentally gave Shenberry a massive thumbs up. Shenberry's entire aesthetic, desireless Ice Queen persona was officially dead and buried in Lu Ying's eyes. Then another thought hit her. Wait, so this car was currently holding a family of 3, plus her, the best friend. She was the third wheel. A massive, glaring third wheel. Self-awareness level 100. She decided it was best to just obediently look down and scroll through her phone. She did not want to choke on the sickeningly sweet stench of their romance. The moment Lu Ying opened Weibo and casually glanced at the trending topics, her mouth immediately twitched. Trending 1-1. Shenberry suspected of having a new lover. A terrible premonition washed over Lu Ying. She had a very strong feeling that it was a picture of Shenberry and you getting caught on camera. She was, after all, Shenberry's manager. Maintaining Shenberry's public image was literally her job. She frantically clicked on the hashtag. Sure enough, it was a photo of Shenberry sharing an umbrella with you. Lu Ying let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God, thank God. It was just a picture of them holding an umbrella, not a picture of them making out. Since that was the case, Lu Ying was not too panicked anymore. She could discuss damage control with Shenberry once she got home. For now, she decided to scroll through the comments and enjoy the drama. Lu Ying scrolled through them own by own. Unsurprisingly, the comment section was exactly the same as every other time Shenberry had a dating rumor, just as chaotic and an absolute toxic cesspool. Lu Ying let out a soft sigh. There was nothing she could do about it. Fame naturally attracts trouble. Way too many people wanted to leech off Barry's popularity. It was impossible to police them all. Thankfully, Shenberry could not care less about public opinion. Otherwise, she probably would have died of anger by now. After dropping Lu Ying off, Shenberry and you arrived home smoothly. You first carried Jingdi to her room and tucked her in, then went back to your own room to take a hot shower. You prayed fervently that you would not wake up sick tomorrow. After showering, you washed and dried both the old and new coats. You took the new coat Shenberry had bought you and folded it impeccably. You could not bear to wear it. Whether that was because it was too expensive or because it was a gift from Shenberry, even you did not quite know. After that, you opened your laptop, getting ready to start your radio broadcast. In the next room, Shenberry had just finished her shower and was currently texting Lu Ying. Barry, you're hanging at the top of the trending list again, and this time, it is not just you. Lin Breadfruit is in it too. Hearing that you were involved, Shenberry immediately opened Weibo. Instantly, thousands of private messages flooded her inbox. She ignored the DMs for now and clicked straight into the trending list to read the comments. The more she read, the angrier she got. Just as she expected, there were women who saw you and instantly lost their minds, begging for all your personal information. These wicked women were lusting after her little Ran. It seemed that rejecting Yuli's suggestion was the right call. She absolutely refused to let her pitiful little puppy show his face in the entertainment industry. She wanted you completely and entirely to herself. Shenberry quickly typed a reply. Ying Ying. Contact the PR team immediately. Suppress this trending topic as fast as possible. The less attention it gets, the better. Wait, Are not you usually too lazy to care about these rumors? Why are you suddenly panicking the second Lin breadfruit is involved? I do not want little Ran exposed to too many people. But why, Barry? You saw it yourself? Just own blurry photo of Lin breadfruit. Cause this massive of an uproar. If we sign him to the company and actually give him a proper debut, he will absolutely skyrocket overnight. No, I want little Ran to belong exclusively to me. Wow. Is this the twisted possessiveness of a deeply obsessed girlfriend? We are not dating. Miss Shen, you are literally giving me whiplash. You guys are married. You have kissed. And you're telling me you're not dating. Then what exactly are you two? Little Ran is just my pitiful little puppy, not a lover. Lu Ying fell completely silent. She had almost forgotten that Shen Berry was a patient suffering from severe psychological issues. She could not be judged by normal logic. Lu Ying continued typing. Okay, so what exactly is your dynamic right now? And what are you planning to do? You better not be abusing him. We can't do something that messed up. I won't abuse him. I am going to pamper little Ran and raise him beautifully. I love watching the way he falls in love with me. But if you guys actually dated, would not he still fall in love with you? I do not really know how to explain it. I just like how things are right now. Fine. I can't even begin to comprehend your thought process, but I really hope you two can just get along properly. I will go contact the PR team now. Okay, thanks. On her end, Shenberry locked her phone, turned off the lights, and tried to sleep, but she tossed and turned, completely unable to fall asleep. Her mind was entirely consumed by the sweet taste of your lips, the incredible warmth of your body, and that addictive, clean fragrance of yours. She was completely intoxicated by it all. She decided she was going to go find her pitiful little puppy. She wanted to hold you while she slept. Shenberry quickly slipped out of bed, without even bothering to put on slippers. She padded over to the next room on her bare, pale feet. You were still writing your script, so your broadcast had not started yet. Shenberry gently pushed the door open and slipped inside. You were intensely focused on writing something on your laptop, completely oblivious to the fact that she had entered. Taking advantage of this, she tiptoed silently right up behind you. Because she was barefoot, she did not make a single sound. Her slender arms gently wrapped around you from behind, leaning in close to see what you were writing. This nearly gave you a heart attack, as you had been entirely absorbed in your work. You genuinely thought a ghost had just grabbed you in the middle of the night. You whipped your head around, only to realize it was Shenberry. Shenberry was wearing nothing but a white camisole, silk slip dress. The neckline of the nightgown was incredibly loose. When she leaned over, you caught a distinct, inappropriate glimpse of the soft curves of her chest. A deep crimson blush instantly exploded across your pretty face. You frantically averted your eyes, staring intensely at the floorboards. Seeing you desperately trying not to look, Shenberry secretly laughed in her heart. Her little Ran was actually blushing. You looked so incredibly gorgeous, and so incredibly adorable. It seemed that wearing so little definitely had its perks. She got to see the absolutely stunning sight of you blushing. She decided to purposefully push her luck. She turned your chair around and pulled you into her embrace. The soft weight of her chest pressed directly against you. Her cherry lips captured yours, and her tongue slowly pushed its way into your warm, wet mouth. Another deep, passionate kiss ensued. You really were far too easy to kiss, and incredibly obedient. You let her hold you, let her kiss you, without the slightest resistance. You were once again on the verge of suffocating. You gently pushed her back. Little Ran, what are you writing? She asked softly. It is a story I'm going to read on my broadcast later. It is meant to help my listeners fall asleep.
I see.
She nodded slightly. She genuinely had not expected you to be doing something like this. The truth was, she did not know you at all, and she had not even bothered trying to understand the person you were now. In the end, she still merely viewed you as her personal property. That was why, when you asked her if she liked you, she had remained entirely silent. Because if someone truly likes you, they want to explore every part of you, just like how you went out of your way to listen to every single Owen of her songs, like how you worried about whether her illness caused her pain, like how you wanted to understand her past. But Shenberry felt none of those urges. At this moment, Shenberry unceremoniously climbed into your bed, sliding smoothly under the covers. Your blanket smelled incredibly fragrant. Acting entirely like a creep, she pulled the blanket right over her head, inhaling deeply, her eyes curving into happy little crescents. Her father really had bought her an absolute treasure. She had never lacked anything growing up, so she was rarely interested in anything at all. Only your arrival had given her a profound sense of joy and satisfaction that she had never experienced before. You ignored Shenberry as she stayed afloat by the edge,
Racking your brain for your story.
Can show you and sleep with you. Shenberry lay in the blankets, watching you work so seriously. Her luscious cherry lips parted slightly as your typing fingers suddenly paused, complex emotions swirling in your eyes. Which sleep do you mean, sister? You asked calmly without turning around, but then you added, either Owen is fine. You looked back at the screen. your fingertips resuming their typing. Though the pace was slower than before, you did not want to go all the way, because Shenberry did not actually like you. That sort of thing should only happen when the feelings are mutual. But in a flash, you remembered you were bought. It seemed you had no right to refuse. Listening to your back-to-back sentences, Shenberry's lips curled into a beautiful arc. What a pitiful, silly little puppy, agreeing to give his body to her so quickly. She really just wanted to hold you to sleep. Soft, sweet-smelling, comfortable, and a great sleep aid. She had severe insomnia, taking sleeping pills almost every day, just to barely fall asleep. Shenberry thought, maybe you could help her sleep more soundly. Ask for the other kind of sleep. Wait a little longer, you were still too young. You were hers sooner or later. There was no rush. Just sleeping, she explained gently. The corners of your eyes lifted slightly, and you gave a gentle nod. Okay, your short story was finished.
You clicked start broadcast?
Shenberry thoughtfully turned off the lights, quietly closing her eyes and listening closely to your tale. The background noise was the sound of night waves, crashing against the reefs. A gentle, slightly sorrowful voice began to speak, quietly telling your story. The viewer count in the stream slowly crept up from 2 or 3 to 2 or 300, all greeting you in the chat. Ranran, I'm back to hear your story again. Ranran's voice is as amazing as ever. I really want to know what Ranran looks like. When is Ranran doing a face reveal? You answered the chat messages, ON by ON, not planning on a face reveal for now. Sorry everyone, I'm just happy if my voice can lull everyone to sleep. It is okay, we love Ranran, even without a face reveal. Can you sing a song tonight? It is my birthday. Gorgeous effects suddenly swept across the screen. Muyu had gifted a yacht. You do not have to send such expensive gifts. I will sing a happy birthday song for Muyu. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Your soft singing voice, carrying genuine blessings, floated through the room. Shenberry listened quietly, slowly opening her eyes. How could Shenberry describe the way you made her feel right now? Like an immaculate angel. She could hear the heart you put into your singing, earnestly blessing every fan in the stream who loved you. Her pitiful little puppy was just so kind. But she was feeling a bit jealous. She did not want her pitiful little puppy to coax other women so gently. He should only coax her to sleep. Good times always fly by. The story you prepared was over. The broadcast ended. You checked the time. It was already midnight. You gently clicked the end stream button. Shenberry had actually been lulled into a daze, on the verge of falling asleep. After all, your voice was just too gentle. The only thing keeping her awake was the desire to hold you to sleep. Thinking Shenberry was already asleep, you tiptoed over and took off your light green long trench coat. You looked down, there was only Owen quilt on the bed. You hesitated about whether to slide in.
Right as you hesitated,
A fair lotus root-like arm yanked you in. Then you felt like an octopus had wrapped itself around you. Shenberry's long legs hooked around your waist, her arms gently circling your neck, and her red lips had already pressed forward. She reached out and turned off the nightlight. Only a few streaks of cool white moonlight remained in the room. Her fragrant tongue slowly stirred, savoring your taste. The scent of almonds made her more and more intoxicated. Shenberry placed your hands on her soft waist, her smooth round legs hooked around yours, and her pitch-black pupils were completely veiled by a deep green hue. Your body gave her an electric shock, a numbing current coursing through her. It made her breathing grow erratic. She was about to lose control and devour you entirely. Except she did not see that your eyes were clouded over with gray, without a trace of desire. Shenberry's palm, resting on your back, brushed against a deep groove, sobering her up instantly. It was a long, deep, terrifying scar. Her heart ached. The fire of lust was slowly extinguished by the pain. A scar that long. How much must it have hurt? Breadfruit? How did you get hurt? Her voice trembled. You blinked, and the cool white moonlight from outside the window reflected in your eyes. You remained silent, revealing nothing. The room was filled only with the silent white moonlight and the sound of your breathing. It is nothing. Your voice was flat. Tell your sister. Okay. Her words were gentle as water. I do not want to remember. I'm sorry, she persisted anyway. Ranran. Your sister commands you to tell. She felt your heartbeat quicken. She knew you were remembering. Hesitating. Lin, he got drunk and slashed me with a broken wine bottle. Your voice was faint, yet devoid of grievance. Hearing you use such a calm tone to speak of something so heavy, Shenberry felt her heart twist in pain. Her father had told her you had a hard time at the Lin family. She thought it just meant Lin. He did not favor you much. She never imagined it was abuse like this. She held you tightly in her arms. Ranran, you're safe here with me. You will never be hurt like that again. The unshed tears in your eyes mirrored the moon above the glazed night sky. Shenberry, what do you really want? Since you do not like me, why do you always say things that stir my heart? You gently hugged her back. Shenberry, can I borrow a hug? Your voice was very light. Okay, she replied. You pressed against her collarbone, breathing softly, soaking in the intoxicating warmth. The most pathetic person in the world
Is probably you.
You always tell yourself, this is the last time you will indulge in her tenderness. Yet there's always a next time. Shenberry gently patted your back, like she was comforting a small child.
She thought you would cry.
But you did not. You were far stronger than you looked, and she finally noticed that when you called her by her full name, Shenberry, that layer of misty white that usually hovered around you disappeared. Maybe this was the real you. Your voice was muffled against her collarbone. I want to ask Owen more time. Shenberry, do you like me? Once again, you counted to 100 in your head. For the second time in your life, you felt that 100 seconds was incredibly short. It arrived so quickly, and still, there was no answer. Sister, I'm sleepy. Your voice went soft again. Go to sleep. Then, you fell asleep in each other's arms. A quiet night passed. You woke up first the next day. Opening your eyes, the first thing you saw was Shenberry's flawless face. She was truly beautiful, breathtakingly so. The kind of beauty that made your heart skip a beat at just one glance. Shenberry, really? Thank you, you said to her with absolute sincerity. Even though she could not hear, you quietly got up, got dressed, and washed up. Unsurprisingly, you were sick again. Your head felt dizzy. Like a good boy, you mixed yourself a cup of cold medicine, gulping it down while it was still hot. You felt your forehead with your palm, 37.1 degrees. Not too bad. Manageable. Putting on the light green trench coat, you first peeked into Jingdi's room. The little Owen was not awake yet, sleeping very soundly. You went downstairs to cook. You had secretly asked Jingdi earlier what Shenberry liked to eat, so you whipped up a bowl of pumpkin dough drop soup. You checked the time. It was only 6 a.m., so you decided to put the soup in a thermos bag. Letting Sister Shen and Jingdi sleep a bit longer, you took out your phone, opened Fanky Music, and played a song called Big Sleep. You walked quietly outside, sat down, and listened to the music. Upstairs, Shenberry slowly opened her eyes. She had slept very, very well. The best she had slept in over a decade, but the empty space in her arms made her heart feel a bit empty too. Where was her pitiful little puppy? She missed you terribly. Barefoot, she went looking for you. Turns out you were at the door. She saw you resting your chin on your hands, sitting quietly on a small stool looking into the distance. Who knows at what? Wearing something so thin and sitting outside, does not he know he will get cold? What if he gets sick again? Shenberry went back upstairs first, grabbed your light blue coat in her arms, and then went down to the villa door. She yanked you right back into the house and draped the coat over your shoulders, her movements incredibly gentle. You stood there blankly, not moving, just looking at the bright sparkle in Shenberry's eyes. Silly Ranran, do you want to get sick? Sitting outside so early in the morning, wearing so little? You know your health is bad and you still do it. Shenberry stared into your eyes, pouting her little cherry lips. You could hear the genuine anger in her voice. I was wrong, sister. I will be careful next time. Your voice carried an inexplicable sweetness, because Shenberry was worrying about you. Good boy, Randran. She gently ruffled the fluffy hair on top of your head.
Sister, go eat.
I will go upstairs and wake Jingdi. You cooked. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes, and she nodded. You went up and carried Jingdi down. Shenberry had already scooped out 3 small bowls of pumpkin dough drop soup and was sitting at the dining table, slowly sipping it with a small spoon. The pumpkin threads were soft and sticky, and the dough drops were chewy. It was her absolute favorite flavor. It was obvious you had made this with care. Ranran, how did you know I like drinking this? Shenberry's eyes were full of inquiry. Because I can read minds. Your eyes curved into a smile, cracking a rare joke. Mommy, big brother asked me what mommy loves to eat. Jingdi raised her little head and answered. The pumpkin soup seemed to sweeten her heart. Her pitiful little puppy was really putting his heart into her. So you have already fallen in love with me. Huh. It looks like she is about to win. Today, Jinda officially started classes. Students of all grades had arrived, and the freshman military training officially began. Last night's rain was right on time, making today not quite as hot. The students overall looked pretty spirited, except for you, of course. This chilly weather, combined with the mandatory thin military training uniform, meant you could not wear your coat. It practically froze you solid. Your already pale lips began to lose even more color. Welp. Done for again. Let us guess how many days you will be sick this time. 3 days, 5 days, a week. Really could not handle any more. Mr. Sun, could you please be a little happier? Do not be stingy. Let your rays burn me to a crisp. The world seemed to actually hear the call of your heart. A glint of excitement flashed in your eyes. Is a miracle about to happen? Whoosh. A gust of wind blew by, nudging a white cloud in the sky just slightly, smack dab in the right spot, covering the sun completely. The world instantly dropped a degree in temperature,
Lulu was right on your left.
giving you a side-eye. Lin Breadfruit, how are you holding up? I am dying. Well, that is a concise and vivid answer. Your big bro has a plan. Please, brother, speak quickly. Fake a faint and go to the infirmary? It will be warmer. Bro, we have only been standing for less than 30 minutes. Is that appropriate? I do not think the instructor will buy it, but it does not hurt to try. Deal? Before you could even showcase your masterful acting skills, the instructor's sharp eagle-like eyes had already caught the two of you whispering. He marched over with majestic strides. You and you whispering are we. Everyone else, rest in place. You two are penalized with an extra 10 minutes of standing attention. Everyone else went limp and started resting, their eyes drifting over to your side. Quite a few girls saw your and Luli's faces, and their eyes instantly lit up. There were actually two such handsome guys in their squad. Owen, cheerful and sunny. The other warm and beautiful. Especially you were just too handsome. Many girls were already getting restless, asked if they could smell romance in the air. Right now, the only option was to plead with the instructor. Instructor, can my punishment be changed to running? Why? Because I'm freezing. The instructor then looked closer. Your lips were blue from the cold. Fine. But you have to run 5 laps. Think it over. You were overjoyed. Forget 5 laps. I would do 10. Your voice even carried a hint of cheer. Seeing this, the girls around started whispering again. What a waste of a pretty face. Too bad he is a bit slow in the head. Trading 10 minutes of standing for 5 laps of running. That is a huge loss. And the little cutie is over here grinning like an idiot. Own girl sighed, clutching her chest. Reporting? Lule also called out. What is wrong with you now? The instructor turned his head to look at Lula. Instructor, can you transfer my punishment to him? Make him run 10 laps. Lulu scratched his head, flashing a brilliant smile at the instructor. The instructor's face darkened with invisible lines. Other people take knives to the ribs for their brothers. And you're out here stabbing your brother in the ribs, huh? Both of you. Give me 10 laps. Lula had a life is meaningless face.
While you looked ecstatic,
The two of you started jogging around the track. Owen beaming with joy. The other miserable. Reporting, a girl called out. And what is wrong with you? Instructor, I want to run too. Why? Do not tell me you're freezing too? No, I am doing it for the future of the motherland. The girl declared with a look of absolute righteous indignation. Speak English. The instructor looked exasperated. The girl chuckled awkwardly and scratched her head. Instructor, I have my eye on the guy who said he was cold earlier. I wanted to run with him to get to know him. What does that have to do with the future of the motherland? The instructor was completely baffled. Seeing the girl's look of heroic martyrdom, reporting to the instructor, children are the future of the motherland. You do not even know the guy yet, and you have already named the kids, huh? Denied. Get back and stand at attention properly. All right. The girl returned dejectedly to stand at attention. At this very moment, Shenberry and Luing were invited to attend a fashion event for a certain clothing brand. Except, the more Luing looked, the more something seemed off with Shenberry. Shenberry's brows had been furrowed since the morning. It was only when the cameras pointed her way that they would smooth out. Luing could not hold it back any longer. Barry, what is wrong with you? I feel like you have something on your mind. Breadfruit has military training today, and Ranran must be busy. The training uniforms are so thin, I want to go bring him clothes. And this is what they call not dating. She felt like Shenberry's head was completely full of you. Luing said helplessly, nothing we can do about it. This event won't end until at least tonight. Relax. Lin Breadfruit is not an idiot. He won't freeze himself stupid. But Shenberry thought you were an idiot. She was so worried. 8 p.m. The last streak of orange sunset over the horizon had also vanished. The dim lights on the sports field had flickered on. After a full day of clever scheming between you and your 3 roommates, you had successfully survived. But the night was even colder. You were shivering like a penguin, currently resting. The 4 of you were huddled together chatting. Luli was genuinely amazed. In this world, there was actually someone with such a terrible constitution. I say, classmate Breadfruit, are you sure you're not the reincarnation of Lin Dai Yu? Just born the wrong gender. Luli stroked his chin as he looked at you. The instructor suddenly clapped his hands. Everyone, attention. The crowd hastily assembled. There is only an hour left. We won't train anymore. How about we do some performances? The instructor finally relaxed his face that had been stiff all day, saying to everyone with a smile, all right. The students were naturally thrilled with this kind of activity, raising both hands and feet in agreement. Right then, everyone sit in a circle, and we will start right away. Lu Le, Nu Fong, Li Bai, and the others squeezed you in the middle. So you could stay a bit warmer? Hey, as your instructor, let me set an example first. The instructor rubbed his palms together, and the students cheered him on, wanting him to sing.
Sing what?
Your instructor can't sing. Let me show you a real trick. And then, the instructor casually busted out 20 own finger push-ups. Instructor is a beast. The guys were all exclaiming, holy shit, while stars began to appear in the girl's eyes.
Right.
Who is up next? The instructor stood up calmly, not even breathing hard or flushed. Looking at the crowd, Lule instantly dashed out, flipped his bangs in the wind, and gave a wicked smile. It is time to show off this bro's charm. I will bring you all single love song, wishing everyone and myself a speedy escape from singlehood. Lula, standing in the middle, sang, while winking at you. This was what you guys agreed on earlier. When he finished singing, you would go pull 2 blades of grass from the roadside. Run up, give them to him, and say, Lulu, you're so handsome. At first, you refused, but Lulu said he would treat you to Haidalao. It is just mere Haidalao, and you think that'll buy me? But you agreed without even a second of hesitation. That is Haidalao after all. You went to the roadside, pulled 2 blades of foxtail grass, gritted your teeth, steeled your heart, and rushed out, shoving the grass into Lulu's hands. However, that phrase, Lulu, you're so handsome, you just could not bring yourself to say it. So you just blurted out, Lulu, you are as handsome as this grass in the school. Lulu thought about it and figured it was not bad. Does not school grass mean school idol? Haha. I am dying of laughter, pretty little brother. Are you saying Lula looks like foxtail grass? Only then did Lula look closely at the grass in his hand. It really was foxtail grass. He was honestly speechless. Can you be a bit more reliable when doing things? There are so many kinds of weeds on the side of the road, and you really picked a winner. I swear, I really did not know this was foxtail grass. You looked at Luli, smiled awkwardly, scratched your head, and quietly asked, Brother Lou, does the Haidalao still count? Lulu shoved the microphone into your hand, wearing a standard fake smile, and said amiably, classmate breadfruit, because you completed the task so exceptionally. The Haidalao has been upgraded to a chicken burger. Fine. A burger was not bad either. Better than nothing. Pretty little brother, do own for us. Yeah, you're already up there. Do own. The crowd started cheering, especially the girls, who were shouting the loudest. I am a bit cold. Can I not sing? The hand holding the microphone was shaking. Oh, come on. Once you start singing, you won't be cold. Seeing no other way out, you decided to just sing. Finish quickly so I can hide back in the crowd for warmth.
I love the seaside the most.
So I will sing Listen to the Sea. Write a letter and tell me what color the sea is today. Since you wrote your own songs, your singing was naturally top tier, completely on par with professional singers. It is just that you were ridiculously cold, shivering so hard that even your voice trembled. Because of that, it did not sound quite as earth-shatteringly amazing as usual, but it was still incredibly beautiful to listen to. Right in the middle of your song, Shenberry arrived. She came bearing a warm coat and hot milk tea to rescue her pitiful little puppy. Cue the dramatic entrance. Everyone was quietly listening to the music, soaking in the ocean vibe, and did not even notice Shenberry standing right behind them. But you, standing up there, could see her perfectly. The moment your eyes landed on Shenberry, you could not look away. Your freezing heart slowly began to boil over again. As the song came to an end, thunderous applause and screams erupted from the crowd.
Little brother, you sing so well.
Pretty boy, do you have a girlfriend? If you do not, do you want Owen right now? Shooting their shot, you have to respect the hustle. Hearing the girls' comments get more and more outrageous, Shenberry pouted, clearly unhappy. Her pitiful little puppy was just too much of a magnet. Someone was always coveting him. She slowly walked into the center of the crowd, gently draped the coat over your shoulders, buttoned it up, and poked a straw into the hot milk tea so you could warm your hands. You stared blankly at the gentle Shenberry in front of you, your eyes filled with sparkling starlight. The hot milk tea in your palms seemed to warm you right down to your soul. Might as well be hopelessly whipped on more time. It was not like it was the first time anyway. The crowd off stage assumed she was your girlfriend and started cheering. Kiss, kiss. But slowly they realized something was off. Why did this girlfriend look so familiar?
Holy shit. It is Shenberry, the collective jaw drop of the century.
It is Shenberry, the superstar Shenberry. So Shenberry was tenderly dressing this guy. Of course, it was not just the guys whose hearts broke. The girls were heartbroken too. They had finally found such a gorgeous younger guy, and he was already taken, and by the superstar Shenberry no less. Many drama-loving netizens in the crowd already had their phones out, snapping photos, and rapidly uploading them to the internet. Shenberry's Weibo super topic instantly exploded. A new post popped up, huge T. Shenberry and an older woman, younger man romance with an incredibly pretty younger guy. In just 5 short minutes, the incident shot to the #1 trending spot on Weibo. Meanwhile, back on the Jinda sports field, you were still completely stunned, knowing nothing else but to stare at her foolishly. Shenberry gently ruffled your fluffy, light-colored hair. Silly Ran, are you cold? She asked softly. It seemed your eyes could only hold her. Cold, you answered in an adorable daze, but then shook your head vigorously. Now that you're here, sister, I am not cold anymore. Your voice was so soft it could melt someone. Those glassy eyes stared blankly at Shenberry, hearing your answer. Shenberry's smile blossomed like a flower, a smile that could topple cities. Ass if it drained the color from the rest of the world, at least in your eyes. Aside from Shenberry, everything else was just gray. Only she radiated brilliance. Silly Ranran, do not just hold the milk tea, Drink it. She grabbed your hands and lifted them slightly, prompting you to take a sip. Okay, you nodded with a sweet smile. Offstage, Lule and the guys were completely dumbfounded. Bro, did not he say she was his cousin? No matter how they looked at it, the vibe was definitely off. Lu Ying. Oh, Lu Ying. Look at how she acts as an older sister. Then look at you. You only know how to bully me. Truly, there is no harm without comparison. Lulu angrily yet secretly grumbled about his own sister. Except, little did he know, Lu Ying was standing sneakily right behind him. Top 10 moments before disaster strikes. An icy voice drifted leisurely from behind him. So your sister treats you badly, huh? Holy shit! Lulu jumped in terror. He spun around to see his biological sister and switched to a bootlicking, flattering smile at the speed of light. How could that be? You are my real sister. My only sister. Let this lowly Owen massage your shoulders to relieve your anger. Lu Ying, enjoying her brother's service, chuckled comfortably. Here for you. Lu Ying handed the fruit tea in her hand to her brother. Luli's face lit up, taking it happily. The crowd, watching the sweet interaction between you and Shenberry, finally could not hold back anymore. Someone shouted at the top of their lungs, Shenberry, are you two dating? Oh, how you wish Shenberry would say yes, but you knew she would not. Shenberry gently shook her head at the crowd. This is my younger brother. The starlight in your eyes dimmed just a fraction, though they still sparkled. Even if it was just as a sister, that was enough. The crowd fell silent for a few seconds, and then erupted. The guys woke up again. Goddess Berry is still single. The girls woke up too. The pretty boy is still single. The gossipers hurried back to Weibo to post the good news. Plot twist from the previous poster. The pretty boy is Shenberry's cousin. They are not a couple. Shenberry looked at the girls in the crowd, noticing their eyes glowing green as they stared at you, wishing they could just run up and snatch you away. Honestly valid, and coveting her breadfruit. In their dreams, breadfruit could only be hers. Shenberry grabbed your hand, turned around, and deftly navigated through the crowd. You just mindlessly let Shenberry lead you away, your heart feeling as sweet as if you had drank honey. If this makes me pathetic, then so be it. Not long ago, right after finishing the fashion brand event, Shenberry had immediately driven over to Jinda because she missed you. You let Shenberry lead the way, following obediently behind her. Shenberry was wearing a gorgeous gold and blue evening gown with exquisite makeup. The dress perfectly showcased her city-toppling beauty. You thought of a poem by Libai, thinking it might roughly capture 70 or 80% of Shenberry's beauty. Her robes are made of clouds, her face of flowers. The spring breeze brushes the railing. The dew is heavy. If she is not to be seen at the peak of Jade Mountain, we will surely meet her under the moon at Yao Terrace. Could you ever be worthy of someone so perfect? Perhaps. You and Shenberry were never meant to be from the same world. It was just a twist of fate that brought you two together. Shenberry looked back at you. Seeing you staring at her in a daze, she laughed secretly in her heart. Was her silly Ren staring at her so hard he spaced out? So you really have fallen in love with me, have not you? Are you cold? Ran, she asked you softly. Not cold. You smiled and shook your head. Are you cold, sister? Your dress looks very thin. You were a bit worried about her? Sister is not cold at all. I'm not as fragile as Ran, you little Lindayu. She teased you with her eyes curved into crescents, in a very good mood. You gave a gentle chuckle. A crescent moon hung high in the glazed night sky, casting its cool white light over Shenberry. Did you go to some event, sister? You asked her softly.
Yeah.
I went to a fashion brand event with Lu Ying. The brand provided this gown, she explained while holding your soft hand. Suddenly, Shenberry stopped walking. Her delicate nose leaned in close to yours, her rosy lips parting slightly. So, Ran, am I pretty? Pretty? You answered. Is the dress pretty? Or is your sister pretty? My sister is pretty. You did not hesitate for a second, your words following your heart perfectly. Shenberry thought you were going to say both are pretty, but she liked your actual answer much better. She extended her fair arms and pulled you into an embrace, her lips already pressing against yours. Another long, lingering kiss. Her breadfruit was just as sweet as ever. Such a sweet talker, Ran. Do you like your sister? Her lips lightly brushed against your ear as she asked you the same question again. I like you. Still without the slightest hesitation. Why? Shenberry blinked and asked back. Because it is you, sister. Your eyes were filled with nothing but sincerity and adoration. She nodded. Then let sister hold Ran on more time. Thank you, sister. The two of you drove home smoothly. This time, Shenberry did not even bother going to her own room. As soon as you got home, she slipped straight into yours. She hurriedly told you to take a hot shower so you would not get sick. After showering, you sat at the desk scrolling on your phone, while Shenberry actually decided to shower in your bathroom. Listening to the splashing water from the bathroom, your fair cheeks and neck began to flush red. Suddenly your phone rang, distracting your thoughts. Shenberry finished washing in the bathroom, only to realize she had brought her change of clothes. and underwear but forgot a towel. She was debating whether to ask you to fetch her towel or just use yours to dry off. Whatever, I will just use Ranran's. Shenberry pressed your towel to her face and took a deep breath. Just as I thought, Ranran's towel smells sweet too. Outside, you looked at the screen displaying the words, unknown caller, wondering who it could be. A spam call, but just in case it was something important. You gently tapped answer. Hello? May I ask who this is? Only a faint static hum came from the phone. You glanced at the screen. It had not hung up. You asked again. Hello, are you there? Still silence. For about a few seconds, you assumed it was a prank call and were about to hang up when a sobbing sound came through the speaker. It sounded like a young girl. You were even more confused. The sorrowful sobbing lasted for over a minute, until you heard the person choke out, breadfruit. It is your sister. Even though her voice was thick from crying, you still instantly recognized who it was. Your entire body felt like it had been turned to stone, frozen in place, completely unable to move. Owen person crying, Owen person silent. Neither side hung up the phone. Breadfruit. Your sister misses you so much. Listening to her whimpers and gentle words, your brain could not process it for a moment. Tears were already beginning to well up in your eyes. It has been 15 years since you threw me away. Why are you calling me again? Your mind was in chaos, completely at a loss for what to do. Sorry, you must have the wrong number. Your voice was trembling badly, barely managing to finish the sentence. You immediately hung up. You stood there dumbfounded, breathing heavily, a murky gray clouding your eyes. Your chest felt so tight, so suffocating that even breathing was difficult. At that very moment, in a villa in Paris, a beauty whose features bore a slight resemblance to yours had just put her phone down. Her pale fingers clutched your profile files, her fingertips gently stroking your photo. Lin Qian's beautiful eyes were tinged with tears. Breadfruit. Sister is coming back soon. Sister will never let Breadfruit suffer again.
Whoa, the plot thickens.
Shenberry, draped in a white bath towel, had just pushed open the bathroom door, only to see you looking like your soul had left your body. You tried to put your phone on the desk, but it slipped and crashed onto the floor with a loud smack. The screen shattered on impact. Shenberry keenly sensed that something was very wrong with your state of mind. It seemed taking that call had caused this. She ran over and gripped your shoulders with both hands. Ranran. What is wrong? Whose call was that? Did something happen? She asked, panic lacing her voice. It is nothing, sister. You smiled, though it was incredibly forced. Anyone could see something was wrong. Furthermore, she noticed your eyes were red, brimming with unshed tears. Why was her silly Ranran crying? It broke Shenberry's heart. Her fair fingertips softly touched the corners of your eyes, wiping away the moisture. Sister, can I borrow a hug? Hearing your pitiful, soft voice, Shenberry felt her heart practically melt. Forget borrowing a hug. You could borrow anything. She would give you everything. Holding your small hand, she led you to the bed and turned off the lights. Your arms gently wrapped around Shenberry's delicate frame. So warm. So very warm. Shenberry had just finished showering and was entirely enveloped in the milky scent of body wash. You could clearly feel the exquisite curves of her body and her warm body temperature. Yet you harbored no lustful thoughts whatsoever. You just wanted to obediently hold her, absorbing that warm sense of security. Shenberry's slender arms also gently wrapped around her Ranran. She rhythmically patted your back, comforting you tenderly. Ranran, can you tell sister what happened? Her voice was pure warmth. Under the covers, you gently shook your head. Shenberry felt your delicate chin rubbing against her collarbone. It felt like it was tickling her very heart. What was wrong with her pitiful little puppy? It hurt her so much. Ever since she met you, there had always been an underlying gloominess to you. The moonlight peeked through the gaps in the curtains, stealing into the room. A fresh scent drifted through the air. Pitter, patter. It seemed the sky was unhappy too, crying in self-pity. Massive raindrops began smashing against the window with a loud bang, bang. Suddenly the room flashed as bright as day. A few seconds later, a dull roll of thunder rumbled through. Shenberry felt you burrow even deeper into her embrace. She pulled the blanket over their heads. Underneath the covers, the two of you stared into each other's eyes in the dim light. You were so close that your warm breath brushed against each other's faces. She delicately pinched your soft little cheek, her tone like she was coaxing a child.
Zio Yuan.
Tell sister. Okay, pretty please? If you do not tell me, I'm going to kiss you. Seeing you just staring at her blankly, she simply decided to invade your mouth. Her smooth, fragrant tongue deftly pried open your teeth.
You did not resist at all,
allowing her to conquer and kiss you as she pleased. She thought you have no idea how hard it is to hold back. Having such a sweet-smelling, entirely compliant baby, sharing a bed with her every day, sleeping under the same covers. It took immense willpower to resist devouring you. They kissed for a full 5 minutes. Before separating, you suddenly asked her sister, if I give all of myself to you? Can you promise to never abandon me? Shenberry was momentarily stunned by the question. She curled the corners of her lips, not answering your question. Instead, she asked softly, Ran, have you fallen in love with me? You nodded. She pulled your head back against her soft chest, gently stroking your fluffy light hair. You suddenly felt a slight headache, perhaps from the emotional roller coaster.
You wanted to sleep.
Shenberry still had not answered your question. Maybe you should not ask again. What if asking again annoyed her? Sister, I'm sleepy. Your voice was soft and weak. Okay, go to sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, all your worries will be gone.
Trust, sister.
Lulled by the sound of the thunderstorm outside, you gently fell asleep. Not a word was spoken the rest of the night. The 7 days of military training were met with continuous rain. On the night of the third day, you ultimately could not escape your fate. Plot armor, never heard of her. You got caught in the rain and then fell seriously ill. Your fever spiked to 42 degrees, 107.6 degrees Verif at 01 point. Shenberry was practically sick with worry. Terrified her Rand would fry his brain. It was not exactly the sharpest little brain to begin with. Using the guise of your cousin, Shenberry requested a full 7 days of leave for you. You rested at home for a week. During the day, you would be hooked up to an IV drip while keeping Jingdi company as she drew comics or read books. At night, your duty was to warm up the bed with Shenberry. Shenberry's schedule was very busy. She frequently went to various media events during the day. You would just sit at home longingly, watching your sister Berry on TV. She was very photogenic. Even the camera could capture at least 70% of her true beauty. Every time she appeared on screen, the live fans would go absolutely wild with screams. Your eyes, too, were filled with adoration. You had truly fallen in love with Shenberry as long as she did not abandon you. You were willing to stay by her side for the rest of your life? Lin Qian never called again. It was as if you had forgotten the incident entirely, or at least you stopped thinking about it. Today, mostly recovered, you returned to school? As soon as you entered the dorm, you found your roommates practicing music.
Are you three starting?
A band. You looked completely bewildered.
Yep.
There is a welcome party at the Jinda concert hall tonight. The three of us teamed up and signed up for a performance. If you had not been sick, breadfruit, we definitely would have dragged you into it too. Lulu smirked. You scratched your head awkwardly. I will be off stage cheering for you guys. Autumn evenings always darken quickly. The evening breeze was crisp and cool. You were walking towards the Jinda concert hall. The welcome party was about to start.
You had not seen your sister Berry all day today.
You wanted to send her a WeChat message, but were afraid of disturbing her, so you did not send it, but you missed her terribly. Your three roommates were probably out rehearsing. They had left carrying their instruments earlier anyway. You had not seen them all day either. Just moments ago, alone in the pitch-black dorm room, wiping away tears, you had finished drawing the final chapter of your comic. You concluded the work that had kept you company for an entire year, saying a final goodbye to the male and female leads. No matter how heartbroken you were, no matter how reluctant to let go, there was nothing you could do, because every story must have an ending. After uploading the final chapter, you typed, "Thank you for accompanying me on this journey." Then, you slowly walked into the concert hall. Inside the dim venue, up on the ceiling, colorful magical disco lights swayed back and forth, occasionally sweeping past your eyes. Students were gathered together holding glow sticks, chatting. It was bustling and incredibly lively. With half-lowered eyes, you found a dark spot in one of the back rows and sat down, surrounded by strangers you did not know. Your social anxiety kicked in, so you pulled out your phone. The screen had been shattered that day, but it was still usable. Looking at the complete button in the comic app, you could not bring yourself to tap it. If you tapped it, it would truly be over. Maybe I should draw a few side stories. At that moment, the welcome party officially began. The host who walked on stage was an incredibly gorgeous upperclassman. Instantly, waves of cheers and howls erupted from the guys in the audience. Meanwhile, Shenberry and Luying had finally arrived. They pushed open the door and quietly slipped into the concert hall. Shenberry was the grand finale performance tonight, but the reason she came so early was undoubtedly because she missed her pitiful little puppy. Shenberry knew you would be watching. Perhaps it really was destiny. In a concert hall of thousands, she spotted her pitiful little puppy at a single glance. You looked unhappy again. Even though you were surrounded by people, you still looked so incredibly lonely, and there happened to be an empty seat right next to you. I want to go find Lin Breadfruit. Giving her a pleading look, she grabbed Luying's hand and shook it. Luying gave her the middle finger to show her disdain. Shenberry, I see right through you.
Bros before.
Wait, lovers before friends. She just kept giving Luying that pitiful puppy dog expression.
Fine.
Luying waved her hand dismissively. My idiot brother Luli is performing soon anyway. I am going to the front row to cheer for him. You go find your breadfruit. But as punishment for abandoning me, you owe me a Haidilao meal. Haidalao really is the currency of this universe, huh? Lu Ying crossed her arms over her chest, pouting her lips as she waited for Shen Berry's response. I love my Yinjing the most. Her smile was as beautiful as a blooming flower. Forget about own meal. 2 meals is fine. Shen Berry walked toward you and gently sat down beside you. Her small hand naturally reached out and held yours. Suddenly feeling a soft warmth wrapping around your hand, you instinctively tried to pull away, turning to look in surprise, only to find it was the berry you had been longing for. Shen Berry was not wearing any makeup this time, but on her fair cheeks, you still could not find a single flaw. Sister, you called out softly. How did you know I was here? Your eyes sparkled with starlight. Because Lu Ying told me her brother was performing. I figured, since you're Lulu's roommate, you would definitely come to watch, she explained, her eyes curving into crescents. You smiled and nodded gently, your heart feeling incredibly warm. Your sister really cared about you. Because the venue was very dark, and everyone's attention was on the stage. Nobody noticed. These two secretly holding hands. Because of Shen Berry's arrival, and the secret hand-holding, obviously, your mood improved drastically. Subtly and unconsciously, you, who were usually so cold and aloof, were now deeply captivated by Shen Berry's every move. Shen Berry's fingers intertwined with yours. Her warm palm began to sweat slightly, and that heat seemed to transmit straight into your heart. The adoration in your eyes as you looked at her was practically overflowing. Shen Berry watched the affection filling your eyes, seeing her own reflection, taking up your entire vision. She smiled happily, her eyes curving. Her pitiful little puppy had completely and utterly fallen in love with her. Shen Berry felt the kind of joy Owen gets from finally clearing a beloved video game. Achievement unlocked, tame the angsty puppy. On stage, Lulu and the guys had started their performance. You could say it was quite a spectacle. The moment Lulu's handsome face appeared on stage, it drew waves of cheers. He seemed born for the stage, waving his hands without a hint of restraint, whipping the venue's atmosphere into a boiling frenzy. The 3 of them took their positions. Lulu, holding his guitar, stood in front of the microphone and shouted, "The song we are bringing you tonight is, people without ideals are not sad. I hope everyone here throws away their unhappiness and gets hyped with us." The passionate rock music instantly ignited the hormones of all the young men and women in the venue. Everyone started singing along. You watched your 3 passionate roommates on stage, listened to the deafening singing of the strangers around you, and felt genuinely happy for the 3 of them. This time they should achieve the blockbuster success they were aiming for. Shen Berry, however, did not watch the performance. Instead, she kept her eyes fixed entirely on you. Amidst the noisy environment, she leaned in close to your ear and asked, Ran, do you like this song? You blinked your beautiful eyes. Sister, people without ideals are not sad. It is a pity I have them. What are Ranran's ideals? A sparkling light danced in her eyes, as she looked at you expectantly. I want my sister to love me, or at least never abandon me. After saying that, you quickly turned your head back to the stage, using your scarf to cover your ears with both hands. You looked adorable. Exactly like a little ostrich burying its head. Shen Berry looked at how timid you were, and for some reason, something deep in her heart was touched. Her little Ranran severely lacked a sense of security. He did not even have the courage to listen to her answer. It made sense. Abandoned by his mother since childhood, abused by his father. This silly Ranran, how could he possibly have any sense of security? Your sense of security came entirely from the defensive shell you had built around yourself. But that shell had already been breached by Shen Berry. Shen Berry gently pulled your hands down and intertwined her fingers with yours once again. Your hands were so cold, like a piece of freezing jade. She held your 2 cold hands against her chest to warm them. You could feel her rhythmic heartbeat, feel the vibrant vitality of her life. The performances on stage went on, one after another. There were songs, dances, and stand-up comedy. Each Owen was fantastic, far more energetic than you were. You were the only Owen radiating a gloomy aura. Bro is the physical embodiment of a rainy cloud. A girl wearing a white and green floral dress walked onto the stage. Hello everyone. My name is Song Muyu. I will be bringing you the song Mom and Dad. The girl's clear singing voice rang out. Listening to the song on stage, the tiny bit of a smile on your face completely vanished. Your eyes glazed over with a murky gray. Sister, I want to go out for some fresh air. I'm sorry. You gently slipped your hand out of Shen Berry's and quickly fled the concert hall. Call it being overly sentimental, or call it being melodramatic. But either way, you truly could not bear to listen to this song. Outside the concert hall, it was quiet and pitch black. Only a few scattered blue street lamps emitted a faint glow. Just a single set of doors to the concert hall seemed to completely isolate 2 different worlds. You walked blankly over to the small lake. The fountain in the middle shot droplets of water high into the air every few seconds before they crashed back down, stirring stirring up ripples across the surface. You started to feel a bit better. It was very romantic out here, and you liked it very much. Shenberry chased after you very quickly. She could sense how much you disliked that song. She had to come out and comfort her silly Ranran. She gently pulled you into her embrace. Breadfruit, do not be sad. You have me. Your sister will warm you. Those scorching, fervent words were like fireworks exploding in your mind. It was so dazzling that the edges of your eyes grew red. Your voice was as soft as water. The kiss under the moonlight was delicate and lingering.
Zyoyuan, do you want to hear your sister sing?
I do. Do you have a performance prepared, sister? Your eyes sparkled with anticipation. I do, but I have not decided what to sing yet. Because I'm performing a cappella, I can sing whatever I want. So whatever Ranran wants to hear, your sister will sing. Shenberry affectionately pinched the slightly red tip of your nose. Sister spoils me so much, huh? Your eyes curved into smiles, feeling overwhelmingly happy. Your heart felt as sweet as if you had eaten honey. Of course I spoil you. You are my silly Ranran. If I do not spoil you, who will? Why am I silly Ranran? Am I really that silly? You blinked your large innocent eyes and asked her, Xiao Yuan, do you actually think you're smart? Shenberry teased you. Maybe. Probably not that silly, right? You gave her a goofy smile.
Right. All right. Ranran is not silly.
Shenberry gently ruffled your light-colored hair. So what does Ranran want to hear? Favoritism, you blurted out without a second thought. Because you wanted her favoritism. Okay, then I will sing favoritism. Thank you, sister. Your eyes were filled with absolute sweetness. Looking at how well-behaved you were, Shenberry's heart grew softer and softer. She hugged you even tighter against her chest. The fragrance radiating from you drifted to her nose again. Breadfruit, you seemed unhappy again just now? So, did something else happen? Your fingers started playing with the cuffs of your clothes again. You let your gaze fall on Shenberry's cheek. At that moment, your eyes locked with her gentle, tender gaze. As if you were not quite used to it, you quickly averted your eyes back to the fountain in the lake. Because my comic finished its run, I can't bear to let it go. Your voice was a bit downcast. Can't bear to let go of your readers. Ranran can just draw another own. The readers who like Ranran will still come to read it. You gently shook your head. Your voice was faint. I can't bear to let go of the characters in the comic. I do not want their story to just end forever like this. Shenberry could understand you, just like how she would throw her whole heart and soul into a movie role. When the film wrapped up, she too would be unable to forget it for a long time, sinking deep into the emotions. The best way to solve this problem was to throw oneself into the next role. Shenberry gently tucked your scarf in for you. Her voice was tender. Ranran, you can try drawing a new comic. Once you pour your heart into new characters, you won't be this unhappy anymore. You hung your head staring blankly at the fountain in silence, then your pale lips parted slightly. Sister, does everyone eventually love the new and abandon the old? Shenberry blinked and thought for a moment. At least most people are like that, because a person's energy is limited. When you invest yourself in something new, you do not have as much energy left to reminisce about the old. You carefully pondered Shenberry's words. You suddenly felt it made a lot of sense, just like your computer or your phone, even if you could not bear to replace them right now. Eventually the day would come when you had to, and after getting new ones, the old ones could only lie quietly in some unnamed drawer in a corner. You probably would not think of them much anymore either, but your heart still felt heavy and painful. You always wanted things that were eternal. You foolishly believed that love was eternal because you could not get eternal love. Therefore, you wanted to write stories about having eternal love. Sister, is love eternal? You gazed into Shenberry's beautiful glassy eyes and asked quietly, Ranran, maybe you should learn to live in the present. If you do not think about things as distant as eternity, you will live a much happier life. She felt that your mind was just too complicated. Overthinking this much was really bad for your health. She wanted you to live a simpler life, so your health would improve, a heart more sensitive than the sage's, a body more fragile than a sickly beauty. This classic quote truly matched her silly Ran perfectly. Lynn, Breadfruit, your sister commands you to stop thinking about this. She deliberately put on a strict face, pretending to be fierce to scare you, but you were not scared at all. You even smiled, your eyes curving. Your acting is not convincing at all, sister. Even though she was literally a professional actress, you smiled and actually teased your berry sister for once. Silly Ranran is smiling. Does that mean you're happy now? She pinched your little cheek affectionately. I'm happy. You nodded cheerfully. Having been cheered up by Shenberry, you added, Sister, it is a bit cold. Let us go back inside. Okay. The two of you continued to secretly hold hands in the dim corners, watching the performances one after another. Time passed quickly, and the welcome party was drawing to a close. Shenberry had already gone backstage early to prepare. Meanwhile, you quietly slipped out of the venue, ran swiftly to the flower shop next to the school, and bought a massive bouquet of white roses. In a little while, after Shenberry finished singing, you were going to go up and give her the flowers. That is right. You decided this all on your own. Look at our boy taking initiative. The flower shop was only a few hundred meters from the concert hall, so you quickly made the round trip. Shenberry had not taken the stage yet. You gently buried your nose in the white roses in your arms. An elegant, subtle fragrance wafted over. It was a natural scent, not overpowering, but a sweet and delicate aroma. You had specifically chosen this type of flower because you felt Shenberry matched white roses perfectly. Equally precious and elegantly refined. Holding the flowers, you ran to the front row. Lulu spotted you immediately, since your light blue outfit was just too easy to recognize. Breadfruit, over here. Lulu waved at you to come sit. You ducked down, jogged over, and sat down. Lulu looked at the flowers in your arms, assuming someone had confessed to you. His expression was one of absolute shock.
Holy shit.
Breadfruit got flowers from a girl? Do not tell me you literally just got a girlfriend. Your brow twitched. What are you thinking? My sister is going on stage to sing soon. I wanted to give her flowers. Oh, never mind then. Lulu waved his hand, but a second later he looked at you suspiciously. Wait a minute. I have noticed that your relationship with Shenberry is a little too unnaturally good. He is onto you. What kind of cousins hold hands? That night on the sports field, I clearly saw Shenberry holding your hand as you left. And now you're giving her flowers. Breadfruit, you do not have a crush on your cousin, do you? That is absolutely forbidden. Lulu shook his head at you frantically. Your eyes darted away, suddenly feeling incredibly guilty at being called out. Who told you to actually be in love with Shenberry? Seeing the situation turning south, Lu Ying quickly yanked Lulu back. What kind of blind gossip is that? They are siblings. They have been close since childhood. Right.
Breadfruit, right? Exactly.
Due to your guilty conscience, you reflexively answered way too loudly. Really? Lule continued to scrutinize you. He just felt that your relationship with Shenberry was highly ambiguous. The group's chatter was interrupted by the host's voice. Fellow students, before we knew it, our welcome party has reached its end. There is only one last performance left. Can everyone guess who it is? The beautiful upperclassman host gave a mysterious smile, letting everyone guess the final performer. I bet it is Shenberry. A guy in the audience shouted loudly. Yeah, I guess Shenberry too? Almost everyone in the audience guessed it was Shenberry. Did everyone guess correctly or not? The upperclassman playfully dragged out the suspense, drawing a chorus of playful boos from the crowd. Let us welcome our final performer. All the lights in the venue went out. The dark red curtains slowly parted, accompanied by a single beam of light hitting the stage. Shenberry stood there shining radiantly just by appearing on stage. She had already driven the males in the audience absolutely crazy. Shenberry, I will always support you. Listening to all the explicit confessions from the guys in the crowd, you felt a bit jealous, but then you shook your head, secretly scolding yourself for being greedy. Shenberry treating you this well was already enough to be content with.
You had no right to be jealous.
Shenberry could not belong solely to you. You would not even dare to dream of such a thing. In your eyes, she was like a banished immortal from the heavens, too precious and far out of reach. On stage, Shenberry's beautiful eyes swept over the back rows of the venue, searching for the silhouette of her pitiful little puppy. But strangely, she could not find you.
Did he run away?
If he did, Big Sister is going to be angry. Then she glanced at the front row, and there you were. Huh, why is he holding flowers? Are those for me? Her pitiful little puppy was so thoughtful. In just that short amount of time he had run out to buy her flowers, Shenberry involuntarily curled the corners of her lips. Hello everyone, I am Shenberry. She smiled and waved at the crowd. Another wave of cheers erupted from the audience. This song is dedicated to a certain silly someone. He said he wanted to hear favoritism. Shenberry's heavenly singing voice slowly filled the air. Everyone in the venue listened quietly, with half of your face hidden behind the white roses.
Your peach blossom eyes
Stared blankly, completely entranced by Shenberry on stage. Shenberry, if only you would show me your favoritism forever. If only you were truly waiting for me to rely on you. How wonderful would that be? For the first time in your life, you felt that the length of a song was just too short. Holding the massive bouquet of white roses and the flower crown, you stared blankly as you slowly walked up onto the stage. Actually, you should have been terrified, with so many people in the audience watching you. But at this very moment, only Shenberry was in your eyes and in your heart. You did not feel nervous at all. It is just that. Because all your attention was on Shenberry, you were not paying attention to your feet. You accidentally tripped over the speaker's power cord. With a stumble, you dove straight into Shenberry's arms, your thin lips even brushed against her fair cheek. Mission failed successfully. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone in the entire venue watched this unfold, and you could hear a pin drop. Your brain instantly blue-screened, freezing you in place. Your arms were still draped over Shenberry's fair, slender shoulders. Shenberry looked at you, frozen like a block of wood in her arms, and gave a stunning smile, secretly thinking to herself, "See, I told you you were silly, and you still denied it." She gently covered the microphone with her hand, and whispered to you in her arms, "Silly Ranran, how long are you going to hug your sister?" You snapped back to reality, hurriedly pulling away from Shenberry's fragrant embrace. Your face was so red it was practically steaming. I'm sorry. Sister, I brought you flowers." You shoved the flowers into Shenberry's arms, wanting nothing more than to flee the stage immediately. But Shenberry grabbed your wrist, stopping you from leaving. "Zhou-Yuan, what about that? Are not you going to put it on me?" She pointed at the flower crown looped around your wrist. "Right, I will put it on you." You took the exquisite white rose flower crown and gently placed it on her head. Shenberry's hair was soft, black, and glossy. The contrast of black and white made Shenberry look even more breathtakingly beautiful. Your eyes were glued to her again. Down in the audience, the crowd was starting to lose their minds. My goddess Berry actually got hugged in public and kissed, muting the world once again to listen to the sound of men's hearts breaking. However, some sharp-eyed people recognized you. That is the guy from the sports field the other day. Shenberry's younger brother. Bro, chill out. Even if they hugged, they are just siblings. Listening to the commotion in the audience, Shenberry held your wrist, lifted her microphone, and said softly, "This is my younger brother, Lin Breadfruit." The starlight in your eyes dimmed just a bit. However, you still managed to muster a gentle smile, waving at the audience below the stage. "Whoa, the little brother is so cute. Sing a song since you're already up there." As the calls grew louder and louder, many guys also joined in the shouting. You looked pitifully at Shenberry. "Sister, save me." Shenberry secretly whispered in your ear, Ran, do you want to sing?" Being asked by Shenberry like this, you suddenly wanted to dedicate a song to her too, because Shenberry had just gifted you a song of favoritism. "Sister, I want to give you a song I wrote myself." You whispered back into her ear. Surprise flashed in Shenberry's eyes. You actually knew how to write songs. Her silly Ranran was truly talented in a wide range of fields. You borrowed Lulu's guitar and gently slung it over your shoulder. "This is a song I wrote myself. I want to dedicate it to someone who has been very, very good to me. It is called Paranoid Love." The angst is real with this title. The lights in the venue dimmed once again. Your fingertips gently plucked the strings, and a melancholy chord rang out. Shenberry was just inches away in the front row. Yet you did not dare to look at her. You kept staring out into an empty void somewhere in the venue, perhaps compared to a naked confession. Offering up your pure heart in this manner made you feel even more exposed and ashamed, so you did not quite dare to look at Shenberry, but Shenberry's eyes were fixed intently on you. You looked truly incredibly beautiful, just simply singing a song, yet radiating a mesmerizing charm. You were truly suited for the stage. The song was exceptionally well written, and your vocal skills also surprised her. This was completely on the level of a professional singer. It was just that the song made her feel a bit uncomfortable. It was a little too sorrowful, a little too subservient and self-deprecating. Inside her Ranran's little head, just what exactly was he thinking about every day? Why was he always so unhappy? The venue was very quiet. Only your singing voice floated in the empty air. Everyone was immersed in the bitter melody. Who knows how many hearts it touched? Song Muyu, the girl who had sung Mom and Dad, was staring at the stage with a look of astonishment. Your voice was simply too familiar to her. It sounded exactly like the voice of a streamer she tuned into every week. Lin Breadfruit. Breadfruit wants to see the sea. Even the names overlapped. Could it really be him? She decided to find a chance to ask you. The hand strumming the guitar gently lowered. The song quickly came to an end. Only then did you boldly sneak a peek at Shenberry. Your gazes crossed in an instant. Your body gave a subtle tremble. The two lines of sight seemed to twist and melt the very air. The people in the venue were still immersed in the song. Many had even shed tears. Perhaps they too had once experienced a humble, subservient kind of love. "Thank you, everyone." You bowed with the guitar to apologize and hurriedly got off the stage to find Shenberry. You arrived in front of her, and Shenberry raised her hand to gently straighten your collar. Breadfruit sang really beautifully. She praised sincerely. "Thank you, sister." Stars sparkled in your eyes again. Lulu secretly observed the two of them from the side, and the more he looked, the more he felt something was off. "Breadfruit, let us go home. Sister will buy you something delicious." "Really, thank you, sister." You still had little to no resistance against good food. Your eyes practically glowed at the mention of it. Hearing this, Lulu completely lost his grip on reality. "Wait, you two live together. Are not you cousins?" Shenberry, without a flush or a skipped heartbeat, smiled and explained. "Breadfruit is currently staying at my place. Is there a problem?" "No problem." "Fine. Crashing at a relative's place, that seems perfectly reasonable." Shenberry held your soft wrist and walked toward the concert hall's exit. You just blankly let her lead you. Seeing this song, Moyu hurriedly chased after you. "Hello? Excuse me. Lin Breadfruit. Are you Breadfruit wants to see the sea? Song Muyu's eyes flashed with absolute awe. A hint of shock flashed through your eyes. How did you get recognized? You had never shown your face online. However, you still smiled and answered, "Hello, I am indeed Breadfruit wants to see the sea." The fervor in Muyu's eyes grew even more intense. Shenberry furrowed her brow, staring at the rather pretty and innocent-looking girl in front of her. She thoroughly hated the way this girl was looking at her Breadfruit. Shenberry firmly stated, "Excuse me, we are in a hurry." And with that, she pulled you away. Inexplicably, Song Muyu felt hostility radiating from Shenberry's eyes. She was a bit confused. She had no connection with a superstar like Shenberry whatsoever. Where did the hostility come from? Could it be because of you? Song Muyu could not figure it out either. Right now, Shenberry was exceedingly unhappy. Her possessiveness was acting up. She did not like how attractive you were to others. She wanted you to be admired solely by her, possessed solely by her, and to belong completely and utterly to her. Shenberry forcefully dragged you forward, her grip so tight that it made your wrist ache. But you did not say a word, just enduring the pain and blankly following her. Shenberry dragged you all the way home like this. Upon entering the room, without even turning on the lights, she threw you onto the bed and pressed her delicate frame against you. She radiated a freezing aura, the usual tenderness entirely absent from her eyes. Looking at Shenberry pinned on top of you, you were a bit scared? Did not sister say we were going to buy delicious food for Ran? Your gaze was timid, your voice soft and weak. Shenberry did not answer. Instead, she mechanically began tearing off your clothes, stripping off your coat and tossing it to the side of the bed. Instantly, a fragrant scent filled the air. Her icy hands slipped under the hem of your hoodie, roaming freely over your soft body. Her thin lips crashed down upon yours, lacking her past gentleness and full of aggression, ravaging your mouth with a cold ferocity. After several minutes of plundering, her lips shifted targets, slowly trailing downward, claiming your collarbone inch by inch. Sister, are you sick again? Your voice trembled slightly. You were a little frightened of this version of Shenberry. Feeling your slightly trembling body, Shenberry paused her movements. Illuminated by the moonlight outside the window, Shenberry's gaze was ice cold. Breadfruit, why are you so alluring to others? Can't you just obediently be my pitiful little puppy? Shenberry's icy question hit you alongside the cold draft from the window. Hearing that phrase, pitiful little puppy, your nose stung, a bitter ache swelling in your chest. So, Shenberry merely saw you as a pitiful little puppy. She did not like you at all. That is why, no matter how many times you asked, Shenberry would never answer.
You were not stupid.
You had actually known all along?
You just refused to admit it? You wanted to live inside that beautiful lie of self-deception? But alas, now that beautiful bubble had been popped, had not it? I have not. You timidly tried to explain, but Shenberry ignored you completely, continuing to drag your clothes off, her lips taking your earlobe into her mouth and teasing it. Only you could not feel even a trace of arousal. You did not resist. After all, you had been bought. To sleep with her or not, it was entirely up to her. It was just that Shenberry's sudden drastic change in attitude made your heart ache with a sour bitterness. These 10 odd days together had already made you begin to get used to Shenberry's spoiling and tenderness. Why had it suddenly become like this again?
You had not done anything wrong.
As expected, a pitiful snail is only truly safe when hiding inside its shell. If you crave the warmth of the firelight, you must be prepared to be burned. Feeling your body go limp, Shenberry assumed you had compromised and continued to tease you with the tip of her tongue. Lin Breadfruit, do you love me? She suddenly stopped, her eyes staring deeply into yours as she asked. You nodded fiercely. I love you. Then give your body to me, okay? She took your hands and placed them on her soft, pale thighs, stroking them. Okay, but I want to know why you're suddenly acting like this. Please, sister, tell me. You hugged her, pleading, because of the way that girl was looking at you earlier. Shenberry's voice remained freezing, but I do not even know her. You pursed your lips pitifully, feeling like your heart was about to shatter. But she is a fan from your live stream. You have probably even coaxed her to sleep, right? You lowered your head in silence. I want you to coax only me to sleep.
Your hands, your mouth,
your body, your everything. It all belongs solely to me. Right, you nodded slowly. As Shenberry resumed her movements, you suddenly wrapped your arms tightly around her. Your voice was muffled against her chest. Sister, then can I be yours forever? Please do not throw me away. Okay, I'm begging you. Tears were already shimmering in your eyes. Why did Shenberry have to treat you so well? She had made you fall madly in love with her. You were terrified that once Shenberry had her fill of you, own day, she would get bored and just toss you aside. Feeling the trembling body in her arms and hearing that humble, desperate plea, Shenberry regained a bit of rationality. She still did not answer your question, but her voice softened slightly. Breadfruit, can you stop streaming? Your sister will support you. I do not want you coaxing other people to sleep. You kept your death grip around Shenberry, burying your face in her chest. It was truly so warm. Why did she have to force you like this? You had been streaming for a very, very long time. The viewers were all longtime fans, and you were incredibly sentimental. It was impossible not to feel reluctant to leave them, but you also love Shenberry so much. Sister, if I stop streaming, will you be happy? You asked, voice muffled in her embrace. Yes. If Breadfruit stops streaming, I will be happy. You remained silent for a long time. Okay. Your voice was trembling uncontrollably. The jealousy that had pooled in Shenberry's heart finally dissipated. Her smile blossomed once more, returning to her usual tenderness. She pinched your little cheek. Ranran is such a good boy. Can I do own last stream, just to say goodbye to my fans? Okay. Shenberry pulled the blanket over, covering the two of you, ruffling your fluffy hair. She captured your lips once again. This time, her previous gentleness had returned. She knew she was bullying you. She also knew you had not done anything wrong, but she truly could not bear it. Whenever she thought about how that girl had once drifted off to a blissful sleep listening to your gentle voice, and was now trying to get close to her breadfruit, jealousy entirely consumed her brain. She had already successfully made you fall in love with her. Now all she needed to do was pluck your feathers, own by own, so you could never fly away again. A bit toxic, but we move. She dragged you away at the concert, threw you on the bed, pressed herself onto you, and domineeringly declared, Breadfruit, your everything belongs entirely to me. Now Shenberry saw that the corners of your eyes had begun to turn red. She used the pads of her fingers to gently wipe away the moisture. Ranran, did your sister scare you? I'm sorry. You hugged her and shook your head, saying nothing. Shenberry noticed a large red mark on your wrist. It was probably from her dragging you earlier. She took your small hand, breathed hot air onto it, and gently rubbed the red mark for you. She gazed tenderly at your timid expression, knowing she had definitely scared you this time, but she would make you continue to love her. You were deeply deprived of love and terribly afraid of the cold. As long as she gave you love and warmth, you would never leave her. Shenberry straddled your waist. She leaned down, and the tip of her tongue began to kiss the corners of your eyes. Breadfruit, give yourself to me. She placed your hands on the back clasp of her bra. Right, folks, I know you guys do not like reading the next part, so I will skip it. Author self-censorship strikes again. The next morning, the orange sunlight from outside bounded into the room, gently spilling across the two faces. Shenberry woke up in a haze, looking at you in her arms, tear tracks still at the corners of your eyes. And then looking at the mess around the room, she felt unparalleled joy. Even though her back ached and her body was sore, a radiant smile still hung on her lips. You truly drove her utterly crazy. She could not get enough, and you now belong completely and utterly to her, inside and out, body and soul. She pinched your chin and kissed you again. After a full 5 minutes of indulging, she finally stopped in satisfaction, only to realize you had not woken up. Breadfruit, Ranran, she gently shook you, trying to wake you, but you frowned uncomfortably, mumbling incoherently in your sleep. Sister, I feel so awful. Only then did Shenberry realize that your body in her arms was burning hot. He did not get sick again, did he? Terrified, she quickly felt your forehead. Sure enough, you were running a high fever again. Panic set in, and she hurriedly dialed Jiang Nan's number. Nanan, do you have time to come over to my place? Breadfruit is running a high fever again. Please hurry. Her tone was urgent. Do not worry, Barry. I am on my way. Get an ice pack ready to cool him down first. Okay. She hung up, rushed to the fridge to grab an ice pack, and carefully placed it on your forehead. But you were incredibly uncomfortable, and kept tossing and turning. The ice pack kept falling off. She coaxed you gently. Ranran, stop moving around. Okay, you have to keep the ice pack on to get better. Be good! Listen to your sister. But how could you have delirious in your sleep? Listen. You continued to thrash about. Shenberry was frantic. Finally, she ran to her own room, grabbed the pink sports headband she used for jogging, stuffed the ice pack inside, and secured it around your head. Only then did the ice pack stay firmly in place. Jiang Nan arrived very quickly. As soon as she walked in, she caught a whiff of a rather indescribable scent, sweeping her eyes over the chaotic state of the bed, and taking in Shenberry's flushed, glowing complexion. She instantly deduced what had happened last night. Jiang Nan coughed lightly in embarrassment, running her fingers through her hair. Nanan, you're here. Quick. Look at Breadfruit. He is sick again. Seeing Jiang Nan, Shenberry anxiously dragged her over. Do not worry, Barry. Let me take his pulse. Jiang Nan comforted her and lifted a corner of the blanket to access your wrist. Unfortunately, lifting that particular corner revealed a stark smear of crimson on the bedsheets. Jiang Nan was completely speechless. This was way too awkward. Barry, really? Could not she have at least moved the boy to another room before having me examine him? Shenberry also spotted that smear of red. Her face instantly flushed with a massive crimson blush. She hastily grabbed a pillow to cover it. She was just so worried she lost her head. She really should have moved you to another room. Jiang Nan gave another light cough to hide her embarrassment, composed herself, and proceeded with the pulse diagnosis. A few minutes later, the diagnosis was complete, but the results were a bit hard for her to articulate. Barry, so about last night, how many times did you two? Jiang Nan stared at Shenberry, stammering out the question. Shenberry's beautiful eyes fluttered, so embarrassed she nearly combusted. About 5, 6, 7, 8 times maybe, she answered, lowering her eyes bashfully. Barry, was not this your first time? Barry, look, this boy has a weak constitution. You need to exercise some restraint. You know what I mean? Right? Shenberry nodded hastily, so it was her fault you got sick. Looking at you lying obediently in bed, her heart ached. Barry, are you feeling any discomfort? I am fine. Just a bit of a backache. That is perfectly normal. Jiang Nan burst out laughing. How could your back not ache that many times on your first go? I will set him up with an IV drip. It is just the flu. Then, Jiang Nan pulled Shenberry aside and asked, Barry, I wanted to ask last time, who exactly is this boy? How did you two end up at this stage? While gently tucking you in, Shenberry answered, We are married. Jiang Nan's jaw dropped in shock. So sudden, Shenberry nodded slightly. No wedding, and it is a hidden marriage.
Right.
Given your profession, a hidden marriage probably is more appropriate. This boy is quite pretty. He seems well-behaved and pure. He suits you well. I wish you both happiness. Jiang Nan congratulated her sincerely. Thank you, Nanan. She smiled. Jiang Nan nodded, then remembered something. She pulled out a large bag of packaged traditional Chinese medicine from her medical kit. Oh, right, Barry. This is the herbal medicine I prescribed for him. Keep it in the fridge normally and have him drink own packet every morning and evening. Shenberry took the medicine and smiled, saying, I will coax him into drinking it like a good boy. Then I will be off. Take good care of him? Jiang Nan packed up her kit, walked to the door, then turned back to specifically remind her, Barry, remember to practice restraint. And if you're not planning on having kids anytime soon, remember to use protection. Shenberry awkwardly curled a strand of hair around her finger. Got it. Let me walk you out. Once again playing the role of your cousin, Shenberry requested another 10-day leave of absence for you from the school. Come to think of it, school had been in session for almost a month, and you had not even spent 2 full days on campus. You slept like a log for an entire day, only groggily opening your eyes. Around 9 p.m., Shenberry had canceled all her work for the day, staying right by your side, meticulously caring for you the entire time. As soon as you woke up, you saw Shenberry asleep, slumped over the edge of your bed. Your heart warmed. Sister Shen actually stayed by your side and took care of you. All day this was almost too much happiness. You could not suppress the sweet smile that crept onto your lips. Sister. You leaned over and gently touched her hair with your fingers. Shenberry groggily opened her eyes. Breadfruit, you are awake. Let me hug you. Overjoyed, she pulled you into a tight embrace. You felt like you were going to faint from sheer happiness. Sister, I'm hungry. Your voice was soft and whiny. Sister said she would buy me delicious food, but you still have not. Ranran really is a little glutton. Sister will buy you lots and lots of delicious food right now. How does that sound? She squished your soft cheeks. Okay, your eyes curved into smiles. Shenberry took out her phone and started ordering a massive feast for delivery. Suddenly remembering something, you shyly asked her from within her embrace, Sister. We did not use protection last night, did we? Will there be a little baby? Seeing you blushing like a tomato, Shenberry wanted to eat you up all over again. Unfortunately, since you were sick, she could not. It is okay, Sister is in her safe period. Oh, you replied softly, feeling inexplicably disappointed. If there could be a little baby, Shenberry definitely would not throw you away. Not long after, the delivery driver arrived carrying bags upon bags of food. Shenberry brought them in and laid them all out on the floor, then grabbed a warm fuzzy blanket and draped it over you. The two of you curled up in a beanbag chair and started eating, looking at the dazzling array of delicious food in front of you. Your eyes lit up instantly. Growing up, you had rarely eaten anything good. The money you earned had to be saved for medicine and tuition, so you could never bring yourself to splurge. Sister, thank you for buying me all this delicious food. You thanked her with a bright, eye-crinkling smile. Shenberry could see you were genuinely happy. She thought to herself, her silly Ranran really was quite simple. Bought off with just ON good meal from now on. Sister will buy Ranran delicious food every day. Okay? She leaned in and bumped her nose affectionately against yours. Do not spend too much. Just treating me once in a while makes me very happy. You smiled radiantly. Ranran, I have told you, your sister has plenty of money. You won't eat me into poverty. Still, no. You smiled and shook your head. What if one day Shenberry decided she did not want you anymore, and you had gotten used to eating all this delicious food? What would you do then? Sister, I want to eat that shrimp. You quickly changed the subject.
Right.
Sister will peel it for you. Shenberry carefully peeled the shrimp clean and fed it right into your mouth. You felt like you were floating on cloud 9. The way you looked at Shenberry was filled with pure adoration. You had no idea when Shenberry would inevitably get tired of you. But for right now, at this very moment, you were going to pretend she liked you. Sister, can you hug Ranran? You whined softly again. Shenberry pulled you into her arms and fed you bite by bite. The two of you, completely shameless, finished an incredibly lavish feast together. The next day, Shenberry had to go out for work, and Jingdi also went to kindergarten. You were left alone in the house. Your body was not fully recovered yet, and your head still felt a bit fuzzy. However, inspiration suddenly struck. You wanted to draw a beautiful extra chapter for your comic? Sitting down at your desk, you picked up your stylus and began to draw. Shenberry's birthday was coming up soon too. You needed to prepare a very special birthday gift for her. Meanwhile, in Shenberry's office, Lu Ying walked in carrying a thick stack of documents. Barry, look at this. Lu Ying pointed at the data in the file for Shenberry to see. This is the song Breadfruit sang. The view count is through the roof. That is right, that video clip on the Yinfu short video platform has already surpassed 50 million views. You could say it is a phenomenal hit. If it is officially released, it will absolutely dominate all the major music charts. Barry, have you considered signing Lin Breadfruit to our company? He would absolutely blow up with his looks and musical talent, becoming a top-tier idol within a few months. Would be a walk in the park. Lu Ying was giving this advice entirely from the standpoint of what would benefit the company. But Shenberry merely shook her head slightly. No. Lu Ying furrowed her brows. Barry, you still do not want him showing his face in public. Breadfruit is mine. I do not want him to be liked by anyone else, especially if he enters the entertainment industry. There will be hordes of crazy female fans obsessing over him. Shenberry's tone was flat, ironclad in her resolve to keep you out of showbiz. Right then, Lu Ying sighed, but at least release this song. It would be such a pity to bury such a fantastic piece of work. Lu Ying really could not bear to let this good song go to waste. I think because word got out that Lin Breadfruit is your brother. Many entertainment companies have already started calling us. They said they want to offer a high price to buy the copyright for this song. They want to sign Lin Breadfruit. After all, getting Lin Breadfruit and this song would definitely bring in a massive profit. Shenberry lowered her eyes, contemplating. After a moment she spoke, Yingjing, let me go back and ask Breadfruit. Night fell. You had spent half the day cooped up at home drawing gloomily, and then spent the entire afternoon curled up on the sofa, watching all sorts of news and movies about Shenberry. Hearing the sound of the door opening, you immediately ran over. Sister, you're back. You went up to ask for a hug. Shenberry was probably very tired from a long day of work. She gave you a brief light hug and then let go. You felt a bit disappointed, but you hit it well. Sister, are you tired? Let Ranran massage your shoulders. Your voice remained gentle. Flop. Shenberry collapsed into the beanbag chair. You helped massage her shoulders? Shenberry closed her eyes and relaxed for a moment. Breadfruit, sister has something to talk to you about. Sister, just say it. It is about that song of yours, Breadfruit. It is very popular. Did you know? You shook your head blankly. Sister, I did not know. Is it really popular? Very popular. Because of that, many companies want to buy the copyright to your song. They want to sign you as an artist. Shenberry did not sound particularly enthusiastic when she said this.
You were very sensitive.
And immediately sensed that something was wrong with Shenberry. Sister, can this song make a lot of money? Shenberry nodded. Then I will give it to you, sister. Your eyes curved into smiles, wanting to make Shenberry a little happier. Giving it to your sister? That is a lot of money. You know, you could buy a lot of delicious food with it. I belong completely to my sister. So of course my song also belongs to my sister. Besides, won't sister buy me delicious food anyway? Shenberry pulled you into her arms and kissed you for a while. Ranran is such a good boy. What about signing on to be an artist? She asked again. If I do not become an artist, will sister be happy? You blinked your beautiful eyes and asked. Shenberry nodded. Then I won't. I want sister to be happy. You smiled radiantly. The corners of Shenberry's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible arc. Even though she would not have agreed, even if you had wanted to become an artist, the fact that you willingly gave it up just to make her happy clearly pleased her immensely. She could feel that you had completely dropped all your defenses around her and were utterly and completely relying on her. This was exactly what she wanted. She wanted to make you so inseparable from her that you could not survive without her. At that moment, Shenberry pulled down the wide collar of your hoodie, buried her small face inside, and used the tip of her tongue to lick your collarbone inch by inch. It tickled so much that your body could not help but twitch in spasms. Sister, it tickles. Your voice trembled slightly. Be a good boy. Ranran, bear with it for a moment. Breadfruit, tell me you're mine. Her voice was hoarse and low. I am sister's, you said obediently. Which parts of you belong to sister? All of me belongs to sister. Ranran is so good. Shenberry was once again stirred by your alluring appearance. Unfortunately, since you were sick, she could not touch you. She forced herself to hold back and let you go. Breadfruit, did you eat dinner?
I ate.
I stir-fried some shredded potatoes. You answered like a good boy. Did you have a good dinner, sister? You were worried she was too busy with work and did not have time to eat. Sure enough, Shenberry gently shook her head. The company had a lot going on today. Sister was working overtime the whole time and did not have a chance to eat. You hurriedly stood up and said, "Then I will go cook for you, sister." Shenberry reached out and yanked you back into her arms. Sister can just order takeout. But my cooking is really good too. I saw there were ingredients in the fridge. You still insisted on cooking for her. Ranran, why do you want to cook for sister so badly? She leaned in, looking closely into your eyes that were as clear as water. Because I want sister to like me. You did not hide it at all. So silly. Do you think cooking for someone will make them like you? Licking someone requires attraction. It is not something you can just earn by blindly giving. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Your mood visibly plummeted. You lowered your eyes, your smile a bit forced. I do not understand, sister. Am I just too stupid? I do not know how to make you like me. Shenberry rubbed the top of your head, saying softly, I'm sorry, Breadfruit. Sister was just talking nonsense. Breadfruit. Go cook for sister. Sister wants to eat the food Breadfruit makes. In the blink of an eye, you were happy again. I will go right now, sister. It will be ready in a little bit. Go on. She gave you a quick kiss. Shenberry decided to take a shower first. A faint smile hung on your lips as you happily cooked on the first floor. After finishing the mapo tofu, you scooped a spoonful and tasted it. The taste is not bad. You set the 2 dishes aside to keep warm, steamed a thin flatbread for the main course, and then happily carried the food upstairs. You entered the room just as Shenberry walked out of the bathroom, fresh from her shower. She was wearing a thin, gauzy nightgown. The white nightgown contrasted perfectly with her freshly washed, delicate pink skin.
You happened to catch sight of this,
and your face instantly flushed bright red. You quickly averted your gaze. Naturally, Shenberry noticed. Your shy demeanor and a hint of a smile crept onto her lips. Breadfruit is truly both silly and pure. We have already slept together. Why is he still so shy? You found a small table, set it in front of the beanbag chair, and arranged the food. Then you scooped a spoonful of mapo tofu and carefully brought it to Shenberry's lips. With a smile, Shenberry gently took a bite. How is it? Your eyes sparkled with anticipation. It seems a bit bland, Shenberry said thoughtfully. You quickly took a taste yourself. It is not bland to me. Then you immediately pursed your small lips in frustration, silently cursing yourself for being stupid.
you lowered your eyes dejectedly.
Your voice filled with apology. I'm sorry, sister. I forgot I have a fever. A fever makes taste buds more sensitive to saltiness. It might not taste bland to me, but it is definitely bland for you, sister. I will go put it back in the pan right now and add a little more salt. Sister, it will just be a minute. You quickly picked up the dishes and headed downstairs. Shenberry did not even have time to speak. Actually, she had wanted to say it tasted quite good anyway.
What a silly Ranran.
Her eyes curved into a smile. Shenberry could tell that you were deliberately trying to please her, trying to make her fall in love with you. She was already far too accustomed to this kind of behavior from those male celebrities in the entertainment industry. In truth, she was usually quite repulsed by people using every trick in the book to please her, because that usually came with impure, self-serving motives. But you were foolishly straightforward, practically writing the words, "I miss you," and "I like you" right on your face. Instead of annoying her, it actually made her somewhat delighted. You quickly reheated the food, brought it back up, and quietly kept Shenberry company as she ate. Shenberry ate very gracefully. Her small cherry lips opened and closed gently, taking tiny bites. Her elegant movements mesmerized you. Shenberry felt that the food you cooked tasted better than what restaurants made. It tasted like home. It tasted like the food her mother used to cook when she was little. Only thinking about her mother made her feel a bit suffocated, as if something heavy had covered her heart, making it hard to breathe. She stopped eating. Seeing Shenberry put down her chopsticks after only a few bites, you hurriedly asked, "Sister, are you not eating anymore?" Shenberry shook her head, her voice cold. "I have no appetite." You assumed it was because your cooking was not good enough, and your mood dropped a bit. "Sister, is it because Breadfruit's cooking still does not taste good?" Shenberry just shook her head again without speaking. The tightness in her chest was making her a little nauseous, and her head felt a bit dizzy. "How about I go make some noodles for you, sister? Eating this little is not good." Saying this, you picked up the plates and started to walk out. Shenberry furrowed her brows, her tone a bit impatient. "I told you I have no appetite."
Are you annoying or what?
Shenberry's sudden icy tone sent a shock of fear through your heart. The sound of the plates crashing onto the floor was sharp and piercing, and Shenberry's cold words, "Are you annoying or what?" seemed to echo continuously along with the sound of the shattering plates, lingering in your ears, as if stabbing straight into your heart, making your body gradually turn cold. Food spilled all over the floor, splattered everywhere. You froze stiffly in place. Your nose stung, and your eyes filled with fear and utter helplessness. "I'm sorry. Sister, I did not mean to. I will clean it up right now." Your voice was trembling violently. You crouched down to pick up the broken pieces. The jagged edges of the plates sliced several shallow cuts into your hands, but you were too foolishly numb to even notice the pain. You just blankly picked up the shards piece by piece, placing them into the trash can. Perhaps the pain in your heart was overriding the pain in your hands. Uselessly, tears began to fall. The tears dropped into your palms, making the cuts sting even more. You were never usually this prone to crying. Growing up, despite all the beatings and scoldings, all the false accusations, and all the grievances, you had never cried. But Shenberry's words, "Are you annoying or what?" made you truly unable to hold back your tears. Shenberry's head throbbed with a continuous ache, seeing you picking up the broken plates while your hands were bleeding. Her heart twisted with a sour pain. She ran over and pulled you up. "Stop picking them up. Can't you see your hands are hurt? Are the plates more important, or are your hands more important?" You were so silly, pulling you up. She realized you were practically a crying mess. She silently cursed herself for speaking so harshly just now. Every time she thought of her mother, she lost all rationality. She used her nightgown to wipe your tears. "I'm sorry. Breadfruit. Sister was just speaking without thinking. Sister has a bit of a headache. My mind is just a bit muddled." You shrank back, wiping your tears with your hands while saying, "Sister, my blood got on your dress." The blood from your hands had gotten all over your face, making a complete mess of your pretty little face. Seeing this made Shenberry feel even worse. She pulled you forcefully into her arms, her tone gentle. "It is just a dress. It is not as important as breadfruit." "Silly Ranran. Sister will clean up these broken plates in a bit, but sister will cut herself. I do not want you to get hurt." You were still crying, your words stumbling and unclear. "I will use gloves. I won't get cut. It is okay." You sobbed, your tone incredibly subservient. "Sister, please do not find me annoying. Okay, I was just worried you would be hungry, worried you would get sick. I did not mean to annoy you. I won't do it next time." Hearing these words, Shenberry's heart felt as bitter as if she had swallowed gall. "Sister does not find Ranran annoying. I was just talking nonsense earlier. Ranran, do not take it to heart. Really, sister really does not find me annoying. I do not." While patting your back to comfort you, she leaned in and kissed your lips, wanting to prove that she truly did not find you annoying. You became happy again, crying and laughing at the same time, looking like a fool. Shenberry took you to the bathroom and used an entire bottle of medical alcohol to thoroughly wash your hands inside and out. After making sure they were completely disinfected, she applied iodine and wrapped them in gauze. Watching Shenberry take care of you so meticulously, you kept smiling foolishly. "Sister still cares about me. Sister, does your head still hurt?" Shenberry shook her head. "It does not hurt anymore. Ranran, regardless of whether it hurts or not, I will massage it for you in a bit. Okay? Massage what? Look at your hands. Just stay put for your sister and go to sleep like a good boy." She was almost laughing out of sheer exasperation. You were in this state and still worrying about her. She finally realized just how much you loved her. You definitely loved her more than you loved yourself. You giggled and gave an "oh." Your sister really was very, very good to you. Shenberry went downstairs to find gloves and a mop, cleaned up the mess in the room, and then turned off the lights and pulled you into bed. Her nightgown was dirty, so she simply took it off and did not bother putting another on. She slept beside you wearing only her underwear. After all, you two had already done everything anyway, so there was nothing to be shy about. The problem was, while she was not shy,
You were incredibly bashful.
under the covers you did not even dare to move an inch. Even the slightest movement would brush against her smooth, warm skin. And other indescribable things. Shenberry turned her head, observing you in the moonlight from the window. Having just cried, the corners of your eyes were tinged with a red crescent, and your eyes were washed bright by the tears, looking like two crystal clear gemstones. She could tell you were feeling shy, so she decided to tease you on purpose. She wrapped her arms around your body, using her soft skin to subtly rub against you under the blanket. This made you extremely nervous, thinking Shenberry wanted to do that again. You softly whined, "Sister, can we not do that? I am sleepy." Shenberry gave a helpless smile. We won't. Ranran is hurt. Sister is not that mean. Go to sleep like a good boy." She rubbed the top of your soft head. Okay, oh right sister? My fever is almost gone. Should not I go to school? Classes have been going on for so long, and I have not even met the teachers yet. Shenberry pouted. She really did not want you going to school. She just wanted you to stay at home. Going out always meant other women would covet you. Ranran, you should rest a bit more. Besides, your hands are hurt. It would be inconvenient to go to school. I will contact Lu Ying tomorrow, and have Lula bring your major's textbooks over. Breadfruit, you study at home for now. Okay? Okay, you were very obedient. Then can I hold sister while I sleep? Yes, you can hold me to sleep. You eagerly hugged her, and Shenberry was overjoyed. Shenberry watched as a smile bloomed in your eyes. Early the next morning, you were awoken by a cold draft blowing through the window. You instinctively reached out to hug Shenberry, but grasped empty air. A flash of disappointment crossed your eyes. Shenberry had left the house. Jingdi had probably gone to kindergarten too. You were left all alone in the house again. You checked the time. It was already 9 a.m.
You had actually slept that long.
But your head still hurt, and the cold wind made you feel like you were catching a cold again. You truly hated how terrible your health was. If your health were better, would your life be completely different? Then you shook your head again. Things were very good right now.
You had met Shenberry.
You liked her very much. This was the happiest thing to happen in your nearly 20 years of life. A stack of books was placed on the desk. Walking over to look, you found they were textbooks for your major. You pulled out your phone to check your schedule, to see which classes you had missed, so you could quickly catch up. You stayed cooped up in the room, studying quietly, making up for missed classes all morning. At noon, you casually boiled yourself a bowl of plain noodles. It had started raining outside again. A light drizzle pattered against the ground. The gloomy sky hung very low, even though it was noon. It was as dark as evening.
You missed Shenberry so much.
You took out your phone to call her, wanting to chat with her for a bit. You pressed the phone to your ear, waiting expectantly for the call to connect, hoping to hear Shenberry's voice. But all that came through was the cold, mechanical, busy tone. You lowered your eyes and put the phone down in disappointment. Maybe Sister Shen is busy. I should not call again. Opening WeChat, you looked at the last message Shenberry sent you. It was still that message apologizing and treating you to a meal. Since then, it seems Shenberry never initiated contact with you anymore. In the text box you typed, "Sister, I miss you." But after hesitating, you deleted it. Better not disturb her. I do not want to distract her. Reluctantly putting down your phone, you found a small stool and went to the doorway, resting your chin in your hands, bored, watching the rain fall. In the afternoon, you shut yourself in the room again to draw little leaves honey. Even though your hand was hurt, there was only a little bit of finishing work left, so it did not really affect much. Hunched over the desk, drawing for who knows how long, you finally finished. You let out a long sigh of relief, stretched your back, and turned your head to look out the window. The sky had turned completely dark, and the rain still had not stopped. You were so worried Shenberry might get caught in the rain. Meanwhile, Shenberry was sitting in her chair, eyes closed, massaging the bridge of her nose. She had been in meetings all afternoon. Shensheng Entertainment had truly grown too big for its own good, becoming a target. Lately, it was being jointly besieged by several entertainment companies in Jingdu. Now, more than ever, they needed a smash hit project as a breakthrough point. But looking through everything, none of the artists under the company had any projects with real potential recently. She herself had a movie script, but those shareholders only cared about their own immediate interests, completely disregarding the future development of the company. Every word they spoke was just dragging things out. She had wasted her breath for an entire afternoon, leaving her mentally and physically exhausted. Lu Ying stood beside Shenberry, massaging her shoulders. "Barry, I have an idea. How about we just record Lin Breadfruit's song first? I guarantee it will be a massive hit." Shenberry lowered her eyes and gently shook her head. She said softly, without a follow-up album, or appearances on variety shows to generate traffic and sustain the hype. The impact of a single song is ultimately limited, and I do not want Breadfruit entering the entertainment industry. Lu Ying fell silent, pursing her lips in thought. She said, "Barry, could we discuss this? Have Lin Breadfruit give the song to you to sing. Then I will go find some renowned songwriters to produce a new album for you. Using Lin Breadfruit's song as the title track, we will promote it and see how it does." Shenberry furrowed her brows tightly. Would not that be a bit too much? After all, Breadfruit wrote it, and he is the ON who made it popular, not only taking it for free, but not even letting him sing it himself. It is an emergency, right? You can just make it up to him later. Besides, are not you two basically family anyway? Why draw such a clear line between what is yours and his? Lu Ying did not think much of it. Shenberry rubbed her pale fingertips together. After contemplating for a moment, she nodded gently. "Let me go back and ask Breadfruit." It was 9 p.m. when Shenberry finally dragged her exhausted body home. "Sister, you are back." Hearing the sound of the door opening, you hurriedly ran over to see her, your voice full of joy. "I'm back. she replied wearily. You acutely sensed that Shenberry looked a bit haggard and quickly helped her to sit in the beanbag chair. You sat down next to her and gently massaged her temples for her. Sister, you look really tired. Is there a lot going on at the company? Your warm voice showed your thoughtful concern for her. Shenberry nodded gently. She rested her small head against your collarbone. The clean scent and faint fragrance radiating from you allowed her to relax a little. Her breadfruit always made her feel comfortable. Her delicate arms wrapped around your neck. She tilted her head up slightly and pressed her lips deeply against yours. Your pale lips were as sweet as malt sugar. She kissed you for a long, long time. After drawing enough energy from her breadfruit, she seemed to be brimming with vitality once again. Sensing that Shenberry's mood had improved, you felt happy too. You looked at Shenberry with your eyes crinkling in a smile. Sister is happy now, silly, Ranran. She smiled tenderly, watching your goofy grin. You just looked at her without saying a word, but the adoration in your eyes was practically overflowing. Ranran, sister wants to tell you something.
You do not have to agree.
Ranran agrees. You did not even hesitate for a second. A beautiful arc formed at the corners of her mouth. Idiot Ranran. Let your sister finish first. Then, sister, tell me. I will listen like a good boy. Well, Ranran, can you give that song to your sister to sing? Her voice was a bit soft. Okay, still without a second of hesitation, Shenberry knew it would be like this. Your head was completely filled with only her. She knew that no matter what she asked for,
you would agree.
Without the slightest hesitation. Silly Ranran. You really are completely love-struck, are not you? She laughed and pinched your delicate nose. It is because it is you, sister. I love being love-struck for you. What is mine is sister's. If sister needs it, of course breadfruit has to give it to her. Your tone was completely matter-of-fact. Then thank you, Ranran. Tomorrow, Ranran, come to the company with me to record the song and teach sister how to sing it. You smiled and nodded, your eyes sparkling with anticipation. You asked then, can I still hold sister to sleep tonight? Yes, Ranran can hold me. She hugged you affectionately against her chest. Thank you, sister. You gave another goofy smile. Your smile was incredibly pure and beautiful. Sister, did you eat a proper meal today? Shenberry gave a bitter smile and shook her head. I was in meetings all day. I did not have time to eat. You immediately grew anxious. That is no good. You will get a stomachache. I will order some delivery for you, sister. Saying that, you pulled out your phone and opened the delivery app. Shenberry hooked her arms around your pale neck. With her nose touching yours, she asked softly, Breadfruit, why did not you cook for sister today? You suddenly remembered Shenberry's words from last night. Are you annoying or what? Your heart twisted painfully again, but you hit it well? My cooking is not good. In truth, you were just afraid of annoying Shenberry again. I will cook for sister again once I am fully recovered and my taste buds are back to normal. Shenberry nodded gently. She took off her black coat, leaving only a form-fitting white cotton thermal shirt. It completely outlined her impressive curves without leaving anything to the imagination. Seeing this made you blush again.
The shyer you got,
the more Shenberry loved to tease you. She pinched your delicate chin, pulled your small face closer, and pressed it against the softness of her chest. You could barely breathe. She let you go and asked with a laugh, Is it soft? Ranran. Your face was red as a steam engine, stammering, without being able to form a complete sentence. Right, sister will stop teasing you. What did Breadfruit do at home today? It took quite a while for the blush on your face to fade. I caught up on classes, drew my comic, and also listened to sister's songs. Oh, right. I also called sister, but unfortunately it did not connect. Shenberry blinked in surprise, took out her phone to check, and sure enough, there was a missed call from you. Her tone carried an apology. I'm sorry, Ranran. Sister's phone was on silent during the meeting. I did not hear it. You smiled. It is okay, sister. Suddenly, your beautiful eyes darted around. Sister, can you give Breadfruit one of your undergarments? Why? She was curious. I miss you so much when I can't see you during the day. So I want one of your pieces of clothing to keep me company.
I see.
Then sister will take this off for you right now. Saying that, she began to take off her white thermal shirt before she even got it halfway off. You caught a glimpse of Shenberry's exposed fair waist. Blushing furiously, you hurriedly stopped her. Sister, just give it to Breadfruit tonight. She smiled, her eyes curving. Okay. After accompanying Shenberry while she ate, she went to take a shower. You sat at the desk reading a book. Breadfruit, could you bring sister a clean set of underwear? Sister forgot to bring them in. Shenberry's voice floated over, accompanied by the splashing sound of water that invited all sorts of wild imagination. Okay, sister. Where are your undergarments, sister? In the bottom drawer of the wardrobe in my room. Just bring the whole thing over. Put it in your room. Okay. You ran to the next room to rummage through the wardrobe for the underwear. As soon as you opened the bottom drawer, your fair skin instantly flushed red right to the tips of your ears. It was entirely filled with Shenberry's intimate wear, in every color imaginable. There were even some cute little bear panties. Your fingertips trembled slightly. You grabbed a set and darted back to the next room, not even daring to look at what was in your hands. Sister, I brought them. You stood at the bathroom door. The bathroom door was pushed half open by Shenberry, and a section of a pale lotus root-like arm reached out. You turned your head away and handed the underwear to Shenberry, but to your surprise, Shenberry grabbed you and pulled you right in. The bathroom was filled with white steam. Shenberry's completely naked, delicate body was faintly visible through the mist. Your brain completely short-circuited. You just stood there frozen, letting Shenberry hold you. Your eyes squeezed shut, not daring to peek at anything. Shenberry looked at your little ostrich act and wanted to laugh. We have done everything together. Why are you still so shy? She hugged you tightly and pressed her lips against yours. Her fragrant tongue deftly pried open your teeth, savoring your small tongue as sweet and clear as malt sugar. Feeling your body go limp? Right, all right. I will stop teasing you. Shenberry gently let you go. Breadfruit, open your eyes. You can't see anything clearly anyway. It is all steam. Okay. You slowly opened your eyes. And then guys, it is the spicy stuff next. So I'm skipping it again. Then you bolted out like a bat out of hell, not even looking back once, drawing a string of sweet giggles from Shenberry. Other men would kill for a sight like this, but seeing such a full display of spring scenery, her silly Ranran was so shy it nearly cost him half his life. After you left, Shenberry got dressed, walked out of the bathroom, and pulled you into her arms. Looking at Shenberry, who was wearing only her underwear again, your eyes darted around. You stammered, sister. You are not wearing your nightgown again. The corners of Shenberry's lips curled up. Her voice was seductive. Even if I wear it, I will just have to take it off anyway. Besides, is not it more comfortable for Breadfruit to hug me like this? Is sister's little bear underwear cute? Cute. Your shy eyes look like they could drip water. Is sister cute, or is the little bear cute? She deliberately thrust out her chest, showcasing the little bear that was already stretched out of shape for you to see. You steadfastly refused to look at the little bear. Instead, you looked at Shenberry's face and said earnestly, "Sister is cute." She smiled, took your wrist, and wrapped your arm around her soft, boneless waist. Breadfruit is sister's body soft. A blush crept up the corners of your eyes. You resolutely chose to play the little ostrich and said nothing. Shenberry smiled and pressed her thin lips against the small mole at the corner of your eye. Then she snuggled under the covers and opened the Info app. To scroll through her phone, the very first video that popped up was you singing Paranoid Love. The view count was astonishingly high. Shenberry opened the comment section. Tens of thousands of comments, uniformly praising either how good the singing was or how handsome the little brother was. There were also plenty of explicit confessions, begging for hugs and kisses. Shenberry pouted.
Hugs! My foot!
Kisses, my foot. She turned her head and started kissing you right then and there. Then she angrily glared at her phone screen and said, "See that? I am the Owen hugging him. I am the Owen kissing him. None of you can." You sat to the side, smiling a sweet, goofy smile. Your sister was so possessive of you. And you loved it. Sister Ranran is sleepy. You whined softly. Shenberry rubbed your light-colored hair. Okay, then let us go to sleep. You eagerly hugged Shenberry, and they slept soundly through the night. The next day, Shenberry drove you to Shencheng Entertainment.
Your arrival
Sparked a lot of whispering among the company's employees. Did you guys see that just now? The little boss brought that pretty younger brother of hers in. Saw him. He is seriously so pretty, and he looks so well behaved, just quietly following right behind the little boss. Do you guys think I have a chance at becoming the little boss's sister-in-law? Yu Li, however, scoffed disdainfully at Tang Lin. Oh, give it a rest. The little boss spoils that brother of hers rotten. I advise you not to get any funny ideas. Besides, look how young he is. Are you a predator or something? The group was so engrossed in gossiping that they completely failed to notice that Shenberry, at some unknown point, had silently positioned herself right behind them. Hearing Yu Li's words, Shenberry's brow twitched uncontrollably. Her face darkened entirely. She was the ON who had made a move on you, and had even completely devoured you. Was not Yu Li basically calling her a predator right to her face? You all seem to have quite a lot of free time. Looks like your workload is too light. Shenberry's eerie voice drifted lazily from behind them, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Upon recognizing Shenberry's voice, Yu Li immediately plastered on her standard bootlicking smile, spun around, and started deflecting. Little boss, I need to go check the numbers for that web drama I just aired. Then with a whoosh she bolted, ignoring Yu Li. Barry turned to Tang Lin and gave a smile that did not reach her eyes. Tang Lin, have the monthly data reports for the company's artists been organized? Yet, Tang Lin chuckled nervously. Not yet. Then what are you still doing here? I will go work on it right now. Tang Lin also vanished with a whoosh. The remaining employees saw this, realizing the two ringleaders had fled faster than anyone, and hurriedly scrambled back to work as well. You waited in the office for Shen Berry. Mr. Huang, please come in. Lu Ying's voice came from the office door. Then, Lu Ying, it and a man in his late 20s. You looked over? The man had a pointed chin and monkey-like cheeks, with beady, lecherous little eyes darting around shiftily. You furrowed your brows. This man was bad news. Breadfruit, you're already here. Where's your sister? Seeing you, Lu Ying smiled and said, Sister went out to get something, I think. Oh my! So this is the beautiful Ms. Shen's younger brother. My humble name is Huang Zhengji. May I ask your name? Huang Zhengji plastered on a fake professional smile and walked over to shake your hand, even though you did not want to. You returned the fake smile, lightly shook his hand, and said flatly, My surname is Lin Breadfruit, while Huang Zhengji was busy sizing up the office. You secretly pulled Lu Ying aside and said Lu Shuiji. That Huang Zhengji just now, he kept giving you lecherous looks on the sly. Lu Ying gave a bitter smile and said, Can't be helped. We need a favor from him. It is just a few looks, whatever. But Xiao Yuan, thank you for warning me. You shook your head gently. It is nothing. Just be careful. Shuiji. Lu Ying nodded. I will. Shen Berry walked in at that moment. She looked a bit taken aback, seeing a strange man in her office. The moment Huang Zhengji laid eyes on Shen Berry, his lecherous little eyes immediately started darting around again. He stepped forward with a sleazy smile to shake hands with Shen Berry. The beautiful Emma Shen. Hello! Hello! My humble name is Huang Zhengji. A wave of discomfort washed over you. You did not want Sister Shen having any physical contact with such a sleazy man, so you stepped forward, blocking Shen Berry. Putting on a perfectly fake polite smile, you say, I'm so sorry, Mr. Wang, but my sister has caught a cold. It would be terrible if she passed it on to you. Shen Berry looks at you standing protectively in front of her, then glances at Lu Ying with a hint of confusion. Lu Ying shoots her a quick wink, silently telling her to just play along. Shen Berry instantly catches on, letting out two very convincing fake coughs. With an apologetic look, she turns to him. Mr. Wang, I am truly sorry about this. It is just terrible timing for me to get sick. What a shame I could not shake hands with such a gorgeous beauty. A visible flash of disappointment crosses Huang Zhengji's eyes, but he covers it with a loud laugh. No worries at all. It is the transition from summer to autumn, the easiest time to get sick. You really should take better care of yourself. Yes, you take care too. Shen Berry forces a polite laugh in agreement, then looks over at Lu Ying, her eyes full of silent questions. Lu Ying steps up to introduce them. Berry, this is the renowned songwriter and composer in our industry, Master Huang Daxian. Ah, so you are the famous Huang Daxian. I have heard so much about you. Classic corporate fake hype right here. Just a fleeting reputation, really. Nothing worth mentioning. Huang Zhengji waves his hand in a display of total false modesty. Lu Ying pulls Shen Berry aside and whispers, Berry? Huang Zhengji has a completed album in his hands right now. I listened to a few demo tracks, and the quality is actually quite solid. I asked him for a price, but he absolutely insisted on talking to you face to face. So I brought him over, but Breadfruit just reminded me earlier. This guy has a totally lecherous look in his eyes. He is clearly up to no good. Whether we collaborate or not is entirely up to you. Shen Berry gives a subtle nod. Understood. Let us go to the recording studio and listen to his songs first. We will see exactly what he brings to the table. Lu Ying leads Huang Zhengji toward the studio ahead of them, while Shen Berry suddenly pulls you into her arms. Her red lips crash onto yours, kissing you until you are completely breathless before finally letting go. Ranran is such a good boy. You even know how to protect your big sister. She laughs, affectionately ruffling your fluffy hair, her heart feeling entirely warm and fuzzy. You just stare at her with a goofy grin. So clever just a second ago, and now completely hopelessly silly. Shen Berry reaches out to hold your hand, but you dodge it, just as she is about to ask why you're pulling away. She hears your soft, gentle voice, sister. I just shook hands with that guy, did not I? It is too dirty. Let me wash my hands first, and then you can hold it. The absolute disrespect, we love to see it. Shen Berry bursts into laughter. Her breadfruit is truly so attentive and painfully cute. Right, go on then? Breadfruit. Waiting until you finish scrubbing your hands, Shen Berry finally takes your hand in hers, and together you head towards the recording studio. Meanwhile, inside the studio, Lu Ying hands an acoustic guitar over to Huang Zhengji. Mr. Huang, why do not you sing a few songs for Berry? Of course, no problem. Huang Zhengji flashes a sleazy smile, takes the guitar, and pretentiously clears his throat, striking an arrogant pose before he starts to sing. He blasts through 5 songs in a row. Master Huang is famous for his songwriting, so his actual vocal chops are just average, but even so, it is pretty clear that these tracks are written with a high level of skill. Shenberry and Lu Ying exchange a look. Giving each other a subtle nod, they both agree the album is worth buying. Huang Zhengji walks out of the booth brimming with confidence. He looks straight at Shenberry and says flirtatiously, "So beautiful, Miss Shen. What do you think?" Shenberry maintains her perfect professional smile. "Mr. Huang, you are truly brimming with talent. Your reputation is entirely well-deserved." Huang Zhengji is visibly inflated by the flattery, the muscles around his mouth twitching uncontrollably. "You flatter me. You flatter me. Well then, shall we discuss the price?" Shenberry cuts straight to the chase, no rush to talk about money. Huang Zhengji waves his hands dismissively. "It is my first time collaborating with a beauty like yourself. Let us not talk about money just yet. Let us talk about our connection." "You, red alert. Red alert." As he says this, his greasy, lecherous eyes start lingering on the curves of Shenberry's chest. A wave of sheer disgust washes over you. There is no way you're letting this creep ogle your sister Shen, so you quietly step right next to Shenberry, take off your light green windbreaker, and gently drape it over her shoulders. "Sister, you have a cold? You need to bundle up." Shenberry flashes a dazzling smile. She knows exactly why you're doing this. You do not want that creep staring at her. Huang Jingji clicks his tongue in obvious disappointment, but pushes forward. "I wonder if Miss Shen would do me the honor of grabbing a casual dinner with me? As long as our connection is right, the price for the album will be highly negotiable." Shenberry rolls her eyes so hard mentally she almost sees her own brain. What the hell is "as long as the connection is right"? But outwardly she has to keep up appearances normally. She would not give a guy with this kind of trash character the time of day, no matter how good his songs are. She would not even blink at him. But right now, the company is desperate for an album exactly like this. The adult world is always full of things you're forced to endure. She sighs inwardly, hesitating over whether she should actually agree to dine with this absolute sleazeball. Meanwhile, standing right beside her, "You have already mentally cursed this pervert into absolute oblivion. Eat dinner with my sister, as if you are worthy." Then, putting on a smile that definitely does not reach your eyes, you turn to him. "I actually happen to have an album here too. I would love to invite our industry heavyweight, Master Huang Daxian, to critique it. What do you say, Master Huang?" A glimmer of pure disdain flashes through Huang Zhengji's eyes. What does some snot-nosed brat know about songwriting? But then again, this works out perfectly. It will just highlight how superior his own album is. "Sure, let us hear it." Shenberry and Lu Ying exchange glances, both of their eyes flashing with sheer surprise. They did not expect you to have more than just one song, let alone an entire album. Huang Daxian shoves his guitar toward you, but you refuse to take it. Instead, you grab a completely different guitar. You have absolutely no desire to touch anything that filthy man has touched. Gross. You step into the recording booth, expertly tune the strings, and as your pale lips slightly part, a crystal clear, intensely sorrowful voice fills the room. The first song you sing is Fearless. The creative inspiration was a fantasy of diving alone into the Egyptian Red Sea at sunset. The very second you open your mouth, Shenberry and Lu Ying widen their eyes and look at each other, both seeing pure amazement reflected in the other's gaze. The quality of this track, Fearless, is absolutely on par with your previous hit Paranoid Love. It feels breathtakingly immersive. By the time the first song ends, the mocking smirk on Huang Zhengji's face has slowly begun to crack. He really did not expect this kid to actually have chops, but he remains stubbornly confident. After all, he brought 5 solid tracks to the table. You finish the first song, and without taking a single breath of a break, immediately transition into the second track, Starry Sky. Listening to this second masterpiece, the smile on Huang Daxian's face stiffens completely, and cold sweat begins to bead on his forehead. Shenberry watches you sing with total devotion, swallowing hard. It is yet another incredibly high-quality song, and your vocal execution is just out of this world. With your natural vocal tone, it is like the heavens are literally spoon-feeding you talent. She thinks to herself that if you were to actually debut in the entertainment industry, you would undoubtedly be a dark horse who'd slaughter the entire music scene. It is a pity she will never allow it. You can only belong to her and her alone. Yandere alarm ringing loudly. As long as she can keep you locked safely in a gilded cage, even if it means smothering your future, even if it means suffocating your natural talent, she would do it without a second thought. Thinking of this, Shenberry's lips curl up slightly. The look in her eyes as she stares at you is a possessiveness so extreme it borders on pathological. Song after song, without skipping a beat, they are orchid, skyline, and ocean waves, and without exception, they are all related to the sea because you truly, deeply just want to see the ocean. Huang Daxian can no longer sit still. You have just performed 5 songs, and the quality of every single own completely crushes his own. He is dripping with nervous cold sweat. He had originally planned to use his album to get intimately close to Shenberry, but looking at the situation now, forget about getting close to her. He would be lucky if he can even sell his album for a decent price anymore. You finish the 5th song and stop, staring blankly down at the guitar, debating whether or not to sing the final track. The final track is Ran Burning. It is a song you wrote for yourself, meant to commemorate the decade plus of your life. A life that has not exactly been beautiful. After a few minutes of hesitation, you decide to skip it. You do not want to sing it in front of an audience, if you have to sing it at all. You only want to sing it for Shenberry. You adjust your mindset, look up at your beloved Sister Berry, and say in a soft, gentle voice, "Sister, I'm done singing." Shenberry is too stunned to speak. For a long moment, she does not respond at all. She truly can't even begin to imagine how these 5 songs, combined with Paranoid Love, to make a massive 6-track album, would absolutely shake the music scene to its core. Seeing Shenberry staring at you blankly without saying a word, you walk over quietly and tug gently on her sleeve. "Sister," Shenberry finally snaps out of it, looking at you with dazed eyes. "Was it good?" She stares at you, nodding mechanically. "It was beautiful." You smile incredibly sweetly. Then Breadfruit gives them all to Sister to sing. Then, leaning your thin lips right up to Shenberry's ear, you whisper softly, "Sister, do not go eat dinner with that Huang Daxian. Okay? Breadfruit's songs are way better than his. Sister does not need his songs. Please." Shenberry lets out a sudden laugh. With a stunningly bright smile, she nods at you. "Sister does not want his. I only want my Ranrans." "Thank you, Sister." You're thrilled. Smiling radiantly, Shenberry uses her index finger to gently tap your forehead. "You are so silly. Giving away an entire album for free. An album that could skyrocket any singer to superstardom. And you're actually the ON saying thank you." She thinks it is a blessing that she met him first. If Breadfruit ever acted like this with another woman, she suspects she would go completely insane with jealousy. Out of pure habit, Shenberry pulls you into her embrace, about to lean in and kiss you when Luying, seeing the imminent disaster, suddenly yanks you away. Her brain scrambling for an excuse, she blurts out, "Ah, Breadfruit, could you do your senior a favor and go buy a bottle of Mizone from the vending machine downstairs? I'm super thirsty." "Sure." You nod blankly. Shenberry finally realizes there is a whole room of people watching them. She almost completely blew their cover. Siblings holding hands, sure. Hugging, perfectly normal. Making out, yeah, there's absolutely no way to explain that away. Crisis averted. She awkwardly tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. "Breadfruit, buy own for Sister too." "Okay, Sister's thirsty as well." "Got it." You nod and hop into the elevator to go buy drinks on the first floor. Watching you leave, Huang Daxian scrambles to put on a fawning smile. He steps forward and says, "Miss Shen, why do not we go back to discussing the price for my album?" Shenberry feels a wave of pure revulsion. "Mr. Wang, your songs just do not quite match my style. I highly recommend you take them to other entertainment agencies." Huang Jingji frowns deeply. "Miss Shen, I will admit that my few songs might fall slightly short of your brother's work, but they are undeniably rare, high-quality tracks. There are several companies fighting tooth and nail for them. Are you seriously not even going to consider it?" Shenberry flashes him her best fake corporate smile. "Mr. Wang, since your songs are in such high demand, I certainly would not want to steal them from anyone else. Yuli, please see our guest out." "You got it? Right this way, Mr. Hu Wang." Yuli gestures sharply toward the exit. "Fine. If that is how it is, I suppose there is no reason for me to ever collaborate with your company in the future." Huang Jingji coldly huffs and storms off in a dramatic exit. The elevator doors slide open. Huang Jingji walks in with his head down, muttering a foul curse. "Shenberry, you stinking bitch," acting all high and mighty like a pure jade maiden. "Who knows how many men have run through you behind closed doors." This exact sentence happens to be heard by you, just returning with the drinks. With an ice-cold glare, you grab Huang Jingji by the collar and violently slam him flat against the side of the elevator. "You better wash your filthy mouth out. Otherwise, I will teach that trash mouth of yours a lesson myself." As you speak, you raise your hand, fully prepared to smack the sleazeball across his vile face. Seeing the scene unfold, Shenberry's heart leaps into her throat. She never expected her warm, sweet little brother to have such a ruthless, terrifying side. Terrified that you might get hurt, she rushes forward and immediately pulls you back. "Sister, he was talking trash about you." You are still glaring absolute daggers at Huang Jingji. Hearing that you flew into such a rage, purely because someone insulted her, Shenberry's heart absolutely melts into a puddle. You really truly love her so much. Your joy, your sorrow, your anger, every single emotion you have is tied entirely to her. She gently strokes the top of your soft hair, coaxing you in a sweet, gentle voice. It is fine. It is fine. Ranran, we do not need to waste time on trash like this. Huang Zhengji senses he is seconds away from a brutal beatdown. After all, this is their turf, and he is totally outnumbered. He quickly and pathetically jabs the elevator button and flees the scene. You coldly narrow your eyes at the scumbag until he has gone downstairs, finally letting it go. In the blink of an eye, you revert right back into a warm, innocent little bunny. Handing a bottle of Mizone to Shenberry, you say with a soft, bright smile, "Sister, here's your drink." Lu Ying watches this jarring 180-degree transformation from the sidelines, secretly giving you a massive mental thumbs up. Kid, actual Oscar winners can't act half as well as you do. Shenberry smiles softly and reaches out to take the bottle. She does not care what your true personality might be. At the end of the day, as long as you're in front of her,
You are her perfectly gentle, adorable little bunny.
Senior Lu, here's your Mizone. I was not sure what flavor you liked, so I just grabbed the original lemonade. Lu Ying takes the drink with a laugh. What a coincidence. I actually love the lemon flavor. Later, you are relaxing in Shenberry's office, writing out the sheet music and lyrics for the album you just sang. Meanwhile, Shenberry, Lu Ying, and the rest of the company's top executives are locked in an intense meeting. Shenberry plays the audio recording of your studio performance right there in the conference room. The track leaves every single executive sitting in stunned silence. Owen executive finally breaks the silence, asking Little Boss, "Did your brother seriously just give this album to you?" Shenberry nods. She looks around at the executives and the music director. "What do you all think of this album? I think we need to launch this as an S-tier project. This is an absolute once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece. If this hit the open market, it would trigger a bidding war of astronomical prices." Seeing that everyone is in complete agreement, Shenberry simply says, "Since we are all on the same page, let us get to work. Find the best arrangers and prep for recording immediately."
I have one more question.
"Is there any way we can sign your brother to the label? I have seen his videos online before. His looks are absolutely top tier, and he clearly has massive talent. I firmly believe he has boundless potential." Shenberry smiles faintly. "My brother has absolutely no intention of entering the entertainment industry. It is not under consideration at the moment." What a massive shame. The executive clicks his tongue in regret. If there's nothing else, meeting adjourned. Back in Shenberry's office, you let out a soft sneeze. Since you gave your windbreaker to Sister Berry,
You are only wearing a thin hoodie.
it is getting a bit chilly. Shenberry happens to walk in right at that moment and sees this. She walks over, shuts the office blinds tight, pulls you up from the chair, sits down herself, and immediately pulls you down onto her lap. Before you know it, the tip of her tongue is teasing your thin lips. Prying your teeth apart, she slips in to taste your soft tongue. Your face flushes bright red from the kiss, especially since you could clearly hear the wet, sloppy sounds it was making. When you finally part, a glistening silver thread connects your lips. Spicy office romance incoming. Feeling shy again, Shenberry asks with a teasing smile. Your eyes dart around as you remain completely silent. Shenberry, wanting to mess with you even more, unbuttons her windbreaker to wrap you up inside it against her chest. Then she gently presses her softness right up against you, her gaze so tender it feels like water. Sister, we are in the office, so what if we are in the office? Sister did not say she was going to do anything. Did Breadfruit's mind wander somewhere naughty? I was just worried my breadfruit was cold, so I wanted to give you a hug. Shenberry deliberately teases you. Turns out Breadfruit has such dirty thoughts about his sister. Is all that shyness you usually show just an act? I am not acting. You lower your flushed face, too embarrassed to meet her eyes, so your mind did wander. So awkward. Shenberry is highly amused by your flustered reaction.
You silly little thing.
She pinches your cute little nose. How about Sister takes Breadfruit out for some delicious food tonight, huh? Hearing the words delicious food, your eyes instantly light up.
Really?
Of course, Breadfruit gave Sister such a massive gift today. You can eat as much good food as you want. Thank you, Sister. Shenberry stares at your incredibly sweet smile, secretly thinking to herself that her Breadfruit is almost fatally naive. But the more naive, the better. Only a hopelessly naive version of you would never realize just how much she is manipulating and bullying you, would never ever leave her, and could forever remain obediently as the little canary locked in her beautiful cage. Not long after, Shenberry takes you along with a whole group of celebrities from the company to a highly renowned restaurant right in the capital city. You obediently trail right behind Shenberry, quietly observing the restaurant's low-key, yet undeniably luxurious decor. You silently think to yourself, the food here is probably going to be amazing, right? Everyone takes their seats inside the private dining room. Naturally, you sit right next to Shenberry, while Yuli takes the seat on your other side. Shenberry immediately demands that Yuli move down a seat. She is dead set on keeping you completely isolated from any other girls. Yuli is already chattering away, complaining loudly about how hungry she is, and demanding they order immediately. It is incredibly rare to get a free meal out of the little boss, so she is absolutely going to stuff her face tonight. Tang Lin takes Owen look at Yuli's blabbering mouth and shoots her a look of utter disdain. Today is about the little boss taking her brother out to eat. We are literally just here freeloading. Could you please shut up for 5 minutes? Yuli scratches her head, shooting you a sheepish grin. Little brother Lin, thanks to you, I get to freeload this massive feast tonight, even though I'm a few years older than you. I definitely need to toast you with a few glasses later. Before you even have a chance to decline, the air around Shenberry practically plummets below freezing. She glares at Yuli with a bone-chilling sneer. Yuli, if you dare try to make breadfruit drink alcohol, you can forget about ever freeloading another meal for the rest of your life. Yuli instantly realizes she is severely misstepped and violently slaps her hands over her mouth. Pissing off the little boss means instant death. But wait, he's obviously an adult. Why is she even micromanaging his alcohol intake? What a terrifyingly controlling sister. Yuli secretly grumbles in her head. She sneaks a peek over at you, fully expecting you to have the standard rebellious, I am an adult, stop treating me like a kid pout on your face. But instead, you are staring at Shenberry with literal stars in your eyes, looking absolutely hopelessly smitten. Guess what they say is true. Owen is willing to hit, and the other is more than happy to take the beating. Match made in heaven. Both are just weirdly into it. Shenberry smiles and hands the menu directly to you. Breadfruit? You go ahead and order whatever you like first. Your eyes crinkle into a smile. Thank you, sister. You scan the menu, pick out a few dishes that are not too spicy, and hand it back to Shenberry. Shenberry then lets everyone else order their food and waves the waiter over to start serving. You suddenly remember your ultimate childhood dream, in the middle of summer, grabbing a freezing cold Coke, chugging a huge icy mouthful, and then letting out an incredibly satisfying burp. Seeing your completely eager, wide-eyed look at the drinks, Shenberry smiles her sweetest, most gentle smile, while mercilessly snatching the ice-cold Coke right out from in front of you. Be good, breadfruit. No carbonated drinks for you. We are drinking hot tea tonight, okay? Tang Lin watches the siblings' dynamic, laughing as she chimes in, little boss, you are not raising a younger brother at this point. You're basically raising a fragile porcelain doll. Shenberry's thin lips curve up proudly. My breadfruit is a porcelain doll. Is not that right, breadfruit? You just give a silly, agreeable smile. Whatever sister says is the absolute truth. They are feeding everyone so much dog food. PDA overload. The actual food has not even hit the table yet, and the rest of the crew is already choking on the unbearably sweet PDA from these two. I guess this counts as the pre-dinner appetizer, huh? The dishes arrive quickly. You stare eagerly at the table packed full of mouth-watering food, obediently waiting for Shenberry to pick up her chopsticks first. Shenberry takes a spoonful of mapo tofu and tests it. It is not overly spicy. It is safe for breadfruit to eat. She scoops up a spoonful and places it gently into your bowl, and in your softest voice you say, thank you, sister. Sister then lowered her head and began to eat. Meanwhile, in the private room next door, a birthday party was in full swing. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler pulled an incredibly handsome young man into the corner of the room. Leaning in close, he whispered, young Master King Chung. Shenberry is in the private room right next door. Song King Chung's eyes flickered, his tone carrying a hint of obvious excitement. Uncle Jang, are you absolutely sure? Crystal clear. We just crossed paths in the hallway. I recognized her, but she does not know me. The corner of Song King Chung's mouth curled up in a mocking smirk. I sent her an invitation to this birthday party, and she turned me down using the excuse of being out of town on a business trip. Now that she has bumped right into me, let us see how she tries to weasel her way out of this. Jiangshu frowned.
Ching Chung.
Do you really like Shenberry? Song King Cheng shook his head slightly with a cold laugh. I am merely interested in her status as the sole heiress of the Shen family. If I can get my hands on her, my standing within the Song family will absolutely skyrocket, completely suppressing that good older brother of mine. By using her, I can take back what rightfully belongs to me much faster. Speaking of this, Song Ching Cheng clenched his right fist tightly, his face masked in pure malice, watching the calculating Song Kyun Cheng. Jiang Shu's eyes flickered. I will make a trip to the room next door and invite Shenberry over. The door to Shenberry's private room swung open, and Song Qincheng's gentle, overly enthusiastic voice instantly filled the entire room. Barry, it really is you. Song Qincheng opened his mouth slightly, putting on a perfectly fake look of surprise. Shenberry frowned as she looked over. Barry, other than her closest friends and elders, she had never heard anyone address her so intimately, let alone a man. Since when did she have this kind of male bestie? It was Song Qingcheng who gave him the right to call her Barry. They had just filmed a TV drama together. He was the male lead, and she was the female lead. But since the drama had not aired yet, Shenberry could only force out an incredibly stiff, awkward smile and reply flatly, Ah, it is young Master Song. Song Qingcheng let out a hearty laugh as he stepped forward, saying, I caught a glimpse of someone's back in the hallway earlier, and I thought it looked exactly like you, so I came over to confirm, and it really is you. Barry? Shen Barry? Offered a tight, polite smile that did not reach her eyes. I am hosting my birthday party right next door. Would you do me the honor of dropping by? Shen Barry furrowed her brows, secretly cursing in her head. Talk about a stroke of terrible luck. She had already made an excuse to avoid it once, only to awkwardly crash right into him today. If she did not show her face when he was literally right next door, it would be practically impossible to maintain professional courtesy. She silently pursed her lips, standing up with a half smile. Sure, a birthday definitely deserves a proper celebration. Then she turned to Lu Ying. Ing. Come with me. Lu Ying nodded. She then turned around to look at you sitting beside her, saying softly, Breadfruit, you stay here and eat nicely with your seniors. Okay, hearing that your sister Shen was actually going over to attend this Song Qingcheng's birthday party, your entire body instantly stiffened. You could not even hold your teacup steady. Scalding hot tea spilled over the rim, burning your fingertips red. A heavy wave of sheer jealousy surged in your chest. You desperately wanted to grab her hand and stop her from going. But it seemed you did not have the right to do that. You lowered your eyes, unable to look at her, and gave a tiny, subtle nod, your voice barely above a whisper. You replied, okay. Shen Barry then looked over at Yuli. Yuli, keep an eye on Breadfruit for me. Yuli smiled easily. You got it? Do not worry about a thing. Shenberry nodded and followed Song Qingcheng to the private room next door. The moment Shenberry and the others left the room, Tanglin immediately switched into gossip mode. Have you guys heard the rumors lately? Apparently Song Qingcheng and our little boss are childhood sweethearts. And on top of that, the internet is absolutely flooded with their shipping accounts. Listening to Tanglin's words, you did not say a single thing. You just sat there blankly clutching your hot tea without taking a sip. The rising steam from the cup covered your eyes in a thick hazy fog, making it impossible for anyone to read your expression. Does Sister Shen like guys like him? Is that why she does not like you? A bitter, aching sense of inferiority swelled deep in your heart. Yuli took a sip of her Coke, giving a half smile. As she shook her head, a good match. I highly doubt that. Tanglin's curiosity was instantly piqued by Yuli's comment. She looked up and asked, what do you mean? Sounds like you've got some juicy insider info. Yuli set her Coke down, smiling faintly. This Song Qingcheng is nothing more than an illegitimate child of the Song family. He has an older brother born to the legal wife right above him. The future heir to the Song family will undeniably be his older brother. It will never be Song Qingcheng's turn. Plus, this guy. I am afraid he is nowhere near as simple and clean as he looks on the surface. If a bastard child wants to survive and thrive in a rich family, surviving without using some shady, underhanded tactics is basically impossible. Hearing this, your brows knitted together. If that is true, could Sister be in some kind of danger? You were suddenly extremely worried. Next door, the birthday party was outrageously loud. Inside the dark, chaotic private room, dim, multicolored lights flashed wildly. Plenty of young men and women were blackout drunk, slumped against each other, making out and groping each other in the dark corners of the sofas. The second Shenberry walked in and saw this absolute mess, she visibly scowled. She absolutely despised this kind of environment, planning to exchange some brief pleasantries and bolt immediately. Song Qingcheng clapped his hands loudly to grab everyone's attention. Hey, our superstar Shen has arrived. Get up and offer a toast to Sister Shen. Hello, Sister Shen. The crowd raised their glasses in chaotic unison. Shenberry leaned down and whispered quietly to Lu Yingjing. Do not touch a single drop of alcohol. Lu Ying nodded. Do not worry, Barry. I will keep an eye on these people. You just drink safely. Their quick, practiced exchange was a habit they had built over years of working together. In this industry, social drinking events were unavoidable. Every time it was either Shenberry or Lu Ying who drank, while the other stayed completely sober, to keep a clear head and protect the other. After all, they were women. They had to look out for themselves when out in the wild. People started mingling, clinking glasses and offering endless toasts. The neon-lit room was a noisy, chaotic mess. Taking advantage of the distraction, Song Qingcheng stealthily pulled Jiang Shu into a dark corner, plotting his sleazy, underhanded scheme. Classic villain move right here. Song Qingcheng wore a sinister expression as he whispered Uncle Jiang. Go spike this bottle of red wine with some high-proof liquor. Use the strongest stuff you can find, and add plenty of saccharin, so Shenberry won't taste that anything is off. Once she is dead drunk, I will go up and catch her. Uncle Jiang, you find a good angle in the corner and take photos. Jiang Shu nodded. Understood. I will get it done right now. With that, he took the red wine and quietly slipped out the door. Meanwhile, ever since you heard Yuli's warning, your heart had been consumed by an agonizing restlessness. It felt like a sponge soaked in fermented vinegar. Bloated, sour, and incredibly uncomfortable. You were terrified that Shenberry might actually like Song Qingcheng, and equally terrified that he had bad intentions toward her. Despite the table full of absolute delicacies right in front of you, you could not stomach a single bite. Your little head was completely and utterly overflowing with thoughts of Shenberry. By now, everyone had noticed how completely zoned out you were. Not only were you staring blankly at the table, with unfocused eyes like a blind man, but you were also holding a spoon, mechanically and stiffly bringing it to your mouth from a completely empty bowl. You were literally just eating air. Yuli nudged your arm, trying to snap you out of it. Little brother Lin, you jumped, looking over at her with sheer confusion. What are you thinking about? Spacing out like that? If you keep eating like this, you're gonna eat all the oxygen in the room. Yuli chuckled, teasing you playfully. You did not understand what she meant. Still smiling, Yuli pointed down at your bowl. You looked down at your own bowl, only to realize that the plain kanji inside had been completely finished who knows when. You felt a wave of embarrassment but could not muster a smile, because your chest was already drowning in pure anxiety. Seeing that even her joke could not make you smile, Yuli figured something was genuinely bothering you. She guessed, worried about your sister. You nodded heavily. Yuli patted your shoulder. Relax. The little boss and Lu Ying have been to tons of these social events. They have plenty of experience. Besides, they are literally just next door. If you're that worried, just go check on them. You instantly turned around and bolted for the door, unwilling to wait even a single second longer. Watching you rush out with such desperate urgency, Yuli simply shrugged and let out a helpless laugh. On the other side, Uncle Jiang had already handed the spiked red wine back to Song Qingcheng. Song Qingcheng completely wiped the vulgar look off his face, putting his elegant, perfect gentleman mask back on. Raising a glass, he walked over. Barry, as the birthday boy, you have to accept this toast from me, right? Song Qingcheng wore a seemingly easygoing smile. Shenberry stared at him with a faux smile and replied coolly, Young Master Song, my surname is Shen. Just calling me Miss Shen will do. Then she took the glass and downed it in one go. Young Master Song, I actually have other matters to attend to, so I must excuse myself for today. Happy birthday. After speaking in a chillingly detached tone, she turned ready to take Lu Ying and escape this chaotic nightmare. But there was no way Song Qingcheng was going to just let her leave. He quickly stepped in to block her path, flashing what he believed to be a wildly charming smile. Miss Shen, it is almost midnight. At least wait until I blow out the candles before you go. What is a few more minutes, right? Shenberry frowned deeply. This Song Qingcheng really was like a piece of chewed gum stuck to a shoe. Incredibly hard to get rid of. If their drama had not been unreleased, she would have dropped the polite act ages ago. Shenberry managed to squeeze out another incredibly stiff, professional fake smile. Fine, I will stay until young Master Song blows out his candles. They started walking toward the cake, but Shenberry suddenly felt the room start to spin. Her legs felt weak and heavy. She massaged her temples with her fingertips, shaking her head vigorously, trying desperately to force herself to stay awake. Song Qingcheng suppressed the triumphant, sleazy gleam in his eyes, silently signaling Jiang Shu in the corner to get ready with the camera. Finally, Shenberry swayed heavily, about to collapse to the floor. Song Qingcheng immediately reached out to catch her, his eyes glued to her form, his hands mere inches away from touching her soft waist. But his target was suddenly intercepted by a lightning-fast blur. The exact second you burst through the door, you saw Shenberry about to fall, and you saw Song Qingcheng's greedy hands reaching straight for her slender waist. Your brows slammed together furiously. You sprinted to Shenberry's side, beating Song Qingcheng by a millisecond, and scooped Shenberry firmly into your own arms. Hero landing. Seeing Barry safely in your embrace, Lu Ying let out a massive sigh of relief. You looked down at the heavily intoxicated Shenberry in your arms, gently pressing the palm of your hand against her forehead. Sister, are you okay? Breadfruit? Why do you have two heads? Shenberry mumbled incoherently, clearly seeing double. She was completely, totally wasted. You pulled Shenberry even tighter against your chest, plastering on a perfectly standard fake smile. You looked up at Song Qingcheng. Mr. Song, my sister is drunk, so we won't be overstaying our welcome. Song Qingcheng gripped his fist so hard his knuckles turned white. The prize was literally right in his hands, and this random kid just snatched it away. Song Qingcheng glared at you, noting you were clearly a few years younger than him. You had a pretty good-looking face, but you were incredibly annoying, ruining his perfect plan. Still, he needed to play nice for now. After all, he still fully intended to marry into the Shen family. Song Qingcheng rubbed his chin, forcing a wide grin, acting as warmly as humanly possible. So this is Barry's little brother, which makes you my little brother too. Nice to finally meet you. Please take care of me. He extended a hand toward you. Internally, you rolled your eyes so hard it hurt. Who the hell is your brother? Back off, creep. Outwardly, however, you remained completely stoic. You reached out and gave his hand a brief, polite shake, mirroring his fake enthusiasm perfectly. You are too kind, Mr. Song. It is a pleasure. Shenberry was fidgeting uncomfortably against your chest, clearly feeling awful from the alcohol. You could not be bothered to trade fake pleasantries with Song Ching-chung a second longer. You simply said coolly, Mr. Song, happy birthday. I will be taking my sister home now. And with that, without giving Song Ching-chung a single chance to respond, you hoisted Shenberry into your arms, turned around, and walked straight out the door. Lu Ying followed closely behind. After the three of you vanished, Song King-cheng violently kicked the coffee table. Wine bottles crashed to the floor, shattering into a million pieces. His face twisted in pure rage as he snarled, "Motherfucker. That little brat ruined everything." Jiang Shu hurried forward, practically groveling. "Young master, please calm down. There will be plenty of other opportunities in the future." Song King-chung tilted his head back, taking a deep, furious breath. His eyes were venomous. "Just you wait. Shenberry, sooner or later, I'm gonna get you into my bed." Meanwhile, after carrying Shenberry back to your own private room, you frantically grabbed a waiter and asked for hangover soup. You slowly brought the cup up to Shenberry's lips, feeding it to her with extreme caution. But in her hazy state, Shenberry still managed to choke on it. You quickly and gently patted her back, until she finally stopped coughing a long while later. Lu Ying then announced it was time to call it a night. Seeing the little boss completely wasted like this, everyone knew the party was officially over. They all told Lu Ying to get her home safely, and then gradually filed out of the restaurant. Soon, it was just the three of you left in the room. Having drank the hangover soup, Shenberry regained a tiny sliver of consciousness. Seeing your deeply worried face beside her, she instantly snuggled right into your chest. Ran. Sister is so cold. Give sister a hug. Shenberry whined softly, burrowing herself even deeper into your embrace as she spoke. Your heart instantly melted into absolute mush. Without a single second of hesitation, you pulled
Your white hoodie over your head?
and draped it snugly over Shenberry. That left you wearing nothing but a paper-thin thermal shirt. A violent shiver racked your body, but there was no way you would let your precious sister Berry freeze, especially when she was so drunk. Ran, you smell so good. Sister loves it. Lu Ying stared at the two of you, own practically freezing, and decided she definitely needed to get you both home immediately. She turned to you. "Breadfruit, carry your sister into the back seat and take care of her. I will drive you guys back." You nodded firmly, immediately scooping Shenberry up into a princess carry. The three of you headed out to the car. Lu Ying drove swiftly to the Shen family residence. You carried Shenberry out of the car, leaning down through the door to tell Lu Ying in the driver's seat, "Senior, be careful driving back. Send Sister Shen a message on WeChat when you get home." Lu Ying smiled warmly. "My place is super close to here. Do not worry about me. Hurry up and go take care of your precious sister." You nodded. "Got it, Senior." You then carried Shenberry up to her bedroom on the second floor. You gently laid her down on the mattress, tucked a thick blanket securely around her, and proceeded to double-check that every single window was shut tight. Finally, you cranked up the heater on the AC unit. Once all that was done, you laid down right beside Shenberry, sinking into the bed. Turning on your side, you just watched her. The alcohol had painted Shenberry's cheeks a beautiful faint shade of rose. Her gorgeous eyes carried a hazy, intoxicating allure. As they gently fluttered, after quietly staring for a moment, you pressed the palm of your hand against her forehead.
Oh no.
37.5 degrees. Sister has a fever. Your brows knitted tightly together. This is bad. You quickly jumped up to rummage for some fever-reducing medicine. Luckily, the house might be missing a lot of things, but it certainly was not missing medicine. You found some in no time, the second you finished feeding her the pills and set the water glass down. Shenberry suddenly yanked you straight into the blankets with her. Ran, stop running around. Let sister hug you. Her speech was still a bit slurred, but you could tell she had sobered up just a tiny bit. Ran. Sister is so hot. She pouted her delicate red lips, and while complaining, started tearing off her clothes. The outer coat and the hoodie had already been removed, right before you tucked her in. Right now, Shenberry was only wearing a thin undershirt. You quickly grabbed Shenberry's little hands, coaxing her gently. "Sister, be good. You can't take that off." Shenberry pushed out her lower lip and whined cutely. "But sister is so hot. I am sweating so much. My clothes are all wet." You touched Shenberry's shirt. It actually was damp with sweat. "Okay, it really did need to come off. Okay then, sister can take it off. I will go get you some clean clothes." Seeing that you agreed, Shenberry started frantically trying to strip the shirt off. Except she struggled for a solid minute and could not get it off her head. So she gave up, whining as she hugged you again. Ran, You take it off for me. Sister can't get it off. Your face instantly flushed bright red. Shenberry only had this own layer left. If you took it off, she would be down to her underwear. You felt unbearably shy. Ran. I am so uncomfortable. She stared at you with giant, watery puppy dog eyes.
Right, I give up.
You surrendered entirely? Sister was just too painfully cute. You really could not say no to her. Okay, I will take it off. Sister, be good, okay? Lift your arms. Shenberry obediently raised both arms. Your fingertips were literally shaking. As you carefully peeled the undershirt off her, Shenberry's adorable little bear print bra was instantly exposed to the air. You let out a massive exhale, about to turn and fetch her a clean change of clothes. But unexpectedly, she hugged you tight, refusing to let you go. What is wrong now? Ranran, this is wet too. Shenberry pouted her little lips, pointing dead at her little bare bra while staring at you innocently. There was absolutely no way in hell you were going to take off this final layer for her, so you could only slowly and gently try to reason with her. Sister, you have to hide under the covers and take this own off secretly by yourself. Okay.
I will go get you a clean ON. All right.
Your voice was as gentle as flowing water. Shenberry's little mouth was practically touching her nose, nodding with extreme reluctance. Then, she squirmed under the blankets, rustling around clumsily. Shenberry obediently managed to take it off herself. You let out a long sigh of relief and went to her closet to fetch a clean set of underwear. Once Shenberry had changed into them, you dug out Owen of your own, oversized black t-shirts, and helped her put it on. Once that was done, you simply sat by the edge of the bed, quietly watching her. Sick Shenberry was unbelievably well behaved. She did not feel like an older sister at all. Instead, she felt like a helpless little sister needing care. She kept blinking her big, expressive eyes, staring at you blankly and somewhat helplessly. You smiled softly and meticulously tucked the corners of the blanket securely around her. Go to sleep. When you wake up, you will feel all better. With half of her delicate face hidden under the quilt, Shenberry gave a very obedient little nod and finally closed her eyes. You remained seated blankly on the floor, keeping watch over her. You really truly wished you could just stay by Shenberry's side like this for the rest of your life, but the existence of Song Kinchung made you realize for the very first time that there was a real possibility Shenberry could fall in love with someone else because she did not love you. Outside the window, the cold, pale moonlight reflected in your dim, lifeless eyes, almost making the moon itself seem to lose its glow, turning everything a dull shade of gray. If that day really comes, should I be sensible and leave on my own? The angst is real, but I really do not want to leave her. Suddenly, Shenberry's phone vibrated. You picked it up to check. It was a message from Luing saying she got home safe. You wanted to reply with an okay, but you were blocked by the lock screen password. So you had to give up. You walked over and sat down at your desk. Tonight was the night of your farewell stream. With lowered eyes, you turned on the live broadcast. Within minutes, over 200 people flooded into the chat room. Everyone was asking the exact same question. Why are you streaming so late today? You, trying your best to make your voice sound less depressed, you say. I'm sorry, everyone. I had some things to take care of today, so I got home a bit late. Song Muyu was excitedly clutching her phone. You finally started streaming. She finally had a chance to ask for your contact info. Muyu's fingers frantically tapped away at the keyboard, spamming the live chat, breadfruit. You are finally live. Looking at the familiar usernames popping up on the screen, the reluctance in your heart reached its absolute peak. You gripped your hair tightly and spoke with a strained, hoarse voice. I want to tell everyone something. This will be my last time streaming. I'm sorry. You finally said it out loud. Song Muya was just about to type and ask if you were seriously ill, when she heard through her phone you're incredibly depressed. Hoarse voice. She frantically typed, breadfruit, you're joking, right? Did you run into some kind of trouble? Tell us. Maybe we can help you out. The cold glow from the computer monitor reflected on your face, making your already pale lips look even more bloodless. I'm sorry, I can't tell you guys anything. Your voice was just as faint as the color of your lips, completely lifeless, devoid of any vitality. All anyone could hear was pure apology and crushing guilt. On the bed, Shenberry quietly opened her eyes by the light of the moon. She lay there silently listening to your farewell. A faint, almost imperceptible, sick smile hung on her lips. Classic Yandere behavior. She had succeeded. You were truly willing to clip your own wings for her, voluntarily giving up your streaming. Were you now one step closer to becoming the canary locked inside her beautiful cage? The chat was absolutely flooded with messages begging you to keep streaming. Looking at the screen, you could only stay silent. If you kept streaming, Shenberry would be unhappy. You had no way to argue or defend yourself. All you could offer was a sincere apology. Was it you who had let your listeners down? Everyone. Breadfruit will tell you one last story as a final farewell. Your voice already carried a broken, crying tone. You forced yourself to hold back the tears, wanting to properly finish telling this very last story. But by 2:00 a.m., your face was already completely covered in tears. You had just spoken the very last line of your story, staring blankly at that red end stream button on the screen. The hand moving the mouse was shaking violently, just like the complete button for that manga back then. Once you clicked it, it was over. You were so reluctant to let go. You understood the logic that all good things must come to an end. But if this banquet could just last a little bit longer, would not that be wonderful? 1,000 words were stuck in your throat. But in the end, what actually came out were just a few simple words. I wish you all the best. A few seconds after you spoke, the screen instantly filled with countless messages. Breadfruit. Goodbye. We will wait for you to come back. It turned out nobody had gone to sleep. They were all silently listening to this final goodbye. Looking at the completely packed chat, your nose stung, and you finally could not hold it in anymore. You ran into the bathroom, slammed the door shut, and slid down the freezing cold tiled wall to sit on the floor, wrapping your arms tightly around your knees. You began to sob so hard it tore at your lungs. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I am the one abandoning you all. But I just really love her so much. I am a bad person too. You always felt that Jiaji had wronged you because you were innocent. You did absolutely nothing wrong, yet you were abandoned by Xiaji. You had always placed yourself in the role of the victim, drawing comfort from having the moral high ground. But today, for the sake of Shenberry, you similarly abandoned your innocent listeners. You finally saw yourself clearly. You were nothing more than a villain who would abandon innocent people just to get the love you desperately wanted. You were no different from Xiaji. Deep thoughts in the bathroom. Listening from the bed, Shenberry heard your heart-wrenching sobs echoing from the bathroom. Even though the bathroom door had great soundproofing, in the dead of the night, she could still hear it perfectly clear. She felt as if you were shattering into tiny pieces. A sharp pang of heartache swirled in Shenberry's eyes. Had she gone too far? But she was just so hopelessly jealous. She wanted all your gentleness to belong entirely to her. It is fine, she thought. As long as I properly make it up to him, it will be fine. Shenberry got up and walked barefoot to the bathroom, pushing the door open. The sound of your broken whimpers instantly grew louder. You had your head buried in your arms, completely unaware of her arrival. She gently crouched down and used the palm of her hand to slowly, tenderly stroke the top of your head. Realizing Shenberry was there, your crying abruptly hitched. Your chest began to heave violently as you gasped for air. She immediately pulled you into a tight embrace. Breadfruit, do not hold it in. Just cry.
You still have your sister, right?
You cried silently into her arms. It was precisely because you craved this warm embrace that you had abandoned your audience. Shenberry tucked you back into bed, slipping under the covers herself, doing her best to warm and soothe you. She could feel that her collarbone and chest were already completely soaked by your tears. You had cried so hard that your body was instinctively shuddering. She gently rubbed your back with her hand. Ran. Sister is so sorry. Sister will treat you so well.
You cried for who knows how long.
Crying until your brain was starved of oxygen. Your head was spinning, everything turning dark. And you fell asleep right there, still wiping your tears. Outside the window, the sky was already beginning to lighten. Shenberry quietly slipped out of bed, pulling the blackout curtains tightly shut. The room was instantly plunged into pitch darkness. She took out her phone and canceled all her work for the day, got back into bed, hugged you tight, and fell into a deep sleep. She was going to stay with you properly for the whole day. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Song Muyu was absolutely shocked to the core. After you said your final goodbye, Song Muyu heard coming through her phone the faint, broken sounds of someone crying. She thought to herself, it seemed you did not actually want to quit streaming, so you must have had some painful, unavoidable reason. But shortly after the crying started, incredibly, she heard a woman's voice talking to you. The voice was not loud, and she could not make out exactly what was being said, but her sharp ears picked up the words, sister, and I'm sorry. She subconsciously connected this to that day, to Shenberry, who had shown her so much hostility. Shenberry just so happened to be your older cousin, and their voices even sounded somewhat similar. So your abrupt retirement was definitely connected to Shenberry. She was determined to get to the bottom of this. Detective Muyu is on the case. The next day, Shenberry's fever was not severe, and she recovered very quickly. But you, on the other hand, having caught a chill combined with extreme emotional distress, fell seriously ill once again. You lay under the covers, sleeping in a feverish daze. Shenberry called Jiangnan over again to treat you. After putting you on an IV drip, she stayed home to take care of you. You stayed completely unconscious in bed for a full 24 hours. When you finally woke up the day after, Shenberry had already gone out for work. Your mood remained incredibly low.
You had absolutely no energy to do anything.
Thankfully, Jingdi was on holiday, so you could keep her company and play with her, bringing a little bit of life back into the house. Over the next dozen or so consecutive days, You stayed at home to recover, quietly catching up on your studies by yourself, playing with building blocks and watching movies with Jingdi. It felt as if your entire world had shrunk down to just this house. You could not even clearly remember how long it had been since you last went to campus. Perhaps Shenberry wanted to make it up to you, or perhaps for some other reason, but she became increasingly gentle with you. No matter how late she worked overtime, she would always bring back tons of delicious food for you. She always spoke to you in the softest, gentlest tone. Every night, she allowed you to hug her to sleep, and never once complained that you were being annoying. You were becoming more and more dependent on her. During the day, if you missed her too much, you would put on one of her movies, and you would scroll the internet for anything related to Shenberry. However, you constantly stumbled upon countless shipping posts about her and Song Ching Ching. Looking at those posts made your heart physically ache. You no longer had the rationality to distinguish whether those rumors were true or false. Merely seeing Shenberry's name appearing right next to Song Ching Shang's made your chest throb as if someone had brutally smashed your heart with a baseball bat. It was a suffocating dull pain. Acting entirely out of foolishness, you completely uninstalled all the forum apps from your phone. At least this way you could lie to yourself. Out of sight, out of mind, right? Denial is a river in Egypt. At 9 p.m., you slowly woke up to the sound of rain. Even though you had barely done anything all day, you constantly felt incredibly exhausted. After sleeping sluggishly in your room for the entire afternoon, you dragged your weak body up, barely managing to prop yourself up against the headboard. You turned your head to look out the window. It was already pitch black outside, with only the sporadic, dim glow of the streetlights piercing the dark. Pea-sized raindrops whipped into a frenzy by the howling wind, smashed aggressively against the glass. The bedroom door clicked open. Shenberry had returned carrying her usual massive haul of delicious takeout. Seeing her, your mood instantly lifted a tiny bit. Ranran, come eat something good. Shenberry called out to you in a sweet, gentle voice. You tried to get out of bed to hug her, but accidentally lost your footing and collapsed straight onto the floor. She quickly rushed over to help you up, teasing you with a faint smile. You clumsy little fool. You wanted to smile back, but the muscles in your face felt completely out of your control. You just could not manage to form a smile. Instead, you simply opened your arms wide to embrace her. Okay. Ranran can hug me later. Let us eat first. You gave a shallow nod. The two of you set the dinner out on the floor, curled up on the beanbag chairs and started to eat. You looked up at Shenberry, perhaps because of the rain. She was also wearing a black trench coat. It seemed she had been incredibly busy lately, even though she was looking at you with a soft smile. The sheer exhaustion between her brows was impossible to hide. You reached out your index finger and gently touched the space between her eyebrows, smoothing out the crease. Sister looked so tired. You whispered softly. Yeah, we need to release the album as soon as possible. A lot of people at the company are working crazy overtime every single day. Shenberry pursed her lips, her tone tinged with helplessness. Then sister should go to sleep early tonight. Shenberry noticed that your spirits were still quite low. You still looked frighteningly pale, and you put your chopsticks down after only a few bites. Ever since the night of your farewell stream, you had been exactly like this. She pulled you back into her arms, asking warmly, Breadfruit, what did you do at home today? Your bloodless lips parted slightly. You subconsciously wanted to give her an answer, but you simply could not get a single word out. The words resting on the tip of your tongue slowly morphed into a silent, bitter smile. I'm sorry, sister. I do not remember. For some inexplicable reason, the moment you said that, your nose stung, and huge, crystal-clear teardrops started falling heavily onto your lap. You frantically tried to wipe them away, watching you furiously scrub at your face. Like an idiot, Shenberry suddenly felt like a massive boulder was crushing her chest. It was so suffocating she could not speak. Ranran, what is wrong? Are you hurting somewhere? Tell sister, okay? She gently reached out to wipe your face, which was already a messy, tear-stained disaster. You shook your head. I am not hurting. Sister, I'm all better now. Let me go back to campus tomorrow. Okay. Shenberry lowered her eyes, thinking it over for a second. Keeping you cooped up at home all alone every single day might actually end up driving you genuinely insane. Even though she desperately wanted you to belong to her and only her, she did not want to see you stay sick forever either. She pinched your nose with a smile. Okay, Ranran, you can go. Just make sure to take care of yourself. And call sister if anything happens. Once I finish this project in a few days, I will visit your campus too. When that happens, sister will hang out with you at school. Alright, okay. You blinked your red, puffy eyes, nodding slightly. Sister, I'm sleepy. Okay, sister will hold you to sleep. The endless, dreary night rain poured on until morning. The next day, there was still absolutely no sign of it stopping. You went back to Jinda University for the first time in ages. When your 3 roommates saw you, they acted like they had just seen a ghost, dragging you aside and bombarding you with a million questions. And during classes, practically every single professor asked you at least once why you had been absent for so incredibly long. You could only offer a bitter smile and say you had been sick. That evening, you walked into a massive lecture hall for your very last class of the day. Is Lynn Breadfruit here this time? Come and answer this question. The white-haired, elderly professor at the podium adjusted his reading glasses, scanning the mostly empty, echoing lecture hall, searching for you. Just as he assumed you were absent yet again, you stood up. Professor, I am here. The old professor stepped off the podium and walked right over to you. He adjusted his glasses to inspect your face closely. Well, this old man had better take a good long look at what you actually look like. For a full month, you have not been here for a single roll call. You are a very handsome young man. Why have you been skipping class? Looking highly apologetic, you said, I'm so sorry, Professor. I have been really sick lately. The professor scrutinized you again, noticing that your complexion and lips were indeed sickly and pale. He gave a small nod and said, take good care of your health, but do not let your studies fall behind either. Make sure you catch up on the coursework you missed on your own time. Professor, I did review the material at home. I can answer the question you just asked. Right then, let us hear it. Vincent van Gogh was a prominent representative of Dutch post-impressionism. His brushwork was unique, highly distinct, and incredibly powerful. You answered flawlessly without missing a beat. The old professor nodded in satisfied approval. Good job, young man. Meanwhile, in a far corner of the room, the moment you had started speaking, Song Muyu had snapped her head toward you, eyes wide with sheer shock, seeing that you had actually shown up to class. She was beyond thrilled. She did not listen to a single word of the lecture for the entire period. Instead, she spent the whole time secretly staring at you, perhaps because you were cold. You were bundled up in a thick black winter coat, which made your pale complexion look even more stark and bloodless. But despite that, you still looked so stunningly clean and handsome that she was entirely mesmerized. She was already daydreaming about you holding her at night, using your soft, gentle voice to coax her to sleep. Delulu is the Solulu. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. You packed up your bag, slung it over your shoulder, and prepared to head home. But someone suddenly blocked your path. Breadfruit, do you still remember me? Song Muyu beamed up at you. You raised your head, recognizing her instantly as the girl from the welcome party that night. Your immediate instinct was to back away, because Shenberry had thrown a massive fit specifically over this girl. But this girl was also An of the loyal fans you had abandoned. The immense guilt immediately began tearing at your heart again. Hello? You looked at Song Muyu, trying your hardest to produce a polite smile. Hi? Breadfruit, my name is Song Muyu. My username in your stream was also Muyu. Do you still remember? You nodded and said softly, I do. About a month ago, it was your birthday. I sang happy birthday to you, and you sent me some really expensive donations. I will refund the money to you later. Song Muyu laughed and waved her hands dismissively. Who asks for a refund on a gift they willingly sent? Then, wiping the smile off her face, she asked seriously, Breadfruit, why did you suddenly stop streaming? Can you tell me? Hearing this, your polite smile instantly stiffened. You guiltily averted your eyes and replied, I'm really sorry for abruptly quitting, but I can't tell you the reason why. I am truly sorry. Seeing how painfully uncomfortable you looked, Song Muyu decided not to push the subject any further. Instead, she pulled out her phone. Breadfruit, I have been a huge fan of yours for years. Plus, we are in the same class. Can we add each other on WeChat? Your expression froze completely, even though you and this girl had an absolutely squeaky clean relationship. If Shenberry found out about this, she would undeniably fly into a terrifying rage. I'm sorry, you replied, your voice heavy with deep guilt. Watching your terrified reaction, Song Muyu could not help but feel you were deeply afraid of something. Is it because of Shenberry again? She wondered silently. She pressed her lips into a smile and playfully patted your shoulder. Well, as a streamer, surely you can at least take Owen quick photo with a diehard fan, right? Okay. You nodded, figuring a simple photo would not be a big deal. Famous last words. Song Muyu opened her phone's camera, leaning in extremely close. As she leaned in, she caught a whiff of your incredibly good scent. Her eyes instantly lit up. Her imagination immediately started running absolutely wild. If I could cuddle someone this nice smelling to sleep every night, how amazing would that be? She pressed even closer, practically pressing her cheek right against yours. Your immediate reaction was to duck away, but she grabbed your arm tightly, forcefully yanking you back into the frame. Click, click, click. Song Muyu snapped several photos in rapid succession, then held her phone to admire them. Aside from your incredibly stiff, awkward expression, everything else about the picture was utterly perfect. She was highly satisfied. Deciding she would sleep hugging her phone tonight, she looked up just about to ask how you planned on getting home in the rain, when she realized someone was standing right beside you, practically radiating an aura of pure, murderous, dark energy. Shenberry had noticed it was raining heavily all day, and figured you would have a hard time walking home, so she had driven to campus specifically to pick you up, but she never expected that the second she arrived, she would catch you and that girl from the welcome party, taking sickeningly sweet selfies together, staring at the absolute lack of distance between the two of you. Her chest instantly exploded with volcanic rage and jealousy. Shenberry stomped forward, grabbing your wrist with terrifying force, shooting an ice-cold, deathly glare at Song Muyu. She snapped coldly, "Please stay the hell away from my brother." Facing the wildly aggressive Shenberry, Song Muyu's own fiery temper flared right back up. She sneered and shot back, "If I remember correctly,
You are just Breadfruit's cousin, right? Superstar Shen?
are not you overstepping your boundaries a little bit? You are trying to micromanage who he is allowed to be friends with." The air between the two women instantly sparked with explosive tension. Seeing the scent of gunpowder growing thicker by the second, you frantically tugged at Shenberry's sleeve. Pleading in your softest, most pathetic voice, you whined, "Sister, I'm hungry. Let us just go home, please." Shenberry let out a cold scoff at Song Muyu. Before violently dragging you away by your arm, Song Muyu gritted her teeth maliciously and decided to sneakily follow right behind them. She wanted to see for herself what exactly was going on with these so-called siblings. You were being practically dragged forward by the woman storming ahead of you, your wrist screaming in pain from her iron grip. "Sister, Breadfruit's wrist hurts," you squeaked softly. Shenberry slammed on the brakes without warning. Thanks to momentum, you crashed face first right into her back. Shenberry immediately spun around, wrapping both arms tightly around your soft waist, and then her red lips crashed heavily onto yours. Just like that other night, there was not a single shred of tenderness or gentleness in the kiss. It was 100% pure, dominating aggression. You had made Shenberry furious again. Hiding in the shadows not too far away, Song Muyu stared at the shocking scene, her eyes completely glued to the two of you. She gnashed her teeth together violently, muttering bitterly under her breath, "Lin Breadfruit, so you're dirty after all, which means you do not deserve my love. But if that is the case, then I do not even need to waste my effort trying to woo you properly. I can just straight up snatch you right out of Shenberry's hands. Two toxic people fighting over one guy. Great. Shenberry did not stop kissing you until you were practically suffocating. When she finally pulled back, you bent double, clutching your chest and gasping desperately for air. It really felt like you had been drowning. Shenberry's icy words hit you from above, plunging you right back into a freezing abyss. "Breadfruit, you are being disobedient again. I let you out for OAN day of school and you misbehave like this. Did not I explicitly tell you to stay the hell away from that woman? Why won't you just listen to me?"
You shook your head frantically.
Sounding incredibly wronged, you tried to explain, "Sister, there is absolutely nothing between me and her. She just stopped me to ask why I was not streaming anymore. Sister, please, you have to believe me." Shenberry gently cupped your face with both hands, her eyes completely overflowing with pathological, sickly possessiveness. "But I saw you two taking those sweet little selfies. Breadfruit, Sister is going to have to punish you for being a bad boy." The utter sweetness of her tone sent a terrifying shiver sprinting down your spine. You were genuinely terrified of her when she acted like this. With a stony face, Shenberry shoved you into the passenger seat of her car. You quickly buckled your seatbelt. Then, slamming her foot down hard on the gas pedal, she sped off toward home. You hide your chin inside the collar of your windbreaker, not daring to look at Shenberry. The night is heavy and dark. Freezing rain slices through the air. The rain is cold, but an angry Shenberry is even colder. So cold that you do not dare get anywhere near her. Shenberry notices, your body curled up tightly in the corner between the car door and the seat. Completely obvious that you are hiding from her. "Breadfruit, why are you sitting so far away from Sister?" Her voice carries an involuntary, suffocating sense of oppression. You lower your eyes, looking at Shenberry's beautiful reflection on the car window, and speak softly, "Sister, please drive a little slower. It is raining. The roads are slippery." Shenberry does not ease off the gas pedal at all. She continues to ask you coldly, "Breadfruit, do you not love Sister anymore?" Ah yes, the classic emotional blackmail. Hearing Shenberry's interrogation, panic seizes your heart. Your eyelashes tremble slightly as you immediately turn to look at her, shaking your head frantically. "Sister, I do love you. I really, really love you. Please believe me." Your voice is overflowing with grievance. Shenberry merely takes a deep breath and drives on in silence, not replying. This makes you increasingly frantic, as if you have sunk back into the dark abyss of the ocean, unable to find a single trace of light. You arrive home quickly. Shenberry roughly drags you onto the bed, and without saying a single word, begins violently stripping off your clothes. You desperately grab onto her hands, tears already swirling in your eyes. Sister, I am hungry.
I want to eat something.
Shenberry looks down at your pitiful, wronged expression beneath her, and her heart softens just a fraction. But the moment she thinks of Song Muyu, her heart is instantly swallowed again by surging jealousy. She leans down right next to your ear and whispers softly, Ranran's punishment is that you're not allowed to eat tonight. You purse your lips as the tears start falling. You really are so hungry, and your stomach will hurt if you do not eat. There really is nothing between me and her. Sister, please believe me. Okay, Ranran wants to eat.
You beg bitterly.
Shenberry completely ignores your pleading, going straight to kiss your neck. But the moment she gets close, she frowns in disgust. Go take a shower. You were too close to her.
You have her scent on you?
It is disgusting. Ouch. Critical hit to the soul. Shenberry's words pierce you, making your heart violently shudder. With agonizing pain, she called you disgusting. You get up like a soulless shell and go to take a shower? Shenberry sits by the window, watching the rain outside, listening to the sound of the rain, mixing with the splashing of the shower from the bathroom. She feels increasingly irritated.
You are just too incredibly lovable.
No matter where you go, people want to steal you away. It is better to just keep you locked up at home. At home, no ON can fight her for you. The sound of the water suddenly stops. With dripping wet hair, you slowly walk out of the bathroom. Shenberry immediately pins you beneath her. The undressing continues, and her red lips press down on yours, plundering and conquering without restraint. It is yet another night of icy, forceful intimacy. You are so tired. You can't even lift your eyelids. Your stomach is hungry and aching. You clutch your cramping stomach with both hands, curling into a tight ball, shrinking into the corner of the quilt as you fall into a deep sleep. Shenberry looks at you hiding in the corner, your face covered in dried tears, and her heart fills with an indescribable, aching guilt. Only now does Shenberry realize she lost control of her emotions and bullied you into such a state again. She quickly gets out of bed to cook a bowl of plain congee and makes a bowl of beef noodle soup, bringing them upstairs. Shenberry gently shakes your body, calling out to you, breadfruit, breadfruit? You groggily open your eyes, still clutching your stomach. Waves of pain begin radiating from your stomach again. She rubs the top of your head, her tone completely restored to its usual gentleness. Breadfruit? Sister was wrong just now.
Come eat something.
The classic toxic cycle. Hurt, apologize with food, repeat. You curl your body up, hugging your knees, and shrink into the corner of the wall to dodge Shenberry's hand, but terrified that she might get angry at you again. You cautiously lean your body back forward, letting her touch you, seeing how deeply terrified you are. Shenberry's nose stings with unshed tears. She pulls you into her embrace, her voice catching with a sob. Breadfruit? It is Sister's fault. Sister will never punish Ranran by not letting you eat ever again. She quickly brings the steaming beef noodle soup over. Sister just made this for Ranran. Eat it quickly while it is hot. You timidly raise your head, carefully peeking into Shenberry's eyes. After making absolutely sure she is not mad anymore, you snatch the bowl of noodles and start devouring them in massive, desperate bites. Noodle broth splashes everywhere on your face, your pajamas, the blanket. You cry as you eat, the tears rolling down your cheeks and into your mouth. It is wet and salty. You eat so fast that you start to choke. Shenberry is terrified, hurriedly patting your back. Breadfruit, slow down. Eat slower. Sister is not going to snatch it away. She tries to take the bowl from your hands. Ranran, put the noodles down first. Have a sip of water, okay? You grip the bowl with a death grip, refusing to let go. After forcefully swallowing the noodles you choked on, you bury your face and keep eating. Is there more?
You clutch the empty bowl to your chest?
Looking up at Shenberry timidly, Shenberry nods frantically. Yes, there is. I will go get some more for breadfruit. Have some congee first. She hands you the bowl of plain congee, then heads downstairs to fetch more noodles. When she comes back, she finds you have already licked the congee bowl completely clean. She frowns slightly. Breadfruit. You can't eat this fast. You will ruin your stomach. But you remain entirely oblivious, snatching the new bowl from her hands and scarfing it down again. You only know that being hungry is agonizing. What you fear most in the world is starvation and the cold. Ever since receiving Shenberry's punishment, you have stayed shut inside the house for 2 whole months. You have not taken a single step outside the front door.
Your only daily task
is mechanically asking Shenberry for a hug, and then staring blankly into space while you eat. You barely speak a single word the entire day. No matter how Shenberry tries to make you smile, you give absolutely no response. She broke the poor boy. Sometimes she wants to take you to the company, to let Yuli play with you for a bit, but you just clutch your blanket and shrink timidly into the corner. No matter how much she coaxes you, you refuse to step outside. Left with absolutely no other options, she occasionally invites Luing over to the house to play video games with you and tell you funny stories from campus. It is already mid-December. The weather has turned freezing cold. Today, Shenberry and Lu Ying went shopping at the mall together and bought you tons and tons of winter clothes. She originally asked you to go with them, but you just hid under the covers, refusing to go out. She was completely helpless. In the evening, she brought Lu Ying and Lula back home with her so they could keep you company. Brother Breadfruit, I'm here. Lu Li shouts loudly the second he enters the house. Hearing Lula's voice,
You turn your head to look.
Lula smiles and pulls out 2 switches from his bag. Handing own to you, you quietly sit down next to Lula and try to learn how to play. Lula sneaks a quick glance at your pale, bloodless lips and secretly sighs. He is not stupid. He can clearly tell that something is very wrong with you. Suddenly, he remembers something.
Oh, right, breadfruit?
Final exams are coming up soon. You have to go take the exams. You have not attended class for an entire semester. Your participation grades are definitely all zeros. If you do not even show up for the finals, you will definitely fail every single class. Hearing this, Shenberry quickly walks over to chime in. That is right, Breadfruit. You really need to take the exams. It would be such a shame if you could not graduate. You pause the game that you do not even know how to play and freeze completely, not even blinking, as if deeply pondering a problem. After a very long pause, you finally give a slow, blank nod. A look of genuine joy creeps onto Shenberry's face. She feels a whirlwind of complex emotions. Before, she tried absolutely everything to lock you up at home. Now she is trying absolutely everything just to get you to step outside once. Thank goodness you finally agreed. You will finally be able to go outside and see the sunlight. She just hopes it might make you a little happier. Meanwhile, at the Song family residence in the capital, Song Muyu is snacking on sunflower seeds, casually resting both her feet on the coffee table. For the past 2 months, she has been plotting to steal you away. Unfortunately, you simply have not been coming to school, and she does not have your contact info. She honestly could not find a single way to reach you. However, final exams are just around the corner. She refuses to believe you still won't show up. The sound of the front door opening echoes in the living room. Song Qingcheng walks in. Song Muyu suddenly seems to realize something. She turns her head to look at Song Qingcheng. Do you know why Shenberry does not like you? Song Muyu's words successfully grabs Song Qingcheng's attention. He looks at her. Let us hear it. She smiles faintly because Shenberry is in love with her cousin, or rather not her real cousin. They have zero blood relation. I checked. Song Qingcheng frowns. Lin Breadfruit. She waves her hand dismissively. Exactly. I literally saw them kissing with my own 2 eyes. The tea is scalding. Song Qingcheng looks at Song Muyu suspiciously. How do I know you're not making this up? Song Muyu rolls her eyes. Why would I lie to you? Do I look like I have too much free time? Then why are you telling me this? Out of the goodness of your heart. Because I want Lin Breadfruit. So what do you say, want to team up? Song Muyu winks at Song Qingcheng. Song Qingcheng is intrigued. How exactly would we collaborate? You send your guys to tie Lin Breadfruit up on a hotel bed. After I am done having my fun with him, I will take some pictures for you. Then you send those pictures to Shenberry. Once Shenberry sees that her precious darling has been slept with by someone else, she definitely won't like him anymore. And when that happens, won't you have your perfect opening? Wow, these two are actually evil. Song Qingcheng laughs mockingly. Then, why do I even need you? I could just kidnap Lin Breadfruit myself, find some random woman to sleep with him, and get the exact same result. Hey, I'm the OAN who gave you this intel. Plus, you won't be able to catch him without me. Lin Breadfruit has not been to school in over 2 months. Do you even know where to find him? Song Qingcheng thinks it over for a moment, then nods. Fine, deal. The December rain falls in a dense, misty drizzle, like silver threads scattered from the heavens. You quietly look up at the gloomy sky, thinking that this is probably the final rain before the winter snow. For some reason, you feel a faint sense of reluctance. Today, you stepped out of the room that you had not left for more than 2 months. The sky above your head and the crisp, fresh air both feel bizarrely unfamiliar to you.
You are still wearing that old,
faded light blue windbreaker, burying your chin safely into your scarf in this season. Everyone has started wearing heavy winter coats and wrapping up in scarves. Because of this, your heavily bundled up appearance actually does not stand out from the crowd as much. You calmly walk into one exam hall after another, since you never let your studies fall behind. You handle the exams quite effortlessly. By the time you finish, the sky has turned completely dark. The glassy night sky is pitch black and empty. Shenberry must be busy, right? She did not come to pick you up. Fortunately, you brought an umbrella, so walking back is not too bad.
You actually quite enjoy strolling in the rain.
It feels very romantic. Breadfruit. Someone taps your shoulder from behind. At the same time, an overly excited voice reaches your ears. You turn around. It is Song Muyu. Panic instantly grips your heart. You immediately turn back around and try to speed walk away. You absolutely do not want Shenberry to misunderstand again, and you do not want to make her unhappy. Song Muyu frowns, taking a few quick steps to completely block your path. She flashes a sickeningly sweet smile.
Breadfruit,
Why are you hiding from me? You have not been to school in ages. Were you sick? You give an apologetic nod without saying a word, attempting to just walk around her and keep heading home. Song Muyu stands frozen in place, yelling after your retreating back Lin Breadfruit. I have gathered a huge group of your fans here in the capital. They all want to see you. They just want to give you a proper farewell. Could you please just come with me this once? The moment the word fans hits your ears, your feet stop dead in their tracks. The seeds of guilt rapidly take root and sprout in your heart, growing into a massive towering tree in mere seconds. You turn around and give a heavy, solemn nod.
Oh no!
It is a trap. Song Muyu's lips curl into a sinister smirk. She walks right up to you. Then follow me. You slowly follow behind Song Muyu out of the campus gates.
You are blankly stepping right onto
the exact footprints Song Muyu is leaving behind. Suddenly, someone clamps a rag tightly over your mouth and nose from behind. Amidst a dizzying, sickly sweet floral scent, your entire world fades to black. Later, at a certain hotel in the capital, you, half asleep and half awake, are lying on a large circular white bed. Your head is throbbing and spinning wildly. Your vision is completely blurred. Song Muyu presses her body down onto yours, carefully examining your facial features. Even though your brows are furrowed tightly in pain, it still can't hide your otherworldly good looks. A perfectly contoured face, flawless porcelain skin, but the best part is those beautiful peach blossom eyes. They naturally look so hopelessly romantic, like you could look at a stray dog with absolute pure devotion. Breadfruit, how can someone be this pretty? She murmurs affectionately, but in the blink of an eye, her gaze turns ice cold. It is just a shame your first kiss did not belong to me. If all your firsts belonged to me, I would have definitely treated you so well. I would not have had to drug you just to sleep with you like this. Her eyes slowly fill with manic obsession. She yanks violently on your collar and screams in your face, interrogating you, Lin Breadfruit. Why are not you clean? I liked you so much. She starts aggressively tearing at your clothes, leaning down to bite at your neck. She won't touch your lips because they have been touched by Shenberry. She thinks they are filthy. Your brows knit tighter and tighter because you can't see clearly. You naturally assume the person on top of you is Shenberry. You mumble in a delirious daze, sister. Breadfruit's head hurts. Let us not do it tonight. Okay? Song Muyu's lips are less than a centimeter away from your pale neck, but she suddenly freezes. A wave of pure nausea washes over her, making her almost throw up. She flies into a humiliated, explosive rage, screaming at the top of her lungs. You actually slept with Shenberry, did not you? That is so utterly disgusting, and to think I actually liked you. She violently shoves you back down against the mattress, completely losing all interest. She does not play with secondhand toys. She turns, fully intending to storm out the door. But then she remembers her deal with Song Chingcheng. She looks back at your delirious state on the bed and sneers coldly. Perfect. I will use you to thoroughly disgust Shenberry, that arrogant, stuck-up bitch. She yanks your clothes halfway off, lies down right next to you, and deliberately forces you into a pose where it looks like you're kissing her cheek. She snaps a highly intimate selfie of the two of you and immediately texts the photo to Shenberry. Shenberry, your precious breadfruit, is literally begging for my love in my arms right now. He is such an easy lay. Right after that, she sends Shenberry the exact hotel address and room number. Then, Song Muyu gleefully pockets her phone, does not spare you a single glance, and struts out of the room. She just wants to see exactly how Shenberry is going to react when she finds out. If she decides to throw you away like garbage, that would be perfect. Because once Shenberry officially tosses you out, Song Muyu will go and tell her that absolutely nothing actually happened between her and Lin Breadfruit. How spectacularly shattered will Shenberry's expression be then? Just thinking about it brings her immense joy. Pure malice. Meanwhile, at a certain luxury fashion brand gala, Shenberry, who had been anxiously bustling around, stops dead when she sees that photo and caption on her phone. It is as if her entire soul has been violently ripped from her body. She has absolutely no memory of how she even walked out of the banquet hall. It felt like a lot of people were calling her name, but the voices sounded like ethereal echoes from miles away. The only thing she could hear clearly was the violent, deafening thudding of her own heart in her chest, a heart entirely consumed by a roaring, apocalyptic inferno of rage. She has no idea how fast she is driving. The needle on the speedometer is probably maxed out. She has no idea how many red lights she runs. There is only Oan's single sentence, looping endlessly in her mind.
You are dirty.
She is furious. She is enraged. She is insanely jealous. Her purest, most flawless treasure has been tainted by someone else. Bursting open the hotel room door, she sees you lying on the bed with your clothes half torn off. She loses her mind completely. It is true. It is all true. She violently seizes your wrist, gripping so hard her nails dig deep into your flesh. Drops of crimson blood trickle down her fingers. Still heavily under the influence of the drugs, You can't even feel the pain. You just foolishly stumble along behind the person dragging you. She shoves you into the passenger seat without even bothering to buckle your seatbelt. She vents every ounce of her explosive fury onto the gas pedal. The sports car's engine roars to life like deafening thunder, and you arrive home in mere minutes. Shenberry viciously drags you out of the car. The night is as black as ink, blanketing the dead, silent city. The rain falls in sheets, each drop suffocatingly entwining with the eaves. The streetlights and your body, the freezing, bone-chilling rain instantly shocks you. It snaps you completely awake, but you have no idea what just happened. Were not you just following Song Mu-yu to say goodbye to your fans? Why does the Shenberry standing in front of you look so terrifying, so deathly cold? Blind panic consumes your heart. You lower your head in utter terror, obediently letting Shenberry drag you inside. She violently hurls you onto the bedroom floor. Your knees smash against the hardwood with a loud, sickening thud. The sheer agony makes you silently clutch your knees, gasping for cold air.
You are so scared.
What is wrong with sister? Why is she treating you like this?
You helplessly burst into tears.
Sister, you drag your injured legs, inching your way over to Shenberry, and desperately cling to her leg. Sister, what is wrong with Breadfruit? Did Breadfruit do something to make sister mad again? I'm sorry. I promise I will never make sister mad again. Please do not scare Ranran. Ranran is so scared you sob uncontrollably, your words begging in the most pathetic, degrading way imaginable. Shenberry glares down at you from above, her eyes overflowing with absolute disgust. Sister finds you disgusting again. Why is it always like this? Why does your heart hurt so much? You would genuinely rather have Shenberry beat you or scream at you. You never ever want to see this look in her eyes again. It hurts worse than death by 1,000 cuts. Lin Breadfruit, do you have feelings for Song Mu-yu? Do you just like that type of pathetic little girl? I have seen the heroines in your manga. They are all exactly like her. You like her, do not you? Shenberry's icy interrogations rain down on you like a barrage of heavy hail. You shake your head frantically. No, sister, I love you. I do not like her. Please believe me. Shenberry lets out a bitter, mocking laugh and hurls her phone onto the floor right in front of you. You pick it up with violently trembling hands. The blood dripping from your fingers smears across the glowing screen. But the photo displayed on the screen is far more blinding than the crimson blood. In sheer absolute disbelief, you fling the phone as far away as possible. You shake your head blankly. It is not. That is not. Was it better sleeping with her or sleeping with me? Answer me, she roars, her voice cracking. The sheer ferocity of her scream makes your whole body flinch. Lin Breadfruit, why are you so ficking cheap? The second someone treats you even a tiny bit nicely,
You act like a pathetic stray dog?
instantly throwing yourself into their arms, begging for love. You curl up tightly in the corner, shaking your head mechanically. Massive tears fall heavily, splashing against the floorboards. She pulls out a mirror and violently shoves it right in front of your face. Lin Breadfruit, take a good look at yourself. Look at how absolutely filthy you are. Sister, I only love you. I only love you.
You have to believe me.
You held on to her for dear life. The mirror fell to the floor, shattering into 2 pieces. She shoved you away forcefully. Your head slammed hard against the wall again. It hurt. It hurts so much. I do not want your filthy love. I truly regret keeping you around. A pitiful puppy is in the end just a pitiful puppy. Whoever tosses you a bone, you will wag your tail and beg for their mercy. Is not that right? Is not it? Your head was throbbing with pain. You used every ounce of your strength trying to speak, but not a single word would come out. Were you really dirty? Because you were slept with by Song Mu-yu. You really knew you were wrong now. You should have stayed far away from Song Mu-yu, right? Lin Breadfruit, I do not want you anymore.
So cold.
You were so incredibly cold. Why were Shenberry's words so icy? Like the frozen bottom of a river in the dead of winter? So cold it made it hard to breathe. Sister was not like this before. She was clearly so gentle. Those words from Shenberry finally completely crushed your already tightly strung mind. It drove you utterly insane. You clung to Shenberry desperately. Sister, please do not throw Ranran away. I am begging you, sister. Ranran is begging you. Do not abandon Ranran. Ranran is very useful, I swear. You frantically patted yourself down all over, trying to find anything useful to offer. But unfortunately, you had nothing on you. Even the only valuable thing, your phone, was broken. Ranran. Ranran is really good to sleep with. Yes, very good to sleep with. Sister, look at me. Look, you frantically started tearing off your own clothes, trying to get Shenberry to sleep with you. Sister, look, are not I pretty? Please do not throw me away. Okay, I will let sister sleep with me every single day. I will never leave the house again, I promise. Okay, you pleaded bitterly, your face covered in a mixture of rain and tears, looking like a dirty, pitiful, drowned rat. Looking at you like this, Barry's heart ached terribly. It felt like a knife was slowly slicing her open, draining her blood. Why did it hurt this much? She wanted so badly to hug you. She thought you must be so cold right now. Her silly Ranran was always the most afraid of the cold. But you were so dirty now. Let him go, she thought. If I do not see him, my heart won't hurt anymore. That is what she kept telling herself. Lynn Breadfruit, just go. Leave. Her voice trembled, and her eyes grew wet. She clearly could not bear to part with you, but she said the words anyway. Sister. Before you could finish calling out to her, Shenberry had already walked away, leaving behind only the heavy, muffled thud of a closing door. You sat on the floor and let out a tragic, hollow laugh. Thrown away again. Lynn Breadfruit, you have been thrown away again. You really are so ridiculous. You should not even be alive, should you? Just leave.
You do not belong here.
On the very first day you arrived, were not you already prepared for this? You picked up the mirror that had shattered in two on the floor and looked at your reflection. You hooked your fingers into the corners of your mouth, trying to force yourself to smile. So ugly. Lynn Breadfruit, look at yourself right now. So dirty and ugly, no wonder nobody wants you. If I were someone else, I would not want you either. How humiliating. You deserve this. Do not you. Just go. Stop staying here and disgusting sister. Go. Just go. You left like a wandering ghost whose soul had been crushed. Right into this freezing rainy night. You did not know where to go. There was nowhere left for you to go. Truly nowhere at all. You only took two things with you. The coat Shenberry had given you and that red marriage certificate. You shielded the coat and the certificate fiercely against your chest, refusing to let the rain touch them. These were your most precious belongings. A lonely soul, a lost silhouette, wandering aimlessly through the freezing rainy night in Jingdu. The air was thick with icy threads of rain, seeping drop by drop straight into your heart. Not a single person was in sight on the empty streets. Only you, all alone, wandering in the downpour. Splash, you tripped and fell hard into a puddle, because your knees hurt too much to stand steady. Mud splattered all over your face and body. You did not even care about yourself, hurriedly scrambling to fish the coat and the marriage certificate out of the puddle. Tragically, the brand new coat was ruined with mud, and the bright red marriage certificate was completely soaked. You quickly hugged the coat to your chest, trying to wipe the marriage certificate dry. But there was not a single dry patch of fabric left on you. The more you wiped, the wetter it got. Do not get wet. Please, you are all I have left. Please do not get ruined, okay? Rain, go away. All of you, go away. But why would the rain listen to you? You huddled dryly by the side of the road, wiping your tears pitifully. The rain washed your tears away for you. You looked up. Not far away was a trash can.
Dragging your limping leg?
You dug through the filthy garbage can and found a white plastic bag.
You carefully placed the marriage certificate inside?
You continued on like a wandering ghost or a wild spirit, drifting through the streets. You did not know how long you had been walking, but you heard the roaring sound of rushing water. It sounded like ocean waves. You sprinted wildly toward the sound. It turned out to just be the city moat, swollen from the heavy rain. The water in the river surged forward rapidly. You slowly sat down by the edge of the moat. Let us just pretend this is the sea. Bro, you went through a bad breakup too. A man, equally drenched to the bone, holding a liquor bottle in Owen hand and an unlit cigarette in his mouth, patted you on the shoulder. You slowly turned your head to look at him. The man looked to be about 2 or 3 years older than you. This bullshit called love. The man took a drag of the completely unlit cigarette, cursing loudly at the moat. I loved her so much. Spent all 4 years of college focused entirely on her. Yielded to her in absolutely everything. I thought we were deeply in love. And what happens just now? I caught her in a hotel bed with another guy, right in the middle of the act. Fuck me, if I ever believe in love again, I am a piece of shit. Why the hell could not I bring myself to slap her face just now? I only slapped the guy. The man smacked his thigh fiercely in frustration. You listened to the man's curses, staring wordlessly at the roaring river. Bro, want a drink? The man offered the bottle in his hand to you. You stared blankly and shook your head. The man gave an indifferent smile and went back to drinking on his own. Tonight, the world had gained 2 more broken-hearted people. So, if someone sleeps with someone else, they won't be forgiven. Right, the man's eyes went wide. Of course, who the hell forgives a green hat cheater? You nodded slowly. The two of you fell back into silence. The rain continued to pour down relentlessly. The water level in the moat had already surpassed the warning line. Honestly, I still love her. I am such a pathetic loser. The man slapped his own face hard. What about you, bro? Why are you out here getting soaked in the middle of the night? Suddenly, a violent gust of wind howled past, blowing the plastic bag right out of your pocket. Inside was the marriage certificate. You jolted and lunged to grab it. Even though you caught it, a sharp pain shot through your knee and you plummeted straight into the moat. The man heard the loud splash. He instinctively looked over and instantly lost his mind. Holy shit, bro, do not do anything stupid, the misunderstanding of the century. But we love him for it. Watching you get swept further and further away by the raging current. The man ran frantically along the shore, a look of pure panic on his face, chasing you as you floated down the river. Do I jump? Do I not jump? The man hesitated wildly in his mind. If he jumped, there might be 2 corpses. But if he did not jump, there would definitely be Owen. Screw it, if I die, I will just reincarnate and be a hero again in 18 years. The man stripped naked in a flash, leaving only his boxer shorts, and with a massive splash, he dove in. The rain was freezing, but the water in the moat was even colder. You felt your body go numb from the cold. Your brain had stopped processing properly. Your body felt so heavy, so incredibly heavy. It felt like a massive boulder was dragging you down to the bottom. Am I going to die? That is fine too. Nobody wants me anyway. I really want to see you own last time. Shenberry. I guess I won't have the chance, huh? Shenberry. In my next life, I do not ever want to meet you again. I am sleepy. I should just sleep. The man grabbed you just as you were slowly sinking. While treading water, he managed to pull your heavy coat off, grabbed onto a bridge pillar up ahead, and used every last ounce of his strength to haul you up onto the bank. The man quickly checked your breathing. Thank God you were still breathing. He immediately began chest compressions to force the water out of your lungs. Then he called an ambulance. After finishing all this, the man was completely drained of energy. He lay sprawled out, spread eagle on the riverbank, gasping for air. At the hospital, "Are you the patient's family member?" the nurse asked the man. "No." The man waved his hands frantically. "I am just a good Samaritan." The nurse continued. "Then can you try to find a way to contact his family? Hospital admission requires a family member's signature." The man rummaged around and found your phone. Miraculously, it could still turn on. He opened the contacts list. There was only a single contact in there, Shenberry. He pressed call. In your room, Shenberry's phone lay quietly on the floor. The ringing tone echoed in the empty room, sounding incredibly lonely. Nobody's answering this ON either. Why the hell do you only have own contact? Bro, are you isolated from the rest of human civilization? You gotta at least have your parents' numbers, right? The man cursed in pure frustration. Suddenly, he remembered the call history. He quickly scrolled through it. There was only Owen record there too, and it did not have a name saved. He could not care less at this point and just hit dial. Fortunately, this time the call connected. "Breadfruit, are you calling sister?" A woman's pleasantly surprised voice came through the phone. "Hello? Hi, the owner of this phone fell in the river. You are the only person I could find on this phone, and the only ON who picked up. You need to come to the hospital right now." Lin Qian's eyes trembled. Her voice was thick with panic. "Breadfruit, did something happen to him? Do not panic just yet. He is fine, but he needs a family member to sign for his hospital admission."
I am his sister.
"I can sign." Her voice was so panicked it was practically cracking.
Oh, thank God.
"Hurry up and get over here." At Jingdu First Hospital, Lin Qian pushed open the door to the hospital room. With just Owen look at you lying unconscious on the bed, her tears instantly began to fall. A mix of longing and pure heartbreak. How did her breadfruit end up like this? Covered in dirt from head to toe. His lips so pale there was not a trace of color. He looked so fragile a breeze could knock him over. She ran over, hugged you, and started sobbing loudly. "Breadfruit, it is sister. I am sorry. Sister was too late. I am so sorry. Sister will never let you suffer again." The man watched Lin Qian burst into tears the second she walked in, and felt his headache growing worse. Way too much drama for ON night. Boxer bro did not sign up for a telenovela today. Hey, excuse me. Are you his sister?" He spoke up, interrupting Lin Qian's crying. Lin Qian wiped her tears and nodded. "Okay, good. By the way, you need to keep a close eye on your brother."
Your brother just now.
"It looked like he was trying to commit suicide. I risked half my life to save him. Do not let him go and kill himself again." Lin Qian was stunned, freezing in place. "Suicide? What exactly happened to Breadfruit? Why would he commit suicide?" "Right, my job here is done. I am leaving." The man opened the door to leave. Lin Qian hurriedly called out to him. "Sir? Wait, words can't express my gratitude. Please leave me your name and contact information. My brother and I will definitely repay you properly." "Lei Feng." "Haha," the man joked. "Right, I'm off." Doing good deeds without leaving a name is a fine Chinese tradition. I won't leave my contact info. If it is meant to be, we will meet again. With that said, the man did not give Lin Qian a chance to speak again and pushed the door open, leaving. Lin Qian said a silent thank you in her heart and went back to stand guard by your bed, watching you without taking a single step away. Even though they were not twins, she always believed she had stolen all the nutrients in the womb, which was why your health was so poor. Because of that, she had spoiled you endlessly when you were little. She just never expected that their separation would last 15 years. Her fingertips gently traced your face, wanting to carve your features into her memory, so she would never forget them again. She noticed you were tightly clutching a white plastic bag in your hand. She gently pried it open. The words marriage certificate made her eyes go wide. With trembling hands, she opened it. Breadfruit got married with Shenberry early the next morning. You slowly opened your eyes. The first thing you saw was a pure white ceiling. You raised a hand to block the sunlight, only to notice the blue and white striped hospital gown you were wearing. Lin Qian had not slept a wink all night. She immediately noticed you were awake and practically tackled you with a hug.
Breadfruit, you scared me to death.
Thank goodness you're okay. You looked at this strange woman in front of you, feeling this warm embrace like a frightened deer. You frantically hugged your knees and shrank into the corner of the hospital bed, too terrified to even look at her. Do not come near me. Do not come near me. You are not allowed to treat me so nicely.
You are lying to me.
You are lying. I am hungry. Your stomach was growling with hunger. Your stomach hurt. You cast a timid, desperate look at the strange woman next to you. Could you buy me something to eat? Anything is fine. I can let you sleep with me.
I'm really pretty.
Just buy me a little bit of food, please. I'm begging you. You clumsily tried to pull off your hospital gown. Lin Qian looked at you acting like this, and her heart completely shattered. How did her breadfruit turn out like this? Why did he have to beg so humbly? Just for a simple bite to eat, even going so far as offering to sell his body in exchange. Lin Qian's heart felt like it was bleeding. She threw herself forward, wrapped you tightly in her arms, and began to cry.
Breadfruit, look at me.
It is sister. I am your sister. The moment you heard the word sister, it was as if you had been triggered. You shrank back into the corner of the wall. Sister. No, sister does not want me anymore. After a moment, you continued your plea to her. Please buy me something to eat. I am begging you. Lin Qian hurriedly took out her phone to order takeout. After placing the order, she cupped your face in her hands, forcing you to look at her properly. Breadfruit. Look, I am not that sister. I am your sister, Lin Qian. Do you remember? You stared at her closely, muttering softly to yourself. Sister, Lin Qian. She nodded emphatically. Yes, you nodded back at her. I remember. I am hungry. Hearing that, I remember. Lin Qian cried even harder, but she did not forget to coax you. Breadfruit, do not rush. Delicious food is coming right away. The delivery will be here soon. You wolfed down the food, getting broth and sauce all over your mouth. You ate while crying at the same time. Thank you for buying me delicious food. I will definitely repay you. Lin Qian used her fingers to wipe away your tears. Are you silly, breadfruit? I am your sister. I do not need you to repay me. Silly. I think I'm a bit silly. You continued shoving mouthfuls of the delicious food into your mouth. Lin Qian's heart gave a jolt, and she hurriedly said, "You're not silly. Not silly at all. Breadfruit is not silly." Suddenly, you dropped your chopsticks. You started frantically tearing up the bed sheets, searching desperately for something. Where did it go? I definitely brought it back with me. Seeing your panic escalating, Lin Qian quickly handed you the marriage certificate. Breadfruit, are you looking for this? Do not panic, it is right here. You snatched it out of her hands to look. The photo had been completely ruined by the water. Just a blurry, smeared mess. You could not see anything clearly at all. It is ruined. You started crying again. Lin Qian wiped your tears, while cautiously asking Breadfruit, are you married? To Shenberry you stared blankly and nodded. Then you shook your head. She does not want me anymore. Are you going to throw me away too?
You definitely do not want me either, right?
You definitely do not want me either. You became hysterical again, shrinking back into the corner of the bed, your expression full of terror. Lin Qian quickly pulled you into her arms. Sister wants you. Sister will always want Breadfruit. I do not believe you. You threw me away before. I do not believe you. I'm sorry, Breadfruit. Sister was too young back then. There was nothing I could do. Sister did not want to throw Breadfruit away either. Really, your mood stabilized a bit. You asked her blankly. Lin Qian nodded frantically.
Really?
Sister will never ever throw Breadfruit away again, but I am very dirty. You definitely won't like me.
You are not dirty.
Breadfruit is the cleanest person in the world. Really, really, really. Breadfruit, come with sister. Okay, let us go to Paris, how about that? She cupped your face in her hands, crying as she asked you. You stared at her blankly. Then, can you buy me delicious food? If you buy things for me, I will go with you. I will buy them. Sister will buy all the most delicious food in the world for Ranran. What about warm clothes? I am afraid of the cold. Sister will go buy them for Breadfruit right now. Lots and lots of them. You hung your head blankly, thinking for a moment. If you buy them for me, then I will go with you. Does Paris have a sea? You asked again. Lin Qian hastily answered. Paris does not have a sea, but it is very, very close to the sea. I can take Breadfruit there to play all the time. Really, thank you. That night, Shenberry habitually carried bags of delicious food. Back home, she walked into your room. Ranran, come eat. I brought food, but the room was pitch black. There was absolutely no response. Ranran, why are not the lights on when it is so late? Silly boy. She flicked the switch on the wall. What greeted her eyes was a completely empty room. Staring at the cold, barren space, she froze instantly. Ranran was driven away by me. I drove him away. Looking like she had lost her soul, she slumped into the beanbag chair, the very same beanbag chair where she and Ranran would always curl up together to eat dinner. She mechanically arranged the dishes from the takeout bags, picked up her chopsticks, and slowly began to eat. But the food that had tasted so incredibly delicious in the past now tasted like ash in her mouth. She shed 2 silent lines of tears. The tears rolled down her fair, beautiful cheeks to the corners of her mouth. They tasted bitter and salty. Suddenly, like a madwoman, she violently swiped all the food off the table. Plates shattered all over the floor. She thought of the time before, when Ranran had cooked for her with so much care. He had been so worried that she might be hungry. And what did she say? She called him annoying and forbade him from cooking. I'm sorry. Sister was wrong. Shenberry buried her face in her hands and wept aloud, crying with absolute heart-wrenching agony. It was raining so hard that night. He must have been so cold. What if he got caught in the rain and got sick? Ranran's health is so fragile. She missed Ranran. She really truly missed him. But the moment she thought about Ranran in bed with that other woman, her heart felt like it was rotting away in acid. Ignoring the mess all over the floor, she stumbled numbly to the bed and crawled under the covers, burying her entire body tightly underneath them. The blanket was completely permeated with Ranran's scent, the scent that always made her feel so incredibly safe. Without Ranran, for the past 6 months, she probably had not had a single night. He would never have been able to sleep soundly. If not for Ranran, she probably would not even know how many times she had suffered these breakdowns over the past 6 months. She actually knew that you loved her without any reservations. She was aware of all your straightforward, clumsy little attempts to please her. She understood it all. Yet, she stubbornly refused to give you a single shred of acknowledgement. You must have felt so utterly disheartened. Was she wrong? Had she been wrong from the very beginning? Was she wrong to treat you like a pathetic stray dog? Was she
wrong to keep you trapped in that cage like a gilded canary?
If she had treated you like an equal boyfriend, if she had responded to even one of your humble efforts to please her, if she had reciprocated, if she had given you just a little bit more, would not everything be different now? I miss you so much, Ranran. Your tears are both hot and cold. They burn like fire in her eyes, but they fall onto her skin like ice. She lies awake all night. In the span of a single night, Shenberry finally sees everything clearly. She regrets it. She regrets driving you away. She does not even care if you slept with another woman. She does not care at all. She has to find you, treat you right, and pamper you properly. She picks up your phone, lying all alone in the corner of the bedroom floor. The blood that belongs to you on the screen has already dried. She gently touches it with her fingertips. Massive, pea-sized tears fall like a broken kite losing its string. Ranran, I'm sorry. Sister hurt you. She wipes her tears with her sleeve, turns on the phone, and finds a missed call from you. Laughing and crying at the same time, she desperately calls you back. But all she gets is the hollow, maddening sound of the phone being powered off. She frantically dials it dozens of times, but there is absolutely no signal. Shenberry starts to panic. Have you run into danger? With trembling fingers, she dials Luing, E-ing-ing-ing. She gasps, her voice so choked with emotion, she can barely speak. Barry, you're crying. What happened? I'm fine, Ying Ying. Could you please call Lula right now and ask if breadfruit is in the dorms? Lu Ying, hearing the sheer desperation in Shenberry's tone, does not waste time asking questions. She immediately calls Lule. The result, you're not there. Barry Breadfruit is not in the dorm. What is going on? Where could he have gone? Ranran does not have much money on him. Barry, do not panic. Can you tell me what happened? I drove Ranran away. She confesses, sobbing with self-loathing.
What?
Lu Ying is stunned. Shenberry is on the verge of a mental breakdown. She is terrified that you might have run into danger, or that you fainted in some unknown corner after being drenched by the rain. Where could Ranran go? Where could he go? Barry, do not panic. Just try to think of the places he might go. Shenberry tries her best to calm down, racking her brain for where you might be. But for the last 6 months, other than being cooped up at home or going to school, you had not gone anywhere else at all. She does not know. She just does not know. She collapses onto the bed, completely drained of all strength. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hits her. Ranran got drenched in the rain. He will definitely get sick. So the hospital? The hospital is the most likely place he would go. Ying, the hospital. Go to the hospital to find him, she shouts, her voice trembling with excitement. Lu Ying frowns. Barry, let us call the police. We can't just walk into a hospital and start searching. At the first hospital of Kyoto, the police officer flashes their badge to the receptionist. Shenberry and Lu Ying hurry anxiously behind them. Hello? We are police officers. We are looking for someone named Lynn Breadfruit. Could you help us check the admission records? Certainly, officers. Please wait a moment. The doctor opens the admission system and types in Lynn Breadfruit. A record pops up from 3 days ago. Indeed, a patient named Lynn Breadfruit was admitted due to drowning. Shenberry's heart instantly jumps into her throat. How could her Ran drown? Yes, but since the patient was discharged yesterday, I can take you to find the doctor who was in charge of his treatment. Hearing that you were discharged, Shenberry feels a mix of relief and despair. Relieved that you are alive, but despairing that she has lost you again. In the ward, the attending physician quickly recalls that patient named Lynn Breadfruit. He remembers him clearly because he was brought in late at night due to a suicide attempt. The doctor turns to the police and says, I remember this patient tried to commit suicide in the middle of the night. He jumped into the city moat, but was saved by a kind young man who brought him here. He stayed in this ward for Owen Day, and after his fever broke, his sister came to pick him up. However, the patient's mental state was extremely poor. I recommended that his sister take him to see a neurologist. Whether she actually did, I have no idea. Hearing the words suicide attempt, Shenberry's heart shudders, and her eyes instantly fill with tears. Suicide? How desperate must Ran have been to try to kill himself? Ran's greatest fear was that I would abandon him. He begged me so many times not to throw him away. I am such a piece of trash. Shenberry viciously slaps herself hard across the face. Lu Ying rushes over to stop her, making sure she does not do it again. The officer notices the word sister and asks, Miss Shen, please calm down. Do you know Lynn Breadfruit's sister? Shenberry wipes her tears. Sister? Since when did Lynn Breadfruit have a sister? Lynn Breadfruit does not even have a family. Wait. No, Lynn Breadfruit does have a sister. Lin Qian, the ON who left years ago. She hurriedly explains the situation to the police. After listening, the police turn to the doctor. Doctor, are there surveillance cameras in the ward? The doctor nods quickly. Yes, there are. Come with me to see the footage. Everyone in the room falls silent. Shenberry, eyes glazed and lifeless, sinks heavily onto the freezing hospital floor. Her heart is completely torn to shreds. Just what kind of monster had she turned Breadfruit into? Why was her Ran so timid and so pathetically humble? Even when starving, he had to resort to begging and selling his body. She knows it is because she called you filthy that you ended up being so self-destructive and stopped valuing your own life. The police officer, watching Shenberry on the floor, lets out an almost inaudible sigh. Miss Shen, since Lynn Breadfruit was picked up by his biological sister, this is no longer considered a missing persons case. There is nothing more we can do here. Whatever happens next is entirely for you to decide. Lu Ying sees the officers out and returns, pulling up the tear-stained, utterly shattered Shenberry. Barry, get up from the cold floor. It is not as cold as the moat in winter, and it won't be as cold as Ranran's death if he is gone. Yinging, I am so bad. I lost Ranran. I lost a boy whose heart and eyes were completely fixed on me. Lu Ying lets out a long sigh and sinks down to the floor as well, cradling Shenberry in her arms. She truly never expected that Shenberry and you would end up in such a tragic situation. She had noticed that your mental state over the past 2 months was steadily deteriorating, but she never imagined it had reached this point. Shenberry's abandonment was a blow just too massive for you to handle. Looking at you now, it is like a scene from a mental hospital. Truthfully, right now, she really wants to give Shenberry a brutal piece of her mind. Just how much you loved Shenberry was obvious to anyone with eyes. That Shenberry could actually do something like tossing you away. I just can't wrap my head around it, but she does not want to make things even more chaotic. Shenberry can't change the fact that you're lost. At least Shenberry has come to her senses. There is still a chance for things to be fixed. She gently pats Shenberry on the shoulder. Barry, pull yourself together. Go and bring Lynn Breadfruit back. Shenberry wipes her tears, nodding fiercely.
I will.
No matter where in the world he is, I will find Ranran and bring him back. I will take all the love I owe Ranran and repay him double. If Ranran does not forgive me, then I will beg endlessly until Ranran finally forgives me. He must be in Paris. I can definitely find him there. Ying, cancel all my work for me. I have to go find Ranran. Lu Ying nods. Go. I will handle everything here. Meanwhile, inside a bar in Shanghai, you are sitting quietly at the bar, sipping a bitter-tasting cocktail. The bell hanging on the bar door chimes. In walks a girl looking utterly shattered, Shenberry. She has been searching for you like a mad woman for 2 full years, and finally got a tip that you had moved to Shanghai. Shenberry's beautiful eyes instantly lock onto you sitting at the bar. Tears well up. 2 years. She has finally laid eyes on her Ranran again. Her Ranran seems to have changed. He seems a bit more mature, but he is still just as clean and pretty. Breadfruit is drinking and dressed so thinly. Do not you know how fragile your health is? She feels a surge of anxiety, strides over, and snatches the glass right out of your hand. Lynn, breadfruit, are you unaware of how terrible your health is? Are you trying to drink yourself to death, or what? Her voice is overflowing with desperation and heartache. You feel the glass disappear from your hand. Turn your head slowly to look and feel your heart shudder.
You freeze completely.
Seeing the way your eyes tremble, Shenberry finally can't hold back anymore. Leaning in to press her cherry red lips against yours.
You dodge nimbly,
saying coldly, Miss Shen, please show some self-respect. Shenberry is so choked up by your words, she almost laughs. Lynn, breadfruit, is there a single inch of your body I have not touched? Is there anywhere I have not kissed? We have slept together who knows how many times. And you're asking me to show self-respect. She leans in to force a kiss, but this time you're not quick enough to dodge. Her Ranran is still just as sweet. So soft. Everyone in the bar watches the scene unfold, many of the girls' hearts breaking in the process. You gently push Shenberry away, your tone still completely indifferent. Shenberry, what exactly are you doing now? You are the Oan who said you did not love me. You are the Oan who said I was filthy. You are the Oan who said I was cheap. That rainy night, you were the Oan who said you did not want me anymore. Her own words leave her speechless. It is all true. Everything she said. She was a complete monster. She grabs your hand, her beautiful eyes brimming with frantic desperation. Ranran, sister, was wrong. Sister is begging you. Please come back to sister's side. Okay. Bright crystal clear tears are already swirling in her eyes. Watching Shenberry in such a humble, broken state. You frown. A dull ache thumping in your chest. Slowly pulling your hand away, you give a small shake of your head. No. I'm sorry. Shenberry, I do not love you anymore. I do not believe you, she shrieks, shaking her head madly. Two trails of tears stream down her cheeks. Breadfruit, your bar's name has the character Ru in it. You definitely still love me. Do not try to lie to me. You sigh softly, handing Shenberry a tissue, and soften your tone slightly. Miss Shen, my bar is closing for the night. Please leave. In the dead of night, the patrons have mostly cleared out. It is incredibly quiet. Only Shenberry remains, slumped over the bar, refusing to leave. Having finally drifted off to sleep, the blood of this bustling city is freezing cold. In her sleep, Shenberry's frail body was trembling. You quietly came downstairs to check on her, and seeing her shivering like that, a hint of heartache flashed through your eyes. You shook your head and sighed to yourself, then went upstairs to fetch a thick quilt. Gently draping it over Shenberry, you whispered her name softly. You are provoking me again, but I am truly terrified of being hurt by you. Would not it be better to just let each other go? You just sat there blankly beside her, watching over her for the entire night, reminiscing about every little moment you shared in the past. As the sun breached the skyline, golden orange rays pierced through the falling snow, scattering warmth across the ground. You looked outside through the glass door, and a decision slowly formed in your mind. You quietly lifted the quilt off Shenberry, and softly made your way upstairs. Just as you reached the top, you bumped into Lin Qian, who had just woken up. She was covering her mouth, letting out a yawn. Suddenly noticing you coming up with a quilt, she looked quite puzzled. Breadfruit, why are you carrying a blanket? You smiled. A customer fell asleep downstairs last night. I saw it was snowing and cold, so I brought her a blanket. Lin Qian nodded.
I see.
She glanced at the blanket in your hands again, frowning slightly. Breadfruit, next time this happens, just go get a new ON. You should not give your own blanket to someone else. Got it? You smiled and nodded.
Got it, sis.
Lin Qian pinched your cheek affectionately. So obedient. What do you want for breakfast, Breadfruit? I will go make it for you. You blinked and acted cute. Fried eggs. Lin Qian looked at your adorable face, her eyes curving into a smile. No problem. Leave it to me. She patted her chest confidently. The kitchen was on the first floor. As soon as Lin Qian went down, she spotted the woman still sleeping at the bar. A wave of displeasure hit her. How could Breadfruit give her own blanket to a total stranger? She decided she needed to give Breadfruit a proper talking to later. Perhaps it was the sizzling sound of frying eggs that woke her. Shenberry opened her eyes, subconsciously looking for you.
Ran.
Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she started calling out for you. Lin Qian heard this and walked over with a deep frown. She wanted to see for herself exactly what kind of woman was calling her Breadfruit so intimately. Owen look, and Lin Qian started radiating absolute hostility. Her face instantly turned freezing cold. Shenberry, her icy tone carried a heavy hint of interrogation. Shenberry did not miss a beat either. Instantly recognizing Lin Qian, she nervously gulped, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes. It was a very specific reaction. After all, this was your biological sister, technically speaking her sister-in-law. If she wanted to win you back, getting past Lin Qian was definitely an unavoidable boss fight. She was incredibly nervous, stuttering as she greeted her. Sister. Who is your sister? Lin Qian's eyebrows shot up, her voice laced with fury. This made Shenberry flinch and tremble slightly. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Please leave. Without missing a beat, Lin Qian issued an eviction notice. Shenberry hurriedly stood up, looking at Lin Qian in complete panic, her hands awkwardly shifting around, not knowing where to rest them. I know I let Breadfruit down. Please believe me. I really know I was wrong. I will treat Breadfruit well from now on. I promise to spoil her for the rest of her life. I swear I will never bully her again. Lin Qian curled her lip, her words dripping with sarcasm. Miss Shen, my Breadfruit is perfectly fine being raised and spoiled by me. She does not need your concern. Breadfruit does not love you anymore. It has been 3 years. You better stop bothering her. With that, Lin Qian marched straight to the bar's entrance, pushed open the glass door, and made a firm please leave gesture. There was no way Shenberry was going to step out. The standoff dragged on. You came downstairs, freshly dressed, only to smell something burning. Sis, the eggs are burning. You rushed over to check the pan, looking at the blackened, charred lumps of egg in the skillet. Your heart ached for the wasted food. You tried to scrape the burnt eggs onto a plate, but a splatter of hot oil scorched your hand. Losing your grip, the plate crashed onto the floor. Hearing the commotion, both of them sprinted over. Shenberry immediately grabbed your hand, desperate to check your injury. She tried to pull you closer but failed, because Lin Qian was fiercely holding onto your other hand. You looked at Shenberry holding your hand and frowned. Do not touch me, you said, flatly devoid of emotion. I am dirty. Then you pulled your hand away, obediently offering it to Lin Qian instead, letting her inspect it. Lin Qian first examined your hand meticulously for a good while, before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Shenberry bit her lip, watching this scene unfold, her heart aching with intense bitterness. Breadfruit used to be this sweet and obedient to her too, but she had completely ruined it all by herself. She suddenly grabbed your hand and pressed it to her chest, her beautiful eyes brimming with guilt.
Ran.
It is all my fault. I was wrong. You're not dirty. Nothing happened between me and Song Muyu that night, and even if something did, I would not care about him. You coldly withdrew your hand, your voice eerily calm. Miss Shen, first of all, please do not call me Ran. I do not want to hear it ever again. Secondly, please stop bringing up the past. If there's nothing else, I have to ask you to leave. Hearing this freezing tone, Shenberry burst into loud tears on the spot, crying exactly like a wronged little kid. You felt a massive headache coming on, and your tone was utterly helpless. Shenberry, you are 25 years old. You're not a toddler anymore. Why are you regressing as you grow, crying at the drop of a hat? Shenberry looked at you through tear-soaked eyes and sobbed, I learned it from you. Well, she was not exactly wrong about that. In the end, you just shook your head in resignation, ignored her entirely, and started scrubbing the burnt pan. You were starving and just wanted to eat ASAP. Sis, what do you want to eat? I will cook. Ham, fried eggs, and toast. Both of them answered at the exact same time. Lin Qian shot Shenberry a vicious glare. Who are you calling, sis? Breadfruit is talking to me. If you want to cry, go cry in the corner. Do not ruin my meal with Ran. With that said, Lin Qian left Shenberry hanging and started helping you prep the food. Shenberry stood on the sidelines, feeling utterly helpless, watching the two sisters happily cooking together. She decided she had to do something to get back in your good graces, just like how you used to try and please her back then. Spotting a white polishing cloth by the wine cabinet, she picked it up and started meticulously wiping the bar's glasses. Lin Qian, noticing this while cooking, scoffed disdainfully. Where was this energy before? Trying to suck up now. Too late. Shenberry pretended not to hear, continuing to polish the glasses with utmost concentration. Lin Qian tugged at your sleeve and whispered, Ran, you do not still have feelings for this bad woman, do you? I absolutely forbid it. Either you find someone kind who truly loves you, or you just stay single forever. I will take care of you for the rest of your life. You gave a gentle smile. Sis, I do not have feelings for Shenberry. Lin Qian frowned. Then, why did you give her a blanket last night? Well, she was inside our shop after all. It would not be good if she got sick here. Lin Qian nodded. As long as you're over her, that is fine. Then let us just leave her hanging. Let us see how long she can endure this. Before long, the ham and eggs were ready, but of course there was no toast. The two of you sat down at the dining table and began to eat. The savory aroma drifted straight into Shenberry's nose, causing her stomach to growl and protest. She was starving too. She looked over with puppy dog eyes, only to realize there was not a single slice of toast on the table. A wave of disappointment washed over her. You noticed Shenberry's gaze and could tell she was hungry. So you stated flatly, Shenberry, if you're hungry, you can leave and find a place to eat elsewhere. We do not serve breakfast here. Shenberry shook her head and went right back to wiping glasses. Shortly after breakfast, the bell above the bar door jingled. A man and a woman, looking very much like a couple, walked in. Breadfruit, the usual. 2 iced Americanos. Qishui shouted cheerfully. Qishui was the guy who had saved you from the moat back in the day? Right, coming right up. You made the 2 iced Americanos and brought them over, asking with a smile, not working today. Chi, how did you find the time to bring your wife over? Kishui wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders. Got the day off. Taking the wife out on a date. Jealous, you chuckled in response. Oh, please, stop flexing your relationship in front of me.
When's the actual wedding anyway?
My sister and I are waiting for the banquet. Off to the side, Shenberry had been secretly observing you. Her breadfruit really had changed so much. You were so much more cheerful than when you were by her side, radiating a brighter, sunnier energy. In the end, Lin Qian was the one who nurtured you well. All she ever did was hurt you. A bitter pang struck her heart. Kishui suddenly noticed Shenberry polishing glasses. He rubbed his eyes. This server looked awfully familiar. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Holy crap, breadfruit. You are rolling in dough now. You were startled by Qi Shui's dramatic reaction, your face full of question marks. Breadfruit, how did you manage to hire a massive superstar to work as a server in your shop? Shenberry rushed over to clarify, but her words dropped a nuclear bomb. I am not Breadfruit's server. I am her wife. You glared at her? Shenberry, stop spouting nonsense. Shenberry pouted her rosy lips, rummaging through her pockets until she pulled out a marriage certificate. Who casually carries that around? Respect the dedication. How am I spouting nonsense? Look, I really am Breadfruit's wife. Kishui took it with supreme skepticism, then looked even more shell-shocked. Holy shit, it is real. Lin Qian immediately marched over, violently yanking Shenberry aside. Furious, Shenberry, what exactly are you trying to do? Shenberry looked pitiful. Sister Lin, I just want to win Breadfruit back.
I love her.
Too late? Where were you before? Breadfruit does not love you anymore. Actually, this is a good reminder. Hurry up and get the divorce finalized. Shenberry clutched the marriage certificate tightly to her chest, shaking her head vigorously. No divorce. I do not want a divorce. I love Breadfruit.
I am Breadfruit's wife.
Her legally recognized wife. Wife Lin Qian let out a mocking laugh. Barry, have you ever treated Breadfruit as a partner for even a single day? Do you know how badly you ruined her 3 years ago? Do you know how long she had to see a therapist just to barely function like a normal person again? You do not deserve to be Breadfruit's wife. Lin Qian unleashed all the resentment she had kept bottled up in her heart. After firing off that rapid barrage of words, her chest heaved violently from the sheer anger. Shenberry was already slumped on the cold, smooth floor, sobbing uncontrollably, her tears falling like rain. I know, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I know I was entirely in the wrong. I really regret it. Shenberry wailed through broken sobs. Regret? They do not sell medicine for regret in this world. You can just wallow in regret for the rest of your life. Lin Qian showed absolutely zero mercy. Her words as cutting as ice. The bell on the door chimed again. Another customer had walked in. You quickly walked over to Lin Qian, gently patting her back to calm her down. Sis, calm down. I will talk to her. Why do not you go attend to the customers first? Okay, Lin Qian doted on you, so she nodded and went to greet the guests. You pulled the weeping Shenberry up from the floor, handed her a box of tissues, and spoke slowly. Shenberry, it has been 3 years. Why are you putting yourself through this? Just let me go. Okay. Shenberry wiped her tears, cautiously raising her head, looking at you with bloodshot eyes. Her voice quivered with grievance. Breadfruit, I have been looking for you for 3 years. Please believe me. I truly know I was wrong. Just give me Owen more chance, okay? I'm begging you. I can't live without you. Lin Breadfruit, I love you. Hearing the confession you had yearned for most 3 years ago, your heart felt like a tangled mess. Confessions are beautiful, but sadly, this Owen came at the wrong time. You lowered your eyes, your voice carrying a sense of closure. Shenberry, we have really missed our window. I'm sorry. Shenberry started crying all over again. She did not want to miss the window. Go back home. All right? You say you have been looking for me for 3 years? But what about Jingdai? Jingdai is in her crucial developmental years. As her mother, how can you just be absent? Shenberry frantically explained. Jingdai is being looked after by her grandparents. I video call Jingdai every single day, and she supports me coming to find you. She misses you so much. A video call is still just a video call. Jingdai definitely wishes you were there with her. Go back to Kyoto. Shenberry suddenly grabbed your hands, extremely agitated. But Jingdai wants you too. Come back with me, please. I'm begging you. You pulled your hands back and shook your head, your voice completely flat. Shenberry, I have said all I need to say.
Do whatever you want.
After dropping that final line, you walked off to tend to the bar's customers, leaving Shenberry all alone in the corner. She sat there like she would lost her soul, muttering to herself, have we really missed our chance? I am not willing to accept this. Ran used to love me so much. Tears fell onto the table like a broken string of pearls. But no matter how much she wiped, they would not stop. No, I won't give up, and I won't let us pass each other by. She pulled herself together again. She was not going to let go. Seeing you leave the bar, she hurriedly and quietly tailed you. She secretly followed you all the way to a cafe, After you ordered 2 drinks, you sat quietly at a table waiting. A moment later, a tall blonde woman sat down opposite you with a smile. She looked to be about your age. The two of you seemed to be discussing something, chatting and laughing warmly. An overwhelming wave of jealousy instantly surged in Shenberry's chest. Was her breadfruit in a new relationship? Did she like another woman? Total panic set in. Hello, Mr. Lin. Ninki wore a polite smile, extending a hand to greet you. You gave Ninki a firm handshake and smiled back. Hello, Miss Ning. Eavesdropping from behind, Shenberry saw the two of you hitting it off so well, and the jealousy grew stronger and stronger. When she saw the woman opposite you grab your hand, she absolutely lost it. Pouting furiously, she charged right over. She plopped down directly beside you, snatched your hand, and held it tightly in hers. Radiating pure audacity, she glared at the woman opposite you. Who are you and why are you holding my husband's hand? Her tone was highly aggressive, acting totally justified, like she was catching a cheating spouse. You were completely speechless. Ningning also felt incredibly awkward. She genuinely had no idea you were married. She took a closer look at Shenberry. Wait, is not this Shenberry, the youngest diva in the music industry, and Lin Breadfruit is her husband? Holy shit. What earth-shattering gossip had she just stumbled into? Ninki could not believe it and decided she needed to double-check. It is me.
And who are you supposed to be?
Shenberry, are you stalking me?
You yanked your hand back?
Glaring at the Shenberry next to you in pure exasperation. Faced with your interrogation, Shenberry instantly dropped the aggressive act, morphing at light speed into a humble, groveling mess.
Ran.
I was just worried you might be in danger. You are the biggest danger here. You're even stalking me now. What is next? Kidnapping. You retorted dryly. Shenberry's eyes reddened. Seeing she was about to cry again, you felt another massive headache. Your tone was absolutely exhausted. I have to ask, Princess Shen, what exactly is your endgame here? Shenberry stuck out her lower lip, looking pitiful. Nothing. I was just scared you would get snatched away by another woman. You are my husband, of course I'm jealous. I will say it last time. I am not your husband. You threw me away, and now I'm the own who does not want you. Her tears started falling in large drops. Across the table, Ninki scratched her head, completely lost, having no idea how to handle this situation. Miss Shen, I am not trying to steal your husband. We were just talking about work. How about you take a moment to regulate your emotions with you crying like this? It makes me look like a homewrecker. Then why were you holding Ran's hand? She sobbed, questioning Ninki. I just got too excited talking about the project. Really? She turned to look at you, asking with a pitiful expression. You just took a sip of coffee and chose to play mute. Ninki spoke up again. Miss Shen, we are done with our work talk. You two take your time and chat. I will be taking my leave now. With that, Ninki grabbed her bag and stood up, eager to escape the battlefield. You got up to walk her to the door. I am really sorry. I am sorry. My personal matters dragged you into this. You apologized with a hint of guilt. Ninki smiled. It is no bother at all. After seeing Ninki out, you turned back around. Shenberry was still crying in the corner of the sofa booth. How come you never realized before? That Shenberry was such a crybaby. You went to the counter, bought a pack of tissues and handed it to her. Stop crying. But Shenberry just kept sobbing in her own world, refusing to take the tissues. You rubbed your temples, explaining helplessly, there is really nothing going on between me and Ninki. We were seriously just discussing work. Hearing you actually bother to explain it to her, Shenberry instantly stopped crying. She started giggling foolishly, laughing while tears still streamed down her face. She looked absolutely ridiculous. So silly. As soon as you said it, the words felt painfully familiar. Right, silly? Used to be Shenberry's favorite word for you. So, is this how you looked in Shenberry's eyes back then? Yeah, that really was pretty silly. Self-awareness level 100. Shenberry did not seem to care, giggling as she took the tissues to wipe her tears. What kind of work were you guys talking about? She asked, looking up with red eyes. Do I need to report that to you? You scoffed, amused out of sheer annoyance. No, it is not a report, just a question. Well, I'm purposely not telling you.
Himph. Fine.
She pursed her lips pitifully. I'm going back to the bar. Do not follow me anymore. Go back to Kyoto. And also, from now on, you're not allowed to go around telling everyone I'm your husband. Otherwise, I'm genuinely going to get angry. Your tone was dead serious. Shenberry looked into your eyes timidly, but refused to answer. Oh, by the way, find a time so we can go finalize the divorce. It is for the best, for both of us. Shenberry reacted like a cat whose tail got stepped on, bristling up instantly. No, I will absolutely never divorce you. Even if you disagree, I will fight it in court. I know we have been separated for 3 years, but still, I will definitely win. You should be clear on that. I do not want us to reach the point of taking this to court. Shenberry started bawling her eyes out again. You felt a massive headache coming on. You are crying again. You are a grown adult. Are not you embarrassed if Jing Dai sees you like this?
Well, Jing,
Dai can't see me right now, can she?
You let out a long, exhausted sigh, completely out of ideas. So you simply stopped talking, sat across from her, and quietly watched her cry. You wanted to see exactly how long she could keep this up, but before long, 5 or 6 aunties came upstairs, pointing fingers at you while scolding in authentic local dialect. I say, young man, how could you do this? What kind of man bullies a girl like this? It is bad enough that you cheated, but leaving your wife to cry on the side. Do you have any sense of responsibility at all? You were about to have a heart attack, waving your hands frantically to explain. No, we are not husband and wife, and I did not cheat. While you were desperately trying to clear your name, out of the corner of your eye you saw Shenberry about to pull out that marriage certificate again. If she actually pulled it out, this would turn into absolute chaos. If she whips out that certificate again, this scene is going to need 50 more lines of dialogue just to resolve. You chose to surrender, grabbed Shenberry, and made a run for it. Out on the street, Shenberry squatted by the curb drawing circles on the ground. Looking at her acting, all pitiful, a wave of anger hit you. Shenberry, you win. I'm done dealing with you.
Do whatever you want.
If you have the guts, follow me around for the rest of your life. I refuse to believe you will just abandon Jingdai or completely ignore your career. After saying that, you turned and walked toward the bar without looking back. Shenberry immediately pattered right after you. She never said she would abandon Jingdai. Was not Jingdai on winter break? She could just bring Jingdai over here. Jingdai missed you terribly anyway, and could even help put in some good words for her. She could tell that you still cared deeply about Jingdai. As night fell, the bar started filling up with young men and women. You were mixing drinks at the counter, when suddenly a girl who looked like a student walked straight up to you. Boss, I like you. The girl flashed you a mischievous smile. You did not stop shaking the cocktail shaker. Having run the bar for a year, you had seen this scenario plenty of times. Truth or dare, you asked with a knowing smile. Bingo, the girl snapped her fingers with a laugh, then blinked playfully. But boss, she teased, what if I actually like you? Shenberry, who had been lingering by your side, was about to completely lose her mind. You maintained a polite smile and slid the freshly mixed drink over to the girl. This drink is on the house, so please spare me the teasing. Have a great time with your friends. Okay. The girl feigned a look of disappointment. Boss, do you want to come hang out with us? She pointed to a corner, where her table of friends seemed to be playing a board game. The games you young people play are a bit out of my league. I would not fit in, you said, blinking your handsome eyes. With a soft chuckle, Shenberry pursed her lips in grievance. Were you subtly hinting that she was old? She was 3 years older than you after all. Suddenly, a severe sense of crisis washed over Shenberry. By the time she hit her 30s, her youth fading and her beauty waning, you would only be 27. The absolute prime age of a man's charm. Would not she stand even less of a chance then? No, she really needed to win you back as soon as possible. Old. The girl looked at you like you had to be joking. Sir, you look at most 2 years older than me. I am already 27, I just look young. Are you a student at nearby Moden University? You're barely in your early 20s. I am much older than you. You joke smoothly, without skipping a beat. An older guy, then I like you even more. Come play with us, please. The girl started tugging relentlessly at your sleeve. Shenberry hurriedly stepped between you and the girl, her face full of displeasure, guarding you as fiercely as a miser guarding gold. Who are you? The girl asked, clearly annoyed. I am Breadfruit's. She was about to say wife, but remembered you strictly forbade her from doing so. It was better not to make you angry again. Who am I? She looked at you pitifully. You are an incredibly thick-skinned customer who has been loitering here all day without ordering a single drink. You delivered the heart-piercing truth. But I helped out, she retorted weakly. So you're just a customer then? Please step aside. The girl raised an eyebrow provocatively. Shenberry scoffed. Little girl, take a look in the mirror. Are you prettier than me? Even I can't win Breadfruit over, and you think you can. I am young, auntie. The girl struck back ruthlessly, deliberately dragging out the word auntie. Shenberry closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She genuinely wanted to hit someone right now. Fortunately, Lin Qian, who had just returned, put a stop to this farce. Ran, sis, bought some good food. She was carrying several bags of treats. You hurried over to take the bags from her. Sis, let me carry those. Lin Qian smiled and ruffled your hair. Good boy, Breadfruit. Then she noticed Shenberry. Her tone turned freezing. Why are you still here? Faced with Lin Qian, Shenberry instantly lost her nerve. I do not want to leave. Fine. Do not leave. Let us see how you sleep tonight. I am turning off the bar's AC later. Shenberry's eyes turned red on the verge of crying again. Lin Qian could not be bothered with her anymore. Pulling you aside to eat, she peeled a bright red braised prawn and placed it in your bowl, smiling dotingly. She said, eat up, Breadfruit. Thanks, sis. Oh, by the way, sis, there's something I want to tell you. I want to debut as an artist. Hayes Entertainment wants to sign me. What do you think? Lin Qian tilted her head, asking Breadfruit, why do you want to be an artist? Because I want to sing, and I want to make money. I have money, I can support you. She patted her chest, brimming with confidence. You smiled softly. I want to help share your burden, sis. Lin Qian frowned slightly, but the entertainment industry is so messy. I am a bit worried about you. Sis, trust me. I am capable of handling it. I am all grown up now. Lin Qian bit her chopstick with her red lips, hesitating on whether to agree. She had heard you sing, and you truly had a beautiful voice. It would indeed be a pity to let that talent go to waste. Right, breadfruit. Go give it a try. If you're not happy, you can just quit the industry. You can always make money drawing comics anyway, right? You smiled and nodded. Okay, if I do not like it, I will stop being an artist. Right, breadfruit. Eat up. It won't taste good if it gets cold. She kept piling more food into your bowl, spoiling you rotten. Shenberry was suffocating with jealousy, watching the siblings happily eating together. Her heart was sour. She wanted to feed you too. You were so sweet and obedient with Lin Qian, yet so incredibly cold to her. Of course, she did not blame you. After all, she knew she brought this entirely upon herself. She was just a little jealous. Midnight. The customers gradually cleared out, and the first floor became much quieter. Lin Qian kept her word and turned off the air conditioning. You looked at Shenberry, who was slumped over the bar, clutching her stomach, with a pitiful expression on her face. Shenberry, you said flatly, are you going on a hunger strike for my benefit? You have not eaten a single meal all day. Shenberry slowly lifted her head, looking at you with big, watery, pitiful eyes. Do not look at me like that. I do not have any food to give you. Your tone remained indifferent. Shenberry's nose tingled, and she started to cry. Crying won't help. Tears won't fill your stomach. We are closing up. Leave? Go find somewhere to eat something hot. Check into a warm hotel room for the night, and go back to Kyoto tomorrow morning. Do not come back.
Ran.
Her tears began falling in thick drops. You sighed, ignored her, turned around, and went upstairs. Shenberry watched your handsome, yet painfully aloof back disappear. Unable to stop her tears, she still refused to leave. She just curled up on the freezing sofa. Without the AC, the first floor was as cold as an ice cellar. Every breath she exhaled turned into a puff of white mist. But her heart was even colder, because she realized you might actually not love her anymore. She pulled her white coat tighter around herself, closed her eyes, and tried to sleep on the sofa. She was committed to this hunger strike. She refused to believe you would actually just watch her starve. She refused to believe you did not care about her at all. It seemed her gamble paid off. 2 hours later, you still came downstairs to see if she had left. She knew it. Breadfruit's kindness was deeply ingrained in your bones. Even if you truly did not love her anymore, you could not bear to watch her suffer like this. Shenberry stood up, but you grabbed her sleeve and pulled her out the bar's door. Shenberry sniffled, her eyes turning red again. You ruthlessly locked the bar door, locking both of you outside. I'm going to a hotel if you want to freeze to death. Keep staying here. Shenberry could tell you were genuinely angry now, and she felt a bit scared. She huddled at the bar's entrance, eyes red, cautiously looking up to see that you had really walked away, leaving her all alone in the freezing snow. Her body trembled as she kept exhaling into her hands and rubbing them together to keep warm. Between sobs, she muttered to herself, I really know I was wrong. I really love you so much, breadfruit. I can't live without you. She just stayed curled up at the door, crying for who knows how long. Hey, pretty lady.
You look real nice.
Crying, huh? Are you cold? Let Big Bro take you to a hotel. It is warm there. A greasy, balding man reeking of alcohol walked toward her with a sleazy grin, trying to get handsy. Terrified, Shenberry shrank back into the corner, her beautiful face pale with panic, tears falling even faster. Breadfruit, where are you? I am scared. Her voice trembled violently. Do not be scared, little sister. Big Bro is very gentle. The bald man leered at her greasily. Do not come closer, or I will call the police. The man's smile grew even more disgusting. Little sister, why involve the cops? I just want to show you a good time. Saying that, the bald man reached out to touch Shenberry's face. She screamed in sheer terror. Suddenly, the bald man fell, a vicious strike against his back. The pain made him bare his teeth and hiss.
Who the feck is sneak attacking me?
The man spun around and saw you standing there holding a baseball bat. The bald man's expression turned fierce. He pointed a finger at you and cursed, feck you.
You looking for trouble, punk?
You sneered. Get lost. Now, if you do not roll out of here, this wooden bat won't be the only thing greeting you. You're pretty arrogant, punk. Come on then. Let us see what else you have got, you laughed mockingly. Pulled your phone from your pocket and showed it to him. The numbers 110 were already typed in on the screen, just waiting for you to hit dial. If you do not get lost, you will be greeted by a shiny pair of silver bracelets. Your face was ice cold. The bald man scoffed dismissively. I thought you were actually tough. Call them.
Let the cops come.
Let us see if they arrest you for assault, or me for getting hit. You smiled indifferently. Fine, then let us wait. Since you love silver bracelets so much, I won't stop you from digging your own grave. It did not take long for the police to arrive. You marched straight into the bar, pulled up the security footage, and showed it to the officers. The bald man instantly sobered up out of pure terror, begging like his life depended on it, pleading with Shenberry not to press charges. Shenberry was still huddled in the corner, her hair a messy tangle, her face covered in tear stains, and her body still trembling with fear. She had been genuinely traumatized. You looked at Shenberry, then turned to the officer. Officer, she is in heavy shock right now. Can I bring her to the station tomorrow to give her statement and file the formal charges then? Would that be all right? The officer nodded in agreement, and they hauled the bald man away. You sat down next to her and placed the fried chicken and hot cocoa you were holding in front of her. Eat. It is still hot. You had not actually gone to a hotel earlier. You just went to a nearby fried chicken shop to buy some food for her, only to return and witness that horrifying scene. Shenberry was still shedding tears, her body shaking uncontrollably. She was absolutely terrified. Seeing her in such a state, you could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Your tone softened. It is okay now. The bad man has been taken away by the police. Eat something.
I am...
Cold, she stammered, sounding hopelessly pitiful. You took off your black coat and draped it over her shoulders. The familiar warmth and scent seemed to put her at ease. Why are you acting more and more like a child as you grow older? You are so silly. Next time you run into a situation like this, do not just stand there like an idiot and let people bully you, understand? Shenberry sniffled and nodded pitifully. I will remember. But then she quickly shook her head. But I can't beat him in a fight. She turned her head to look at you with red eyes, looking as vulnerable as humanly possible. I'm not telling you to beat him in a fight. I'm telling you to stall for time. A passerby might have come along to save you. You can't just sit there waiting to be a victim. Got it. Got it, she mumbled softly, pursing her lips. You handed the fried chicken to Shenberry. You have not eaten all day. Eat this. It will warm you up. Shenberry reached out with freezing red hands, took the fried chicken, and took a small, careful bite. She kept crying as she chewed. The snow in this magical city showed no signs of stopping. It had been falling for days on end, the snowflakes descending tirelessly. Beautiful, yet freezing. The amount of angst in this script is staggering.
I need a coffee break.
Shenberry, let us have a proper talk. Your voice, carrying along with the drifting snow, floated softly into her ears. Her heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition swelled within her. You reached out and scooped up a handful of snow from the ground. With a gentle squeeze, a small snowball sat quietly in your palm. Shenberry, look. You held your hand out to her. When snowflakes first touch the ground, they are incredibly soft. A gentle squeeze and they pack tightly together. Shenberry cautiously extended a fingertip to touch the snowball in your hand, but wait a few days. The snow partially melts and then freezes over again at night. They turn into loose ice crystals, like sand. Even if you use all your strength to press them together, they will just fall apart. Shenberry looked at you timidly. As if unable to understand what you were implying, you threw the snowball hard. It rolled far across the ground, leaving long, trailing marks. You continued. Love is like this snow. When two people first meet, it is like two freshly fallen snowflakes. They are easily drawn to each other, clinging tightly together. But after experiencing warmth, only to be plunged into the freezing cold again. It is like snow melting and refreezing. Once it scatters into loose ice shards, it is almost impossible to ever pack them back together. Shenberry shook her head violently. It is not like that, even if it is ice shards. As long as you squeeze hard enough, they can still stick together. So, as long as I love you enough, we can definitely be together again. Right, crystal tears swirled in her eyes, making her look breathtakingly fragile. You did not answer. Instead, you used your finger to trace patterns. In the pristine snow in front of you, Shenberry, you stared blankly at the ground, calling her name softly. She gave a quiet hum of response. You paused for a second, then slowly continued. 3 years ago, I truly loved you so much. Back then, all I wanted was to be by your side, even if it meant having no title for the rest of my life. Even if it meant pretending to be your cousin forever. Pretending to be your cousin. That is a wild plot twist to casually drop at line 916. I was completely willing. Back then, I just wanted to find warmth in your embrace. I just wanted to be fed and kept warm. That was enough. I was pretty clumsy. I did not know how to charm you or make you happy. All I knew was how to foolishly confess my love. Actually, every single time I confessed, I would silently count to 100 in my head, praying desperately that you would give me a response just once. At this point, you let out a long, heavy exhale. But the response I wanted never came. Not even once.
To me back then,
you and that house were my entire world. It was a very small world, but I was completely satisfied because it was so warm. You know, I am absolutely terrified of the cold. You heard a sharp intake of breath. Shenberry was crying again, but you did not look up to check on her. Then came the night you abandoned me. That night was so cold. It was the coldest night of my entire life. So cold I lost all sensation. At that moment, I felt this world was entirely meaningless. I could not find a single reason to keep on living. That little marriage certificate was almost my only motivation to survive. Unfortunately, the rain ruined that too. Later, I went to Paris. I thought I would remember your face deeply for the rest of my life, like it had been carved into my heart with a knife. That profoundly, but as time slowly ticked away, the time it took for your image to surface in my mind kept getting longer and longer. This certainly left me bewildered, but it was the undeniable truth. At first, it took 5 seconds to picture you, then 10,
30 seconds.
a minute. The delay increased so rapidly, just like shadows under a setting sun, destined to melt away completely into the impending night. And it was not just the time taking longer, even your image blurred. I slowly started forgetting your eyes, your nose, your mouth, everything about you. I realized the role you played in my life had become far too vague. I realized maybe love itself is just an illusion. It is so ethereal and intangible. It was clearly engraved into my very bones, yet just a few short years later, it blurred to the point where my heart does not even ripple anymore. Listening to your self-reflective, almost peaceful words of closure, Shenberry felt like her heart was drowning at the bottom of a dark sea, rotting away piece by piece.
Stop talking.
Please, I'm begging you, stop. She grabbed your hand weakly, letting out broken, shattered whimpers. You turned slightly and gently used your fingertip to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Shenberry, I do not blame you and I do not hate you. I just do not love you anymore. I hope you can live a good life from now on. I really do. Your tone became a little lighter. Shenberry, you should not look like this. You should be standing tall with your head held high. You should be dazzling and brilliant. You should be the shining superstar you are. Shenberry, should not we both look forward? You looked into her tear-filled eyes and asked softly. She threw herself into your arms, looking up at your eyes through a blur of tears, shaking her head fiercely. No, without you by my side, I simply can't go on. If I do not have you, my world has already reached its end. There is absolutely no road ahead, even if you do not love me anymore. But I love you. I love you to death. Even if you won't walk toward me, that is fine. You just need to stay right where you are. Let me be the ON to chase you. Okay, you scooped up a small handful of snow and tasted it. There was a tiny hint of sweetness. Let us go back inside. It is cold out here, Singru said.
You brought Shenberry back into the bar?
Pushed 2 sofas together, then went upstairs to grab a pillow and blanket, and got Shenberry settled in. I will turn the heating on for you. Get some good sleep. Rest peacefully tonight. And tomorrow we will go give your statement. Then I will drop you off at the airport. Go back. Jingdai must be missing you. Your tone was incredibly gentle. Shenberry had no idea how she managed to get through that night. She just buried her head deeply into your coat, secretly clinging to it, yearning for that scent she had missed for 3 long years. Then, she returned to Kyoto in a total daze. Mommy, you're back. Jingdai realized her mother had returned and was completely overjoyed. She ran up and threw herself into her arms. Jingdai missed you so much, Mommy. Jingdai showered Shenberry's cheeks with kisses. Jingdai was 8 years old this year, already blossoming into a proper little girl. The baby fat on her cheeks had half faded, revealing the delicate features of a true beauty. Looking at Jingdai's face, Shenberry felt a sharp sting in her nose, and her tears fell like a broken string of pearls. She could not hold it in any longer. Before she even realized it, Jingdai had grown so big, even though they video called every single day. It was only seeing her in person that she realized she had missed out on way too much. Baby, Mommy is so sorry. I did not spend enough time with you, and I could not bring Daddy back either. Jingdai gently wiped away her tears, speaking softly. It is okay, Mommy. I do not blame you. I know you were just out looking for Daddy for me. You did not ignore me on purpose. This kid is way too emotionally mature for an 8-year-old. Someone get her a therapist too. Shenberry pulled Jingdai into a tight embrace. Mommy will definitely spend more time with you from now on. I will always be here for Jingdai. Okay, Mommy. But did you not find Big Brother? She nodded numbly. It is because Mommy hurt Big Brother. Big Brother does not love Mommy anymore, so he won't come back with me. Jingdai could not quite grasp such a complicated issue. But Mommy, the teachers at school told us that if you make a mistake, as long as you fix it, you are still a good kid. So has Mommy fixed her mistake now? Shenberry cried and nodded. I have. Then you're still a good mommy. I believe Mommy will win Big Brother back on day. If Big Brother does not love you, you just need to make him fall in love with you again. Is not that right? Jingdai's logic was so simple, but sometimes complicated adults desperately need to understand these fundamental truths that children grasp so easily. Shenberry crouched down in front of Jingdai, asking through her tears, does Jingdai want a daddy too? Jingdai nodded enthusiastically.
Yeah.
I want Big Brother to be my daddy. I want Big Brother to carry me to school. I want my teachers and classmates to know I have a daddy. I want Big Brother to go to my parent-teacher meetings. She wiped her tears and rubbed Jing Dai's little cheeks, her voice trembling. Okay, I promise to win Big Brother back, so he can be Jing Dai's daddy. A few days later, the pulse of this bustling city remained freezing cold, but the festive atmosphere of the approaching New Year seemed to dilute some of the biting chill. Lin Qian walked into the bar carrying meat filling and flour. Shouting toward you at the counter, Ran. Look what your sister bought. You walked over and took the items from Lin Qian's hands, noticing that her palms had red marks pressed into them from the heavy plastic bags. Sis, let me buy these heavy things from now on. Look, your hands have red marks all over them. You held Lin Qian's hands and inspected them closely, speaking with an aching heart. Lin Qian beamed a bright smile, waving it off nonchalantly. Oh please, it is nothing. I am not made of glass.
Breadfruit. Are you sick again?
Why is the tip of your nose so red? Lin Qian lightly tapped your nose. You smiled. I'm fine. I already drank some cold medicine. It has just been snowing constantly these past few days, so I caught a little chill. Lin Qian pouted her cherry lips, clearly unhappy. I told you to wear a puffer jacket, but you insist on wearing that overcoat. Coats are fine for regular days, but with your weak immune system, you absolutely must wear a puffer jacket when it snows. That is non-negotiable. Your eyes curved into a smile.
Right. All right.
Ran will obey sister's orders. That is more like it. Good boy. She ruffled your fluffy hair. Oh right, she opened the plastic bag to show you. Dumpling, filling.
You took a look and asked, oh, nice.
What kind of filling do you want? Breadfruit. Sis will make them for you. You looked at Lin Qian suspiciously. Sis, do you actually know how to make dumplings? Wow. Doubting your sister's abilities, huh? How hard could it be? She pinched your ear with her fingertips, but could not bear to use any actual force. You faked a pained gasp. Ran was wrong. My sister is so smart. Of course she knows how to make them. She proudly lifted her chin. That is what I thought. Then I want pork and fennel filling. Right, sis will make them for Ran. The two of you quickly got to work in full swing. Owen kneading the dough, the other prepping the filling. By the way, sis, I'm going to participate in a variety show soon. It is called Tomorrow's Yearning. Have you ever seen it? Lin Qian blinked, thinking for a moment. I think I have. Is it the ON? Where they invite a few guests to go live in a beautiful village or town for a while? You nodded.
Yep.
Lin Qian asked in confusion. Ran, you have not even debuted yet. How did you land a spot on such a popular show? Did the company pull some major strings for you? You smiled and shook your head. No, I was invited as a guest, under my identity as a famous manga artist. Oh, I see. That is pretty good then. That kind of show does not have much pressure. Just treat it like a relaxing vacation. You stopped kneading the dough and asked her, actually, I wanted to ask if you want to come with me. I really do not want to leave you. All alone at home by yourself. Lin Qian pointed at herself in surprise, then looked distressed. I mean, I would love to tag along, but I am not in the entertainment industry. How would I even go? As an overseas Chinese entrepreneur, the company can pull some strings for you, sis. Goodness, pulling strings for family members now. That sounds perfect. Then we will go have fun together. Lin Qian was clearly overjoyed, her beautiful eyes curving into happy crescents. Okay, you smiled, feeling equally happy. Then Lin Qian suddenly remembered the bar. Wait, breadfruit. What about the bar? Are we closing it for a while? No need. I already asked brother Qi and sister-in-law to watch the shop. I have already got it all sorted out with them. Oh, really? You have learned how to act first and report to me later, huh? She questioned you with a laugh, though it obviously carried zero threat. You just chuckled foolishly. The dumplings were now boiling in the pot. Looks like they were finally ready. Upstairs, the two of you sat at the table in your room, happily digging into the dumplings. The TV was playing a music variety show in the background. Lin Qian picked up a dumpling, looking rather depressed. Pouting her small lips, she mumbled gloomily, breadfruit. It looks so ugly. You looked over and could not help but burst out laughing. It really was pretty ugly. Lin Qian grew even more depressed, so you quickly tried to salvage the situation. But dumplings are meant to be eaten. What is the point of them looking pretty? It is what is on the inside that counts. Anything sis makes is definitely delicious. Saying that you picked up a dumpling, dipped it lightly in the vinegar dish, popped it into your mouth, and began to carefully savor your sister's culinary skills. It seemed like she forgot to add salt. The ultimate betrayal. Lin Qian's beautiful eyes were wide open, staring at you with a face full of expectation. You swore solemnly, sis. I think you could open your own dumpling restaurant. It would definitely sell out every day. You are a dumpling-making genius. You chose to completely spoil your sister with white lies. To prove your point, you scarfed down several more in a row, just to show that you were telling the absolute truth. Really, she beamed with a sweet, silly joy, watching Lin Qian's goofy happiness. The corners of your lips lifted unconsciously.
Meow.
Meow!
Two soft meows interrupted your thoughts. A little orange cat hopped up onto your lap, meowing directly at the plate of dumplings. It was probably hungry. This was a stray cat
You had picked up by a dumpster half a year ago?
You named it Little Orange.
When you first found it, it was skin and bones, looking completely pathetic. It broke both your and Lin Qian's hearts. Every day you fed it the best cat food available. As for now, it had become an absolute chonk. You hugged Little Orange to your chest and playfully asked, Little Orange, do you want to try the dumplings sister made too? Little Orange let out a meow. You placed a dumpling on the table, and Little Orange lunged at it, devouring it like there was no tomorrow. Look, sis, even Little Orange thinks your dumplings are delicious. She grew even happier. The weather in the north was never as mild as in the south. Even the snowfall could not stay peaceful. Tonight, it actually started hailing small ice pellets. Shenberry was sitting in a McDonald's, resting her chin on her hand, staring blankly at the rapidly falling hail. It hammered against the huge floor-to-ceiling windows with a crackling roar. The sound made her heart sink with an uneasy dread. Lu Ying took a small sip of cola. Looking at the deeply depressed Shenberry across from her, she spoke softly. Barry, there is still a chance. Shenberry was so lost staring out the window that she completely did not hear Lu Ying's words. Suddenly outside, right next to a nearby trash can, a scrawny, filthy little white cat was cowering pitifully under the rim of the bin, trying to hide from the hail. The white cat's body trembled violently as the hail struck it. Its fur was completely soaked through, clinging tightly to its frail, skinny frame. Shenberry suddenly leaped up like a madwoman, rushing outside without an umbrella, and desperately shielded that little white cat in her arms. In just a few seconds, her clothes were thoroughly soaked, the cold biting at her skin and piercing her very bones. Lu Ying was completely dumbfounded. She was so startled she dropped her cola, spilling it all over the table with a loud splash. She quickly grabbed an umbrella and ran out. Barry, what is wrong with you? She saw Shenberry crying. Little kitty, are you freezing cold? It is warm in my arms. Come home with me. Okay. Shenberry's sorrow-filled voice, accompanied by the loud drumming of hail on the umbrella, reached Lu Ying's ears. She had never heard such a desolate, heartbreaking tone before. Perhaps Shenberry had taken all the guilt she felt toward you and temporarily transferred it onto this pitiful little kitten. Ah, yes, the classic save an animal to fix my broken soul trope, which was a good thing. At least it gave Shenberry a temporary emotional anchor. Otherwise, with her current mental state, there was no telling how much longer she could hold on. It felt like she could completely break down at any moment. She tried to pull Shenberry up, but could not budge her. Shenberry just knelt there blankly, hugging the soaking wet white cat. Lu Ying sighed. Shenberry, are you trying to freeze yourself to death? She scolded Shenberry sharply, hoping to snap her out of it. If you die, Lin Breadfruit might just go off and marry some other woman. He will forget about you completely and utterly. Is that what you want? Shenberry shot up instantly, shaking her head fiercely with bloodshot eyes. No. I do not want that. I do not want Breadfruit to marry anyone else. Then get your butt inside right now. What you need to do right now is not wallow in self-pity out here, freezing in this icy rain. You need to figure out how to win Lin Breadfruit back. So what if he does not love you anymore? Then just make him fall in love with you all over again. She forcibly dragged Shenberry back into the warm McDonald's and draped her own jacket over Shenberry's shoulders. Shenberry sat frozen in the booth, hugging the kitten and crying. Lu Ying turned the kitten over and used napkins to soak up the water from its fur. Then she spoke. Barry, I got a piece of news. Lin Breadfruit is officially entering the entertainment industry. He is about to join this season of Tomorrow's Yearning. Are you sure you want to keep sinking like this, instead of actually doing something about it? Hearing Lu Ying's words, Shenberry snapped her head up, her beautiful eyes wide. Really? Lu Ying nodded. Her voice was trembling with excitement. Ying, I want to join too. I am a top diva now, right? They would definitely let me join. Would not they? Lu Ying let out a soft sigh. But you have been completely off the radar for 3 whole years. Your influence has dropped significantly. I can only try my best to fight for a spot for you. I can't guarantee anything. However, Barry, if you release that Ran album you've been holding on to, it should not be a problem. I know you treasure that album deeply and could not bear to let anyone else hear it. But this is to win him back, right? Okay, thank you. Ying, she hugged Lu Ying and started wailing loudly. Lu Ying patted her back gently.
Right. All right.
Why are you such a crybaby now? Crying at the drop of a hat. Crying in front of me is useless. Cry more in front of Lin Breadfruit. Make him feel sorry for you. Shenberry cried even harder, her tears mixing with the rainwater as they splashed onto the floor. Ran does not feel sorry for me anymore. Lu Ying shot Shenberry a speechless glare. How did Shenberry's EQ drop this low? If he really did not care about you, he would have kicked you out on the very first day. Would he let you pester him for that long? Would he drape his coat over you? Would he secretly go buy you fried chicken? Can you wake up and think clearly?
Stop being so dumb. You're right. Ying.
Breadfruit still cares about me. There is still hope. Exactly. And let me give you a pro tip. When you record the show, bring the kid along. Got it. Right now, your only connection to Lin Breadfruit is probably just Jing Dai. Even if Lin Breadfruit does not love you anymore, he definitely still loves Jing Dai. So you just need to find every excuse to make him take care of her. Use the kid to tie him down, understand. Speaking of this, Lu Ying felt even more frustrated at her friend's incompetence. Tell me, you guys slept together so many times. How did you not manage to get pregnant? If you had a biological kid with him, this would be 10 times easier. Shenberry wiped away her tears, her pretty face a complete mess. She sniffled, clenching her little fist as she declared, if I get another chance, I am definitely giving Breadfruit a baby.
Right, as long as you're fired up again.
I will drive you home. Take good care of your cat too. Poor thing. Lu Ying handed the cat back to Shenberry, then drove her back home. Shenberry finally returned to her company. Everyone who saw her stared like she was a rare giant panda. After all, nobody knew exactly why. Shenberry had vanished without a trace for 3 whole years. Over the next half-month, Shenberry stayed at the company every day to record her album. Her life quickly became incredibly busy, but she felt that staying busy made things easier. At least she was actively doing something to win Breadfruit back. It was not exactly fulfilling, but it was not empty either. Lu Ying also officially announced on Weibo the news of Shenberry's grand return. At the same time, she began hyping up the new album, which caused a massive uproar on the internet. The snow in the city finally came to an end. However, the few days after a snowfall are always the coldest. It ended up making you severely sick once again. But thankfully, with Lin Xian's meticulous care, you had pretty much fully recovered. Recently, Ninki told you that the variety show was about to start filming. The first stop was a small watertown village in Jiangnan. She told you to get ready. You checked the map and saw that this little village was right by the sea. This made you happy for a long time. You absolutely loved the seaside. Lin Xian loved it too. You asked Ninki who the other guests were, but unfortunately, Ninki did not know either. The show's secrecy protocols this time were incredibly strict. However, there were some rumors floating around, claiming that the guest lineup was absolutely star-studded. At noon, 3 days later, you and your sister drove to the little village where the show was filming. When you arrived, you realized that calling it a little village was an understatement. It was more like a coastal town. It was actually quite bustling. Looking from afar, the town's public facilities were fully equipped. There were even several convenience stores and a park. But of course, the thing that made you happiest was that this little town was right on the coast. After getting out of the car, you found the director and put on your mic. Then, unable to wait a second longer, you dragged your sister and ran straight to the beach to look at the ocean. Sis, it is so beautiful. You gazed out at the distant skyline, sighing in awe. The weather is so perfect today. The midday sun took the normally azure sea and dyed it as sparkling, rippling gold. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Xian watched your joyful face beside her, a faint, fond smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. It was a look of pure adoration. Breadfruit still loved the ocean as much as ever. The sea is mysterious and beautiful. If I die one day, you paused, turning to look at Lin Qian, and spoke softly. Please, scatter my ashes into the sea. Lin Qian bit her red lip, her cold hands pinching your cheeks. She said angrily, what do you mean die? Can't you say something lucky for yourself? If you ever say that word again, I'm going to beat you up. You widened your teary puppy dog eyes and acted pitiful. Sis, it hurts. You're gonna pinch me to death. Lin Qian let go and gently rubbed your cheeks, clearly unable to bear hurting you. You chuckled foolishly. Lin Qian pouted her small lips, grumbling unhappily. Anyway, you were strictly forbidden from saying that word again. Okay, sis. I was wrong. You apologized sincerely. That is more like it. Her smile returned, and she affectionately ruffled your soft hair. Holy shit, look over there. Does not that look exactly like Shenberry? That is Shenberry. My goddess actually came to participate in this variety show. Her beauty has not faded one bit over the years. Big brother,
Jing Dai spotted you from far away on the beach.
She ran over quickly and threw herself into your arms. Big brother, I missed you so much. You only felt a tiny figure crash heavily into your chest. Looking closely, it was Jing Dai. Your face broke into a huge smile. It had been 3 long years. You had missed Jing Dai terribly, even though Jing Dai had grown quite a bit taller. She still loved wearing pink and was just as adorable as ever. You recognized her instantly. Jing Dai, what are you doing here? You crouched down, gently pinching Jing Dai's rosy little cheeks as you asked. But right after asking, you immediately realized something. You looked up, and sure enough, Shenberry was standing there, staring at you with red eyes, looking like she was on the absolute verge of tears. For over a whole month after returning from the Magic City, she threw herself into her work like a madwoman every single day, trying to use the grueling workload to offset the intense longing she felt for you in her heart. But whenever the dead of night arrived, every little memory of you and her would uncontrollably surface in her mind, keeping her awake all night long. Breadfruit used to love her so much. Yet, she had ruined it all with her own hands. Now, all she could do in the quiet of the night was hug your overcoat all alone, inhaling the lingering scent on it, crying herself to sleep while trying to escape her reality. Today, she finally saw her Breadfruit again, looking as breathtakingly handsome as ever. Breadfruit. She was on the verge of tears. You smiled faintly and said, "So they invited you to join this variety show too? We really are quite fated." She would never admit that she only came because she knew you would be here. She much preferred to believe this was destiny comforting her. Yes, destiny, also known as stalking your ex's schedule. Hello, Sister Lin. She greeted Lin Qian timidly. Lin Qian, mindful that there was a child present, decided not to unleash her usual fierce hostility. She just gave a cold, flat as a response, then gently crouched down, smiling at Jing Dai. "Sweetheart, your name is Jing Dai, right? Come, let Auntie give you a hug." Jing Dai looked up at Shen Berry. Shen Berry nodded and Jing Dai
Trotted right over. "Wow, Auntie smells so good."
"Just as good as Big Brother." Lin Qian had heard you mention Jing Dai before. Even though Shen Berry was awful, Jing Dai was completely innocent. Plus, Breadfruit really adored this child, and Jing Dai had kept Breadfruit company for a long time. Honestly, she quite liked the kid herself. She fished a piece of chocolate out of her pocket, pressed it into Jing Dai's little hand, and said softly, "Jing Dai, here's some chocolate for you." "Thank you, Auntie." Jing Dai happily gave Lin Qian a kiss on the cheek.
You pulled Jing Dai into your arms?
Asking with a smile, "Jing Dai, why am I Big Brother? But my sister gets to be Auntie. Is not the generation gap a bit messed up?" Jing Dai pressed her index finger to her chin, thinking for a moment, then dropped a bombshell. "Then can I call you Daddy?" Hearing this from the side, Shen Berry frantically cheered for Jing Dai in her head. Her baby Jing Dai was absolutely amazing. Such a perfect assist, you instantly froze into a statue. "Jing Dai, you can't just say things like that. Let us stick to Big Brother. Who cares about the generation gap? Okay?" You tapped Jing Dai's little nose playfully. "Okay, Breadfruit, sister," a surprised female voice rang out. Everyone turned around to look. Upon seeing clearly, your eyelid twitched. "Yezi," your eyes widened slightly. "What a coincidence, huh?" you asked in surprise. Yayu scratched her head sheepishly. You pulled Yezi over to a giant reef nearby, covered your mic, and whispered, "Do not tell me you followed us here, just for my sister." Yayu quickly waved her hands in denial. "It is genuinely a coincidence. I was about to ask you the same thing. Why are you here? Are not you a bartender? I am a part-time artist now."
You answered matter-of-factly.
You shot you. A 666 awesome hand gesture. Shen Berry watched sourly from a distance as the two of you whispered secretly. Her heart was practically overflowing with burning jealousy. Was it really necessary to stand so close just to talk? And Breadfruit even called her Yezi so intimately. Her sense of crisis skyrocketed. This Yezi girl was really pretty, and clearly much younger than her. What if Breadfruit actually likes her? She was about to burst into tears again when the two of you returned from your chat. Lin Qian looked suspiciously between you and Yeyu. Could Breadfruit actually have feelings for Yeyu? If so, she would have to properly vet this girl. Wait, how is there another person Breadfruit knows that she did not? I know her. It is little Yezi from Autumn Leaf Garden, a super popular romance novelist. The crossover nobody asked for, but we are here for it. Holy crap, is that Song Ching-chung walking over? That signature green outfit. It is definitely the handsome Song Ching-chung. Barry Song King-chung's gentle voice drifted over. Shen Berry frowned and shot him a sideways glance. Why is this guy so annoying? She completely ignored Song King-chung, fully dedicating her attention to admiring your handsome face. Song King-chung followed Shen Berry's gaze and was shocked to see it was you. His eyes darkened with malice. Shen Berry still had not given up on you. Did not Sumuyu already sleep with you? She actually treats a tainted man like a treasure. What a cheap woman. He had not seen Shen Berry in 3 whole years. Recently, upon hearing that she was joining the show, he immediately signed up too. This time he was determined to get his hands on her. The 5 guest stars had all arrived. The remaining 4 were the regular cast from previous seasons. He Ling, also known as Teacher He, Huang Shi, Teacher Huang, Sister Zhang Zifang, and brother Peng Yuchang. All 9 people were officially assembled. Of course, counting little Jing Dai, that made 10. Teacher He acting as the entertainment industry's ultimate social lubricant, and an incredibly experienced veteran host, took the lead to break the silence among the group. Facing the cameras, he introduced everyone's identity, ON by ON. And finally, it is time to introduce our two fresh faces. Teacher, he smiled, ready to introduce you and Lin Qian. First off, this incredibly handsome young man is none other than our famous manga artist, Breadfruit Wants to See the Sea. His real name is Lin Breadfruit. Breadfruit, say hi to everyone. Teacher, he signaled to you. You nodded, then wearing a faint, polite smile. You waved at the camera. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Breadfruit. My pen name is Breadfruit Wants to See the Sea. Please feel free to check out my manga. Teacher, he then walked over to Lin Qian, and this lovely lady here is his biological sister, Lin Qian. Lin Qian also smiled and said, hello everyone, I am Lin Qian, Ran's older sister. I hope everyone will support my Ran.
Wow. So this is Breadfruit Wants to See the Sea. He is so handsome.
Looking at his face and thinking about his manga, drawn by such a good-looking guy, I feel like the manga just got 10 times better. After introducing everyone, teacher, he announced the mission for the afternoon. The teams had to figure out a way to make money, then go to the local market to buy ingredients. Afterward, they needed to create a menu based on those ingredients and run a seaside restaurant in the evening to serve food to the tourists at the beach. The higher the revenue, the better the dinner and accommodations for the cast tonight. After hearing the task, you thought it sounded pretty reasonable. The only problem was how to make the money. You rubbed your chin, looking down in deep thought. After pondering it over, it seemed you only had two viable ways to earn cash. Owen was selling drawings, the other was busking, but you did not have any drawing tools on hand, so busking was your only option. You borrowed a microphone and an acoustic guitar from the director, and headed straight toward the beach. That area had the highest concentration of tourists, making it the easiest spot to make money. Asked for Shenberry. She silently followed right beside you, not leaving your side for a single second. Meanwhile, Yezi had already dragged Lin Qian to a nearby convenience store. She had just noticed that this store had a temp workers wanted flyer plastered on the door. The two of them immediately became shelf stalkers. In front of the shelves, Yezi flashed a bright smile and suddenly asked Lin Qian, Sister Qian, what kind of person do you like? Hearing Yezi's question, Lin Qian froze for a second, then turned her head in confusion. What kind of person do I like? Yezi nodded quickly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yezi, what kind of like do you mean? As a friend? Or as a partner? To keep her intentions from being too obvious, Yezi just replied smoothly, both, I guess. Lin Qian bit her red lip, pondering for a moment, then answered, for friends as long as they have good character, and we vibe well. I like them. As for a partner, I honestly do not know. She shook her head with a smile. I have never really thought about it, but one thing is absolute. They must like my breadfruit, and they must treat breadfruit well. Hearing Lin Qian's answer, Yezi's eyes lit up. She said, practically buzzing with excitement, so sister means, if someone treats breadfruit really well, sister might end up liking them. Lin Qian scratched her head, replying uncertainly, I guess so. As Yezi restocked the potato chips on the shelf, she used her peripheral vision to secretly admire Lin Qian's stunning side profile. She thought to herself, so treating breadfruit well is the secret to winning Sister Qian's heart. Well, that is easy enough. The plotting deepens. Down by the beach, Song Qingcheng had been pestering Shenberry for quite a while. Terrified that you might misunderstand her relationship with him, she had not spoken a single word to Song Qingcheng. Absolute silence the entire time, even if it meant ruining her industry connections. Even if the viewers cursed her for being rude, she did not care in the slightest. All she wanted was breadfruit. After hitting a brick wall of rejection, Song Qingcheng had no choice but to leave. You looked at Shenberry, who had been following you around like a shadow this whole time. Covering your mic, you whispered, Shenberry, could you please stop following me everywhere? Shenberry pouted her glossy lips, shaking her head pitifully.
I missed you.
I just want to follow you. Are not you going to go make some money? If you end up broke, you won't have a place to sleep tonight, she murmured stubbornly. I do not care about making money. I'm just going to follow you. Defeated, you let her tag along. You set up your equipment and found a piece of cardboard, writing on it, tips and song requests, pay what you want. Thanks to your striking good looks and Shenberry's massive popularity, you quickly attracted a huge crowd of tourists, who completely surrounded the three of you. Barry? I love you, a fanatic fanboy screamed at the top of his lungs. Shenberry offered a polite, brief smile in response. Another cute girl turned to you and asked, handsome, are you guys filming a show? I see cameras pointing at you. Yes, and it is actually live broadcasted. You are already on TV. You answered with a laugh, looking slightly flustered. The girl hastily tried to fix her hair. After all, when on camera, looking pretty is just human nature. Then the girl cheekily said, handsome, Why do not you sing your best song first and let everyone see what you have got? Otherwise, we might not want to spend our money on requests. Trying to get a free concert, huh? You jokingly called her out.
Your playful banter
caused a wave of laughter from the gathered crowd. Well, since we are by the sea, I will sing a song called Ocean Waves. As for Shenberry, she just sat obediently on a small stool nearby, gazing at you in total adoration. She wanted to hear you sing too. Your pale fingertips gently strummed the guitar strings. Your melancholic singing voice blended perfectly with the rustling of the ocean waves and the distant cries of seagulls. As the song ended, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause. That was amazing. Everyone was completely captivated by your voice, rushing forward to request songs. And you, ever the little money grubber, directly flashed your payment QR code. Watching you soak in everyone's adoration, Shenberry felt a sharp sting of sourness in her chest. She desperately wanted breadfruit to be hers and hers alone. But immediately after, she ruthlessly kicked that toxic thought right out of her head. She could not be like that anymore. She had to truly love breadfruit. Instead of just letting pure possessiveness dictate her actions, you sang song after song, losing count. Clips of your performance were screen recorded and posted to TikTok, immediately sparking a massive viral sensation. Swarms of netizens were already speculating about your background at 4:00 p.m. Whether it was because you had sung way too many tragic, heartbreak songs. The sky, which had been perfectly clear at noon, was now completely covered in dark, heavy clouds. Drops of rain began to intermittently fall. This forced you to pack up and stop singing. Luckily, you had already earned more than enough cash. Seeing the rain growing heavier by the second, you hurriedly took off your overcoat and wrapped it tightly around Jing Dai. Then you scooped Jing Dai up and rushed to find shelter. Seeing this, Shenberry's beautiful eyes filled with worry. Breadfruit, you will get sick if you stay in the rain like this. She tried to take off her own jacket to give to you. Keep it on. I'm fine. Throwing those words over your shoulder, you hurried off with Jing Dai. Shenberry scrambled to keep up. You found shelter under the awning of a bookstore, which conveniently had a long wooden bench by the door. You sat down with Jing Dai in your arms. Shenberry immediately sat down, pressed right up against you. You shifted slightly to the side, and she shuffled over to close the gap. Either way, she was determined to stick to you like glue. As you moved again and she tried to press in even closer. I'm going to fall off the edge, you stated dryly. Shenberry's pretty eyes were welling up. As she murmured softly, Breadfruit, I just want to be closer to you. You decided to just ignore her, looking down at Jing Dai in your arms instead. Sweetheart, did you get wet? You asked gently. Jing Dai shook her little head. No. Big brother, you should put your coat back on. Do not catch a cold.
Right.
You put your coat back on, but left the buttons undone, so Jing Dai could keep burrowing into your chest. She probably found it much warmer in there. Watching Jing Dai snuggled securely in your arms, Shenberry actually felt a pang of jealousy. She pouted her lips indignantly. She wanted to hug Breadfruit so badly too. She had not been able to hold you in 3 whole years. You extended your hand past the awning. A few drops fell into your palm, icy and freezing cold. Upon closer inspection, you realized it was actually sleet, mixed with tiny ice shards. No wonder it felt so freezing against your skin. The air was heavy with damp ocean mist, the chilly wind biting sharply. It was brutally cold. Shenberry was shivering uncontrollably. She suddenly remembered the last time the two of you were caught in the rain. Back then, Breadfruit had unhesitatingly taken off the coat she gifted him, draped it over her shoulders, and they had even shared a kiss. Looking back now, that was the most romantic moment of her entire life. She wished so badly she could rewind time. If she could just get Owen more chance, she swore she would cherish it properly. Lost in the aftertaste of her memories, time slipped by quickly. That evening, everyone gathered at the restaurant. Seeing your damp hair, Lin Qian asked with deep concern, Breadfruit, did you get caught in the rain? She grabbed a towel intending to help dry it off. It is fine, you replied softly. You still need to dry it. Seeing an opening, Yezi quickly swooped in to play the hero. Snatching the towel right out of Lin Qian's hands, she started gently drying your hair for you. If I treat him well, Sister Chia might just fall for me. You stared at Yezi with a look of utter bewilderment.
You had absolutely no idea what kind of game she was playing.
Yezi just gave you a bright, cheeky wink and continued drying your hair. Watching Yezi's gentle and intimate actions, Shenberry felt like she was suffocating. How could this be happening? Breadfruit is mine. He is mine. Her eyes went completely blank and glassy. Her fists clenched so tight, her knuckles turned white. Though you had no idea what Yezi was up to, you politely took the towel from her and dried your own hair. The live broadcast ended at 10 p.m. The restaurant's evening service had gone quite smoothly. After everyone finished eating their dinner, it was time to assign the sleeping arrangements. Because Shenberry had not earned a single cent today, She was banished to sleep in a tent on the beach. Everyone else got to stay in a comfortable seaside hotel. You and Lin Qian could not bear the thought of Jing Dai sleeping in a tent. So you arranged for her to sleep in Lin Qian's room. You gathered a pile of dry firewood and built a bonfire on the beach. Leaning against a massive boulder, you gazed quietly out at the endless expanse of the ocean. The gentle moonlight drifted down like a veil of silver sand, painting the rippling sea in a dreamlike, ethereal glow. The sea breeze swept past with a quiet chill, washing away the noisy clamor of the day, yet unable to sweep away the profound loneliness in your heart.
You missed Xie a little?
During your 2 years in Paris, Ziga Ji had not come to see you even once. You could never figure out exactly why Xia Ji refused to like you. What exactly did you do wrong? The ocean waves rhythmically slapped against the shore's rocks, creating a deep, resonant echo. To sit on a rock by a bonfire and listen to the sound of the waves all night long. This had always been your dream. When you were in France, your sister had taken you to the beach, but you never had the mood to stay out there all night, perhaps because those were not the shores of your homeland. Inside her tent, Shenberry tossed and turned endlessly. All day, Yezi had been constantly trying to get close to you. Her breadfruit was driving her absolutely insane. Most of her rationality had already evaporated, and her emotions were teetering dangerously on the edge of the cliff named Breakdown. The crackling sound of the burning bonfire, mixed with the rustling noise of the waves crawling up the sand, drifted bit by bit into her tent, making her heart feel like a tangled, chaotic mess. She was terrified of the ocean, and she hated it more than anything because of her playful recklessness as a child. The sea had swallowed her mother whole. Driven by a miserable impulse, she dragged herself out of the tent, only to spot you by the bonfire, sitting all alone watching the sea. In this dead quiet night, the boundary between sea and sky was terrifyingly blurred. It felt as if the entire world was being consumed by this endless expanse of black water, evoking an instinctive primal fear. This was the ocean, a force powerful enough to devour absolutely everything, but her magnetic pull toward you completely overpowered her phobia of the sea. She took tiny trembling steps over to you, curled up right beside you, and latched onto your arm, terrified you would pull away. She gripped it desperately tight, pressing her body flat against yours. But you did not reject her. You let her hold you, maintaining your silence as you stared out at the water. The tide had risen significantly since nightfall. The areas of the beach where people were standing earlier today were probably submerged in waist-deep water by now. She watched with her own eyes as those overlapping waves, crashing down with overwhelming ferocity, effortlessly swept away the little crabs on the sand. She was absolutely petrified, hugging your arm even tighter against her chest. In your right hand, you held a jagged little stick, aimlessly drawing patterns in the sand. Cold, feeling Shenberry's trembling body, you asked her flatly. She shook her head timidly. I am scared. You gave a barely perceptible nod. Shenberry, do you think Atlantis actually exists at the bottom of the sea? You asked softly, eyes still fixed on the ocean.
It does?
I think it does, she answered cautiously. Why do you think that? You pressed on, because mommy went there, and she is living a really wonderful life down there. Her voice was drenched in sorrow. I believe it exists too. She looked at your side profile, illuminated by the cold, pale moonlight. Your features were so striking, so impeccably carved. She thought to herself that in this entire world, there would never be another boy as incredibly handsome as you. She leaned in closer, wanting to press a kiss to your cheek, but you dodged it. She instantly shrank back, terrified of angering you. Breadfruit, do you like Yezi? She asked in a frail whisper. Yes, you answered without a second of hesitation, even though it was a total lie. The very second she heard your answer, she felt as if her heart had just been shattered by a freezing bullet. She was truly on the verge of madness. Cold tears fell silently onto the sand. Leaving absolutely no trace behind, she clung to you desperately, begging in the most pathetic way imaginable. No, Breadfruit, please. Please do not like her. Okay, I'm begging you, please. And all you felt was that the sound of her crying was sadder than the ocean waves at night. There could never be a more sorrowful sound. Breadfruit, as long as you love me, I am willing to do anything, absolutely anything at all. As long as you love me, you listened quietly to her tearful, desperate pleas, and spoke with a terrifying calm. Shenberry, they say those who betray a true heart must swallow 10,000 needles. I do not want to doubt your sincerity, but true feelings can change in the blink of an eye. You say you love me this much, so exactly how far are you willing to go for me? To her, your voice sounded like an ethereal, bewitching echo from the bottom of the sea, like a siren's hypnotic melody. Breadfruit, I can give up everything for you. As long as you love me? Her heart guided her to swear this ultimate vow. Then prove it to me. You said your eyes still fixed on the dark sea. Okay, she wiped away her tears, gently slipped off her shoes, and slowly stood up. The fine sand squeezed between her toes, and the tide washed over her bare feet. The chill pierced straight to her bones. Fortunately, within just a few seconds, her feet went completely numb, shielding her from the freezing cold. Gazing out at the endless pitch-black ocean before her, she felt an unknown, mysterious force calling out to her. Perhaps, she thought, it was her mother's yearning. Step by step, she walked into the terrifying darkness. The seawater swallowed her ankles, then rose past her knees, and eventually reached her waist. She was so incredibly cold. Was her mother this cold that night? Was breadfruit this cold that night? Weeping, she turned to look back at you on the shore, only to find you sitting there completely motionless. Bro is really just going to sit there and watch. She wiped her eyes and continued wading deeper. Even if she died, she wanted you to love her. Under a glassy night sky, a full moon commanded the ebb and flow of the tide. The freezing water soon rose over her chest, making her heart feel heavy and icy. Suddenly, a violent rogue wave crashed down, and she was swept away into the depths. There was nothing colder in this world. She sank deeper and deeper, surrounded by absolute pitch blackness. So this is the ocean, she thought. The sea that can devour everything. It felt as though a brilliantly lit Atlantis was waiting right at the bottom of the sea. She was drifting toward that kingdom of happiness. Ran would be there, her mom and dad would be there, and Jing Dai would be there. They would live a life of perfect bliss. Enveloped in this delusional happiness, she slowly closed her eyes. But when she opened them again, you were right in front of her, a soaking wet you, holding an equally soaking wet her tightly in your arms. Plot armor activated just in time. I believe you. Shenberry, if you love me, give me everything. Exactly like I did for you back then. Hearing your words, she answered, I will give you everything. She nodded frantically. Kiss me, please. Kiss me on the lips, she cried and begged. You gently pinched her chin and captured her lips in a deep, desperate kiss. It was so intoxicatingly sweet that it felt like her mind was melting. Then do you love me, breadfruit? She asked timidly, nestled safely in your arms. She only heard you softly whisper, I love you.